transcending history and the world, a tale of dudes and souls, eternally retold.
What's up, dudes? All right, man. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. It is not working. There we go. That's working. Hi, how's it going? So, yeah, missed a couple of things earlier today. Missed the Ghost of Yotei thing. We're gonna have to check that out. Missed anything else that happened while I was out today. Missed it all. But, gonna have to do a QA session. Yeah, this is what we were talking about. Got to do a QA session. I did see the Astrobot Final Fantasy VII stuff. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. How long am I gonna be gone? So, I mean, we'll talk about it when we get into the QA session. But I've been doing this for about 15 years. So I'm thinking about taking 15 years off. As I've been taking this amount of time, it's equivalent exchange. We're just going to take a 15-year break, like just a quick 15-year break. Fair. That seems fair, right? If I've been doing this for 15 years, that seems fair. I'm only going to be gone for 10 days. But it's sort of like a tandem of things because I'm going to be gone for 10 days, which is the longest I've taken off of the stream since 2017. That's how long it's been, and like the pandemic sort of threw everything into a blender. Being a father, all that kind of stuff, becoming a parent. I've had like 4 or 5 day trips every once in a while, but they were usually involved going to like theme parks and stuff like that. Didn't really feel like vacations. Believe it or not, I'll be gone for about 10 days and just decompressing, which is another thing that I think I might want to talk about to start the QA session as I'm figuring out how I want to do it. I also want to watch the Ghost of Yotei thing first. Want to talk about like burnout and why so many streamers are like eager to retire in their 30s and stuff like that. Why so many of these like larger broadcasters are pretty much like working themselves to the bone to the point where there's no way that they're going to be able to do this stuff for very long. To the point where most streamers burn themselves out on even the things they love. You know, it's a lot, and it's a thing that I've thought about a whole bunch, for a very long time, of just how do I remain interested in all of this stuff when it's quite literally my life and my job. Luckily enough, I do love it. Like, I love fighting games, man. I love like impossible fighting game things happening, and you know, games coming back and all of this shit. Final Fantasy VII, like so much of this stuff. Burnout is no good. Well, I think Burnout's also good because it reminds you that you loved this at some point. What happened, right? Burnout sort of like will remind you that there was a passion here. Did that passion go away when this became a job, right? Man, we're already talking about it, but we'll talk about it. There's also been like a big shift in content lately in like the way that you watch videos and everyone around me. I'm also like just providing my part of it, but how so many people that where they talk about how the older fighting games were so much better, right? But the new ones just don't do it for them. And it's mostly because the old fighting games, you did it with your own time, dude. Like everything that you built up towards getting you to a point of either new content creators becoming, their job to make content, all this kind of stuff, their passion was this thing. And then suddenly it became their job. And now there's like a new game or a new thing. And then the passion isn't there nearly as much, mostly like criticisms, because you have to now play it religiously, whether you're competitive or not. Like now it's your job just to play this game instead of you just making a choice to play a fun video game. And I made a choice, man. I kind of like made a conscious choice around the mid 2010s where I was looking at this space, and especially early on with like Marvel 3 and stuff like that. And I saw what was happening to my relationship for the game, and I hated that game. I absolutely hated that game because I had to play Marvel 3 online against people, dude. And it was one of the most grotesque, like antithesis of fun situations that I have ever had to be into, where I have to fire up this game like once a week and just suffer playing online. And the online was so bad. Believe it or not, I did not get into a point where I had a healthy relationship with Ultimate Marvel 3, and I realized how much I loved that game until like the Parsec era happened, when we can actually play it online consistently with each other and not be pissed off. That was rough, man. I thought that game kind of sucked for several years until I got the chance to actually play it with like people and not have it be compromised, like severely compromised. Not a rollback situation, but still like to be able to fire it up and enjoy it with people. So anyway, yeah, I think what's happening now, and this is like a overall burnout talk, which I'll get to some personal things. I recognize it in myself that, my dude, if I just play fighting games all the time, yes, if you're forced to eat ice cream every day, you're just gonna hate ice cream. Exactly, that's exactly it. If I forced myself to specifically play fighting games all the time, I was just not gonna like this nearly as much. And it was like my job to make 2 to 3 fighting game videos a day back in like 2011, 2012, 2013, right around that time frame. And I was like, Jesus, man, if I'm only doing this, I'm losing my mind. I am naturally a kind of person that needs variety just in general. If you ask me to eat the same exact prepared meal every single day, I would lose it, man. I lose a taste for that after 2 days. Some people aren't that way. Some people are just fully comfortable in doing like the exact same ritualistic thing over and over again. I'm just not, dude. I'm just not. Maybe Final Fantasy 11 messed me up that much after playing that game for like, a couple, 2 to 3 years. But for me personally, like I need other things to focus on, because ultimately speaking, if I hyper focus too much on one thing, I end up just seeing the negatives of it. And this is where my advice, much less my personal journey of doing this stuff for so long. Chat, I can tell you right now, dude, I don't know how I'm still in the spot I am with the viewership I have, with the respect in the industry that I have received, with as gracious and understanding as an audience that I have somehow accumulated. I'm like, I feel like I'm in such a unique spot in this entire like realm, this spectrum of the industry. Like, and I feel genuinely blessed, like absolutely, like, I don't know how I carved this out, but still all I've done is try to realize that can all go away. So you have to work for it. You have to try. You have to constantly try. And that mentality of constant effort, always having to think about it, every single point, every single avenue, every single asset, is something that like, yeah, all right, I need to somehow disconnect from this. But at the same point, it made me realize like this can all go away at any point. So I don't know, I've been lucky enough where every single year over a year, I've done better, man. I've either earned more quote unquote like money or returns, or given more opportunities or anything like that, have had more subscribers, like all of that kind of thing, year over year over year. And it's been some rough years, dude. There's some rough years where there was not many brand new things that were happening, and you had to like, to me, I kind of love those opportunities because they were challenging. Like you had to like hunker down and realize, nothing is happening right now. Like there's no games that are coming out. There's like the biggest fighting game in an entire year was DNF Duel, for God's sake. So the dry season ends up becoming this unique chance to revisit all of the older fighting games that like we love so much. And I found kind of a interesting carve in this space to like actually discover old games and bring them to the forefront. And it's like, hey dude, check this out. This is amazing. So it sort of tests your creativity. How do you make fighting games engaging when there's no brand new shit? So that's tough, man. There was many years of that. And now we're sitting kind of good. Now it's kind of like, there's a lot of stuff, but it feels like there are so many options in the moment in this space that things are not actually doing great, when I think they kind of are. I think things like are obviously not perfect, but I come from the mid 2010s era of content creation, man, where everything was brutal. Everything sucked. Like it was very few things there was to actually like celebrate. And the things that were celebratable were like, they get to focus on this for now. So anyway, I think we're in like a really good spot right now. I think it's not bad. Yeah, Tekken players are doom posting like crazy. Street Fighter players desperately want their game to be changed, like all of this kind of stuff. But what do you want to sink your teeth into? We'll talk about that in a bit, like which fighting games have like gotten their hooks on me over a while, which is unrelated to this burnout conversation. But to sort of wrap up this conversation of like burnout, I have witnessed so many different eras of content creation in the span of doing this. Of being in the trenches around others, watch new heads and new people rise up, even in the fighting game space, and then eventually like peter out and not able to keep up with the entirety of this industry. I've watched like brand new people shine and be like the pinnacle, the heads of this, and all of a sudden one shift in how one game is handling one thing, suddenly it's just not. Suddenly their opinion is not valid anymore because they kind of like that game and that's what they're known for. It's crazy, man. A lot of fighting games have happened over the past like several years that have created careers, and I've watched people's careers like quite literally blossom and shine into content creation. But once that game starts to become not nearly the beacon of positivity at all times, because no game's going to remain at the absolute top of the, I would say, community perspective, it starts to go bad. It's like there's an issue with having to stick with one thing. So anyway, my solution, without rambling too much, hopefully this is making a little bit of sense. I noticed back in the mid 2010s, as I was saying earlier, that when I hyper-focus one game, it's great for me, but it was not great for the overall, I would say, quality of the channel, much less quality of streaming. People, and I won't say this is probably because I made my audience this way, because I also enjoyed this. My audience enjoyed variety. Didn't like seeing the exact same fighting game. I noticed my audience liked seeing things that were unexpected. When you just log into ranked every day and ranked is the goal and the one thing is the goal, everyone's just ready. Everyone just knows exactly what we're getting into. There's no reason to tune in for that because I've seen that before, right? You were doing that the other day and you're doing very good. It's like, oh, that's great. You're doing very good. But ultimately speaking, when I tune into other streams and I see a streamer playing not their usual jam, they're playing something weird, I go, whoa, they're playing something weird. Why is Max playing Donkey Kong Country? Why is Max playing Mario 64? All this kind of stuff. That has always been the thing that pulls me in, where I'm like, oh, what the heck is that? Am I becoming a Mario 64, a Donkey Kong? No, I'm not. But all I'm saying, I can't eat the same meal every single day, dude. and I got to jump in and try something different every once in a while. I actually significantly enjoyed doing Rate the Super on weird anime games that I would never do. Why did that seem appealing to do Rate the Super on Naruto and JoJo and Demon Hunter and all this kind of stuff? What was it called? I can't even remember. But it was neat because I realized I have no clue what I'm about to expect, what I'm about to see. I don't even know, dude. So with that being said, I knew that could actually make for interesting content, that I'm not aware of this stuff. I know it exists, but what's about to hit me in the face is going to be something. Demon Slayer, thank you. It's going to be genuinely different. It's going to be something that I am unexpecting. Is it going to hit for me? Is it not going to hit for me? I like to leave myself in a spot of like discovery. And I have found that my audience loves it when I discover stuff, when I leave myself open to new things. And sometimes I'm just not, man. Like sometimes I'm just wanting to sit in my cave and do my cave-like things, which just involve Marvel versus Capcom and KI and Third Strike and FF7, all that kind of stuff. But sometimes like you leave the cave and you go try something different and people get curious. And to me, I have to leave myself open to it. Welcome to FF14. Hey man, I tried FF14. I did. I gave it. I played that game for like a month back 3-4 years ago, something like that. Anyway, all I gotta say is that has been the way that I have avoided burnout, because I remember specifically disliking Third Strike, my favorite fighting game of all time, right? I remember specifically disliking it because I was competitively focused. I was only focused on the things that were the most challenging and most difficult and the hurdles that you had to get over. And at that time, it was exhausting because some of those hurdles were so insurmountable. They were so challenging to get over that you just don't even see how you can get over this hill when you've reached a high level in a game. It can be very, very, very hard. So guess what I kind of do instead now? I allow myself to be bad, right? And I get it. Some people will be like, how are you saying you're bad? Yada, yada. How can you say that because you have all this experience? Well, let me explain. I want to put myself in a situation of unknowing. I want to put myself in a moment where I'm playing a genre of a game, of a thing that I enjoy, but I want to allow myself to be bad. Not to be a bad guy, but to actually not have skill. Because I think the progress of acquiring skill is way more interesting than somebody only being good. I think watching somebody that puts themselves at a low level specifically and just jumps in and starts trying is easier to resonate with than only watching dude be god tier. And don't get me wrong, dude. And I've ultimately realized this too. You can go to any fighting game channel. You can go watch Justin Wong be literal god tier at anything, like 100 different games. And it's just like, how is this guy so good at this? You can go watch any other fighting game that exists right now in the space and watch somebody be god tier. That type of stuff did not necessarily exist pre-pandemic. And that's where I realized that keeping up with that is going to be impossible. Like that's legit going to be absolutely impossible. But for me, I found enjoyment going back and discovering stuff. So that was it. Show people what makes fighting games fun by showing the discovery process. Show people what makes this genre so impossibly comparable to anything else when you get to a point and you see something and it clicks, and then you make the connection in your head and then you move forward, you know? It's why I've always like really enjoyed. And I will say I really liked that game, but I left that game when I liked it a lot, you know? Like there's parts of a fighting game where I'm like, I legit really enjoyed that one. But whether it's like a Street Fighter 6 or something like that, even the end of Street Fighter 5, I was really having fun with that game. But ultimately speaking, the focus was to keep me as happy as possible and to give myself little goals, like little tiny goals, like make sure I hit these combos, make sure I do this, clean up the gameplay, clean up the hit confirms, like all this kind of stuff that I know in my head. Because all of that shit, dude, and I have to remind everybody this, everyone learns at a different pace, and it will take a lot of time. For me, like spending 5 straight days with a fighting game is a shit ton of time. And for others, not spending like 5 straight days with anything is going to like throw them out. Like even if they're not around for a game for 2 to 3 days, I gotta warm up, man. I've been gone for a long time. And I'm like, bitch, I gotta warm up a year's worth of Rust, and it's kind of fun. I kind of like really enjoy warming up a 6 to 7, 8 month chunk of Rust on a certain game. I actually dig that, man. So ultimately speaking, I think that what I'm looking forward to in the future is keeping that variety as I reacclimate myself, and I'm going to take a quick break to find like new and unique things and games that I'm unfamiliar with to find those moments of enjoyment, because that's where I feel my chat and my YouTube audience finds the most enjoyment, and it's also where I find true happiness. I'm not kidding you, man. Doing this for an extended long period of time, you'll absolutely develop weird relationships with these games, with your audience, like all this kind of stuff as you do this for as long as I have. And I have found little micro methods of remaining engaged, of like allowing myself to remain engaged, especially and that involves weird things like never really playing games off stream. Like the amount of times I've played games off stream for 15 years is insanely small, dude. Compared to like all of that kind of stuff, because I want to save those reactions and moments for when I'm on stream. I feel like I am, I'm almost like cheating if these cool things that can happen are being sacrificed to nothing, because my brain is messed up. I've been doing this in front of an audience for way too long, dude. So anyway, all that kind of stuff has been just running through my head. All I got to say is that I really appreciate everybody being here. I really appreciate the fact that so many people have been tuning in for as long as they have, and I have no intentions of stopping. I'm leaving for a bit, but I want to come back reinvigorated, because every single time I leave for like 5 to 6 days, or at least like 5-ish days, I'll go 3 days in and I will realize like how insanely lucky I am. Like how I can't even imagine that I've been given this opportunity to do this and to share this with people than anybody actually gives a shit to watch. So, you know, that happens after 3 days. I legit miss The Office, and other days I'm like, oh, I got to go back up in here now, man. I know it looks amazing. It does. But like you spend so much time in here, it's like, oof, man. I come back and I get legit homesick and stuff like that. So I'm going to give myself a healthy like 10 days. It's the first time I've done that since Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite came out. And I quite literally remember it because I was on vacation in the middle of nowhere, and I got a message that they patched Infinite and they patched Web Ball Reality Stone. They patched that for Spider-Man, and I was like, whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. And I wanted to make a video about it on vacation, but I didn't. So that was 2017, man. That was like September to October of 2017. So it's been a long time. Funny enough, I'm going on vacation again, and we fixed MVCI. So time is a flat circle, is all I'm telling you. Got another Marvel Infinite update that we made ourselves. I can't get away from it, man. It's gonna follow me wherever I go. Good opening chat. Shit. Thank you, everybody. Max's Flat Earther confirmed. You be careful. Golden Wolf, thank you. Sonic Boom, Strider, thanks for becoming a dude. Dirty Vic, Ronimus, Dargason, thank you. Murgirth, Lazarus, Bryce P07, Marshall K87. What do I got in here? $5 from Travis. Taking a break, vacation, love the content. Yes, I'm just specifically disconnecting. The most nervous thing I have about this vacation is the fact that I'm worried something's going to happen. Jesus, 25 guest subs from Chelsea. Thank you. I'm worried something's going to happen when I'm on vacation. It's weird, man. I'm worried I'm going to have to do something. KY, thanks for the 10. Hearing all this is, I pray hard enough for a dry spell in new games. You'll be forced to play Xeno shits to fill the gap. That will be a day. Making Merry, thanks for the 10 gift subs, dude. Appreciate it, man. Jimenez, thanks for the 5. Hope you enjoyed the break. Cloud and Sephiroth got added to Astrodot. I did. It's pretty sick. That's pretty. I hope what that means is a possibility of Final Fantasy VII characters, because maybe it's like, maybe Square. Shut up, Kenny. Maybe Square needs to broaden their horizons a little bit. Maybe them being so like dug in with some of their franchises outside of like Nier. Maybe because of that, it could be the beginning of them allowing for more stuff to happen. I'm just saying, the Tifa in Tekken eventuality, which I think is an eventuality, is getting closer. That's potentially getting closer, my dude. But I'm just saying, it was largely believed to be that Cloud and Sephiroth and no FF7 representation in a fucking PlayStation game was because Square was doing that thing that they always do, where we got to hold these characters tight. We got to be really careful with them. We can't do this, you know? Nah, we got a train going on. What's happening? Tired and Angry. Thank you. Great name. Appreciate it. Uncle Marcus, thanks for the 10 gift subs earlier as well, man. C4, thanks for the 10. Became a new dad and watching the stream and videos have been great during these off times while feeding. Shine on. Dang. Congrats, C4. Wow. That was me with Parsec era Marvel 3. No shit. I was sitting here with Ripley as like a little bean in the middle of the night to give Jessica some time to sleep without having like a child all over her, a baby. So I was just downstairs, like either watching the Infinity War saga or something like that. But you know what really did it for me? Dude, right around that time, these little guys called like Tampa Never Sleeps that no one had really ever heard of before, and Kevin Ha were hosting Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Ultimate Marvel 3 Parsec lobbies. Like, no shit. And it was like the beginning of like all of that stuff, of all like the Marvel heads hosting that. And that, me watching that while I had this little bean and watching people somehow play and enjoy Marvel 3 online for the first time ever. Small streamers, yeah, at the time, TNS had like 100 viewers at the time. And then later like a couple months later, I got the gig for Ultimate Marvel 3 on Twitch Rivals, with a lot of extra effort to make that happen. And I'm like, we need to hit up Kevin Ha and we need to hit up Tong and the TNS crew. They've been doing this. They've been doing this like effectively every single week for a while. And I was like, we need to hire these guys right now. They need to be the ones to run our back end. They grew that fast. Yes, they legit grew that fast after that shit. And that event went wonderfully. We had like nearly 40,000 viewers watching Ultimate Marvel 3 in 2020, dude. If that's one thing I love, man, it's like when I put on events, I'm going to put the people in charge and put the people in that are going to be doing this stuff next to me that love this shit as much as I do. I will do that. I will prioritize them. So yeah, that got me through a lot, dude. There was like so much stuff around that time frame, around that August, September time frame when everyone was just stuck at home, that I watched a lot of like Marvel 3 online, you know? Did you see about Marvel Tokon being region locked on Steam? What? Isn't that Sony bullshit though? Isn't that typical Sony bullshit? Yo, Blitz, I hyper-focus thing on one thing too much. I'm going to try to take a lot of this advice and enjoy a much needed break. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, dude. And that's the thing, is that you can take that you can take that advice, but at the same time, you know what your audience wants, right? You know what people sort of tune into you for. Some of the big pimple on my forehead, is it up here? If it is like right here or something like that, I mean, I'm gonna look in my forehead. That's just skin. Unfortunately, it's not a pimple. Sorry. I wish I could pop it. It's been there my whole life. When's the last time I played a game off stream? Outside of for the sake of like trying, it's my new head, it's growing in nicely. Outside for the sake of trying something, I haven't. Yeah, oh, no, you're right. I played a bit of Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate off stream. I did. I think I put like 20 to 25 hours into MHGU off stream. I played a Night Rain run or two, Night Rain with Oro. I did that, but Chad, I was on stream. I was on somebody else's stream, you know? And to be real, I don't just like grind Tekken. If my friends are playing, I will jump on and play against them when they are on stream, you know? Balatro, I played Balatro for a couple of hours on a plane. But I think in the span of, I'm not kidding you, in the span of the past 15 years of me doing this, I have played about 10 to 15 hours of offline gaming. I'm not even exaggerating, of just doing it for myself MVCI though. I have not played MVCI off stream, man. None of my development of MVCI was done off stream. It was just, it was all for development purposes. Everything I wasn't playing the game. I was testing shit, man. We were figuring shit out. So, did you ever get around to Steven Rebirth hard mode? Nope. I mean, we're going through it a little bit, but we have some progress on the other one. And that's a reminder, chat. I don't really enjoy games by myself. I really don't. Streaming has messed up my brain. You know what I mean? If I don't have an audience that's here to enjoy these moments like with me, then it's very weird. To me, it's something that I cannot. The streaming is a collective. Playing games is a collective experience to me now instead of a selfish one. So I really cannot just fire something up and enjoy it. That's normal, man. What happened to the arcade machines behind the Predator? We just moved them out. The arcade 1-ups. I moved them out to make more space back there. I just haven't played them at all. And they were just 100% streamer brain. Absolutely. Though that's absolutely it. That's absolutely it. Streamer brain is a thing, man. Like a lapse of time, lapse of inherent memory, you know? Like all that kind of stuff. Your streamer brain, you forget things because like so many things happen on stream. I get people telling me like, you said this on stream. I'm like, what? Excuse me, what? You're taking 30 days off? I'm not taking 30 days off. No. Long story short, short story long. I'm taking 10 days off. I'm coming back and hyper preparing for Evo. So I have like 5-ish days before we leave for Evo. And then I'm streaming from Evo. I'm going to be back to streaming those 5-ish days, right? 10 days is a long time for me, man. That's the longest I've done since 2017. So, Evo comes up in like 3 weeks. So I have a lot of stuff I got to get ready for. And then we're at Evo for approximately like 4 days. Evo is the end of July to the beginning of August, right? It ends like August 2nd, 3rd, something like that. And then I come back. I come back for quite literally 2 or 3 days. And then I'm going to a bachelor party for a friend. And I'll be gone for a few days after that. And then I come back. And then I'll be back to stream for like 3 to 4 days. Simmons. Who's this Simmons guy? 3 to 4 days. Steve's tying the knot. Yep, that's what's happening. Steve is definitely tying the knot. Can't wait. Steve's about to have a kid and tie the knot all at the same time. He's not telling you guys. That's what's going on. Come back and it's like 3 or 4 days. And then I go on a family trip. I actually have like another family trip with my other side of the family, you know, that is going to be happening around mid-August. So that will be for like another 4-ish days. Like, no kidding. 4 days around the middle of August. So there's what I'm saying is that there's a lot of like time off that I'm taking here that is a very busy like 1 to 2 months from July to August. And that isn't it. The next one isn't. I'll be able to talk about it tomorrow because I believe it's getting announced tomorrow. If everything goes according to plan, I'll have an announcement for it. But I'll also have an announcement on Friday, if all works out, about another thing I'm going to for a 1-day limited exclusive event that will also be at the end of August. I'll leave your imagination. I'll leave it up to your imagination. So I will be out, and I will be doing some things. I will be doing some things, but I'll only be gone for like a day or two. Tomorrow is Friday. Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow. I might also be streaming on Saturday. We'll see. I'm only doing this today because of other things that could pop up tomorrow, right? So anyway. Japan? How am I going to get back to and from Japan in 2 days, chat? How the shit? 2 days? How long do you think it takes to get to Japan? What are we talking about here? So if you use your imagination, it happens at a tunnel. Yes, that's good. A tunnel. The end of August is what I'm talking about. And it's a small 2-day thing at the end of August. So just use your brains. Just think about it. Gamescom is before that, dude. Gamescom is like way before that. It's like August 20th or something like that. Instant transmission. Yes, I'm gonna instant transmissionize myself. Chat, how the hell do I set up a custom reward for y'all to, I'm gonna make this thing 300,000. How do I set up a QA session custom reward using channel points? What do I got to do? Damn, Cole, thank you. That's $100. Holy shit, I've been watching you do this 15 years now. You guys brought me not much, so much joy. You always feel like I'm there hanging out with you. Have a great vacation and playing games. Thanks so much for all the years of great times. Yo, that's the whole point, man. Thank you. That means a lot. That means a lot. For anybody that's ever had like a game night, that's been the whole point of having your video games on the weekends, you know? It's super generous of you, Cole. Thanks, man. I'm bleeding the chat dry. It's under viewer rewards. You may want to keep it to 1 per person. Yeah, I know. Hold on a second. Let me. Do you have to create a custom reward? Is that it? 300K ain't much, dude. People are sitting on fucking millions. People are sitting on millions of channel points over all these years. This is on Twitch, chat. Oh, and I have seen a lot of people saying, "Are you going to do a 24/7 stream while I'm gone?" So there's a community reason for this and sort of a selfish reason for this. I will not, because if there is a 24/7 stream that's on while I'm gone, I will just be worried that the stream is functionally operating, right? I will just be concerned at all times that is the stream okay, which is already what I do for 7 to 8 hours, like a day, 5 to 6 days a week, you know? So to me, I think there's also, and this is a bit of a deeper one, I think there's also a value of not being there, you know? I think there's also a value of not having to absolutely inundate your guys' feeds with like constant things all the time, especially things wondering if I'm live, am I live? I think it's kind of better that like, let me just go away for a bit. So that I can miss you guys and you can miss me, you know? Like, no shit. Like, I think that's a healthy relationship, instead of like the only way you can engage with people is just to remind them that you're there constantly. I think having a break from things in the exact same way that I just talked about, of the way that I have to engage with a lot of games now, taking a break from some of your favorite things, the absence of that thing will become more and more apparent over time, and you'll learn to like miss it. And you're like, oh shit, I haven't played Bloodborne in like a year and a half, dude. This game's awesome. Jesus, I cannot wait to get back and play this thing. It's that exact same kind of relationship, you know? So in that way, I'm not graduating. I'm not turning myself into a pixel or a chibi little girl character or something like that. I'm not doing any of that, man. I am only gone. That's going to be an empty fucking chair, man. If I streamed the empty chair, that would also be sad. That's also not going to work. Coward! I'm not going to do that. But that would be funny if I just streamed an empty chair. That would be pretty funny. If it's just a chair stream. You got me thinking about this shit now, dude. I'm going to come back as a VTuber. I'm going to come back sunburned, chat. That's all it's going to be. I'm just going to come back sunburned. The chair stream. Damn. That's an idea. Wow. All right. Anyway, require viewer to enter text. If enabled, the required text field will appear to the viewers. A required text field will appear to the viewers in the reward. Okay, cooldown and limitations. Skip reward request. If enabled, only future viewer requests will skip the queue for review. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Oh, I'm reading stuff on YouTube, sorry. You'd watch the chair. I'm not doing the chair. I'm looking at how to create a custom reward, you know? I'm trying to figure out how we do a large sum redemption of channel points while also not having people ask like 40 questions at one time or something like that. I'm trying to see how we could do this. Redemption cooldown time, that's fair. A cooldown time is fair. Limit redemptions for stream. Max total of redemptions. Limit redemptions per user per stream. Imagine FF7 Part 3 trailers happens when I'm gone. That's what I'm worried about, dude. 1 person per 5-minute cooldown. 1 person per 10-minute cooldown, so we can actually talk about it. Yeah, so we can actually have a time to talk about it. These 914,000 points are here to come in clutch. Damn, dude, you guys are I'm making it more. There's way too many people that are like, I have millions, I have billions. 300K ain't nothing, bro. Like, there were way too many people that were saying that shit, dude. I was just saying, 500K for a question. Sorry. I'm so way too many people. This economy, there's something wrong with this economy, man. I don't know how y'all got that many. Maybe I'll reduce it a bit later. Everyone's out here Jeff Bezosing this shit. Let me see just how this works. 10-minute cooldown. Limit redemptions per stream. I don't have a limit currently, but a 10-minute cooldown would be good. You got to ask a good question, chat. Because you're going to have to give me 10 minutes to talk about something, okay? That's what you're going to have to do. There needs to be a chunk, like, this has got to be a good question if we Q&A this. Maybe we put this down to 5 minutes. Let's do, you got to limit to 1 redemption per person. Limit redemptions per user per stream 1. Yes. Okay, let's do 5 minutes. Let's do 5 minutes. Have you ever thought of doing IRL content like Justin Wong change in content? Obviously with video game content. $5 from Yuji. Justin is a travel god, right? You understand that? Like, Justin just goes out to events constantly, and he does crowd poke, right? That's kind of like what it is. You just poke the crowd and get answers to stuff like that. I go to like 1 thing a year, dude. I do not have the time to travel to events and do all that shit, man. I do not. So to be real, I think Justin's just good at doing that kind of content. I think he has found a space for that, and I don't really need to go and poke the crowd all the time and get their opinions on everything and all of that stuff, you know? Yeah, you know, it's just hold on a second. I'm gonna try this. But you know what? I'm not going to make this yet. You know why? Because I kind of want to watch the Ghost of Yotei thing first. Chat, can we do that? Can we watch the Yotei direct before we Note? Before I get into QA, maybe we Yotei. Would that be better? Ghost of Yotei? Okay, hold on a second. Was it in 4K? Was the Yotei in 4K? Okay. A state of play. All right, all right. It was 4K Yotei state of play. Okay, baby. Let's do this. I want to see this. Maybe game of the year? Is it gonna yoink it from Donkey Kong and Expedition 33? Let's find out.
Hello everyone, this is Jason Connell and Nate Fox from Sucker Punch Productions. Ghost of Tsushima was an honor to be a part of. And today, Nate and I get to share more about our next game, Ghost of Yotei. We'll be
still going to call it Tsushima.
Crafted the game around exploration while keeping Atsu's tale of vengeance front and center. We'll also talk about ghost combat and how it's evolved. And we'll introduce for the first time some new special modes of play.
So that's kind of, I'm sorry, I'm going to be pausing this halfway through because it's not live. That's going to be fascinating because, you know, Ghost of Tsushima combat was a little one note, but it looked really good. It was fixed a bit with some enemy variety in Iki Island, just a little bit. But all things considered, it definitely needs an expansion. right? You were kind of playing like Simon Says the combat, you know, but it just looked amazing.
Well, let's start things off first by talking about a Japanese folk legend, the Onryo.
Yes, I'm going back to Tsushima Island, the place I was born.
Believe Atsu is
for my break.
An Onryo, a wrathful ghost bent on revenge. And they're half right. Atsu doesn't care if she lives or dies, so long as she can punish the Yotei 6, a ruthless gang who slaughtered her family. After 16 years in the South, she's returned home to put their spirits to rest. It's warm memories of her family that propel her forward. When Atsu returns to her childhood home, with the push of a button, you can experience those cherished times.
There's a time travel button? That's definitely shades of, wait, are these the... Sucker Punch is the same devs that did the Ratchet and Clank thing that literally has the exact same thing, right? Where you go through like a portal and you're in a completely different environment. Is that, am I, no, yes, no, Sly Cooper. There's Sly Cooper. So, Insomniac. All right, I always get those two mixed up. Correct me if I'm wrong. What the hell have these guys done? They've done something else, right? Infamous and Sly Cooper? I will always get Insomniac and Sucker Punch mixed up. They're such similar devs to me. I don't think they've done anything. This is just their thing. All right, I'll shut the hell up.
By giving you the freedom to explore Atsu's past, the wound of her loss becomes personal. It's that pain that pushes her forward. Hunting down the Yotei 6 is a near impossible task. She'll face 1,000 blades. But the Onryo is relentless, and with each victory, the ghost story around her grows.
Okay.
Ghost of Yotei focuses on player freedom more than any game Sucker Punch has ever made. But it's also a game that, at its heart, is inspired by so many of our favorite wandering samurai films. So let's start off by talking about exploration at the edge of Japan. We all have different playstyles, so we set out to make an open-world game that lets you drive your own experiences. Whether that's your curiosity to wander, your thirst for combat, or a deep desire to stay focused on the story. As you explore, there's an underlying clue system that invites you to new adventures in new areas of the game that could be appealing to you. If you interrogate an enemy, choosing to ask about the Oni, you could uncover a landscape scarred by fire with more bold, samurai-like enemies to fight and abilities for Atsu to learn. Or if you ask about the Kitsune, it might lead you to an area filled with snow and deception, enemies that ambush you, and new ninja.
That must have been very cold in there.
Atsu draws cards for each clue to keep track of all available adventures. The more you play, the more the game unfolds for you. As she makes progress
Curious how this all plays out.
6, her legend as the Onryo grows.
It's her.
Bounty will go up, drawing the attention of deadlier foes.
Are you lost?
I'm looking for some old friends. The Yotei 6.
Show her the door.
There is a hefty price on Atsu's head. Now, Atsu can also hunt down her own bounties that bring her all around the land. this is a lucrative way to make some money to fuel her vengeance quest.
Yeah, it's them saying that the map isn't locked by story missions, maybe. Black powder peepee. The shift between 30 and 60 FPS footage is kind of weird though. Yeah.
You're not of Clan Eguchi.
Interesting
You're here
choices.
for my bounty.
Oh, that's cool that it breaks. Was sliding not in the first one as well? I could have sworn it was.
Hidden in the world are altars of reflection. Finding one
No.
inspires Atsu and unlocks
grappling
a
hook
new
definitely was.
ability to help her on the journey ahead. They are fun to find on their own, but for a quicker route, you can always buy a traveler's map from the cartographer. Ghost of Yotei isn't going to rush you through.
Wheat.
You can choose what motivates you most. But we think the best way to play is to simply pull out your spyglass, find something interesting on the horizon, and enjoy the ride.
Let's ride.
Yeah. Yeah. Flower streams give you a boost? This is literally flower. The wind makes you go faster.
The lands around Yotei.
Yeah, the frame rate is
are
fluctuating.
fast.
It's 30 to 60.
It's not about checking
Which
it
I'm
all
assuming
off,
is a
it's about
choice.
engaging in the content that gets you excited.
We've done that before.
Embrace that curiosity and let the wind guide you
Wow.
on your hunt.
You know, it looks good, but also Tsushima was a really good looking game, dude.
Ezo is a dangerous place. Atsu always wields a weapon. As for which, that's up to you. Will you choose a katana, spear,
Oh.
a surigama,
Oh.
odachi, or dual swords?
Oh, man. Okay.
Each is unique.
All right. 4 or 5 different weapons? Bro. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a few years, but you just have a sword, right? Is my brain remembering incorrectly? You just have a sword in Ghost of Tsushima in the first one. That's almost like a Neo level weapon variety. Yeah. You have like a bow and arrow, don't get me wrong. And like kunais, but they were like accessories. Your main weapon was a sword, right? That's how you took out most of the enemies. Okay. That's cool.
Effective
That'll do a
against
lot.
a particular enemy and has their own set of upgrades to discover and master.
Yeah, let me see things that aren't the sword, please.
Banners.
I want to see things that are not the
Let's see
sword.
how she uses these weapons in the field.
Yes, can we
Searching for
style
leads
switch?
on Lord Saito.
This is our food, from our soil. The soldiers need it more to free you.
Free us. Inokichi steals our crops while our families starve.
Atsu's no samurai or ninja. No.
Oh,
She's
it's
a
not
lone
just used as a
wolf
contextual
mercenary
thing.
Who'll use every advantage.
got a spur?
Every dirty
Okay.
trick to win a fight.
Ow! Oh, and they also use weird different weapons too.
Combat has the feel of a classic samurai movie. Every motion counts. It's about
Okay.
lethal precision.
That guy bleed gray.
It's about lethal precision.
He did. Is there a literal version of the game that has less
Every
blood?
motion counts. It's
Check it
about
out.
lethal
He's bleeding gray. The lighting? I mean, I don't know, bro.
precision.
Chat, I don't know what to tell you. That dude is either an android from Alien or something is going on, dude. Maybe that's because the blood in your body is naturally gray until the oxygen hits it, and the oxygen didn't hit it fast enough. Just saying. What if there'll be blood options? If there'll actually be streamer modes? YouTube friendly mode? There's normal blood on the ground though. I have questions.
If an enemy swings hard, Atsu can lose her weapon.
Oh, really?
But if she's quick, she can disarm them.
So now we're playing Samurai Showdown 2. Damn!
Choose the right weapon for the job.
Bitch had a 30-foot command
Like
grab.
a massive enemy, her huge Odachi blade is best.
Sick, we get to play Greatsword. Let's go. We get to play Greatsword. This isn't coming out on PC day and date, is it? It's just PlayStation?
We feast.
Just PS5, yeah. PS5 only,
Blades are
until
great,
it's not.
But ranged weapons work too. And Atsu's got an arsenal.
Oh!
A bounty hunter. A ghost.
Thrown weapons like kunai, bombs, or even blinding powder can give Atsu an edge. When enemies switch weapons, you'll have to adapt. Dual swords are best against spears.
Oh, so there's weapon counters now. Before it was just stance counters, right? I wonder if the stances are still here then.
No more.
Tell me what you know about Saito.
Atsu doesn't always fight alone. She'll meet several allies on her hunt, including a mysterious wolf.
Oh, this is sick! Oh no, this is sick! Oh
Atsu
no.
can set up camp under the stars of Ezo. But she's not always alone.
Hey, friend. Share your fire with the traveling peddler?
What are you selling?
A mask said to be cursed with the unpredictable nature of its previous owner.
I'll take 10.
Camping under the stars is a great way to rest up, play your shamisen, or cook to ready for a fight ahead. It's also designed to help bring important characters and upgrades straight to you. In fact, in place of the journal menu from Ghost of Tsushima, we've opted for a more character-driven way
Whoa,
of
dude.
managing allies.
Holy crap. Give this artist a raise. Holy shit, this menu is badass. Dude, look at the wolf. I'm hiding him. Look at this, dude. The friggin' character art is so sick.
And vendors you meet in Ezo. Over time, Atsu grows to have her own wolf pack.
Oh my
Here, you
God,
can keep
this is
track
so
of when a
cool.
sensei might have a weapon skill for you, or when a vendor has something unique to sell. Managing upgrades,
I love the art
resources,
style,
when to
man.
buy
Holy
what
hell.
can be a burden in a big open world game. At campsites, members of your wolf pack can catch up with you, offering upgrades and unique items. This helps ensure you have every opportunity to upgrade and prepare for Atsu's vengeance quest ahead. You don't have to leave where you're exploring. The game comes to you.
That's kind of neat.
While exploring Ezo, you'll discover all sorts of new armor, charms, and gear. Perfect for building up Atsu around your chosen playstyle. Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused? Find and combine the pieces that are just right for you.
You kind of got that choice in Ghost of Tsushima 1, but it was more like melee or stealth. And then you kind of got them all, obviously, in the end. The game was literally about you learning to be one and then the other, you know?
And of course, customize the look of your armor and weapons to make sure that your version of Atsu looks and fights just the way you want.
Wow. Sorry, I saw a red scarf.
The score of Ghost of Yotei is incredibly special to us. Our amazing composer, Toma Otoa, has created a mashup of Eastern instrumentation.
We're up on
with
Samurai
Western
Summit at
flavors,
Magic Mountain,
brought
chat.
to life through an exciting collaboration of many
That's
talented
what that
artists.
feeling is.
でこうダウンビートまで
If you like what you heard, we're releasing 2 tracks featured in today's State of Play on your favorite streaming service.
One made by Mick
immediately
Gordon.
after the show.
Are they doing the online thing? Of course there's photo
The
mode.
digital photography community for Ghost of Tsushima is incredible. We're happy to have photo mode back in Ghost of Yotei and look forward to seeing photos from your journey across Ezo.
I think, chat, my entire Ghost of Tsushima playthrough is still up on Twitch. If you just search for Ghost of Tsushima, you'll find the VODs and
We
past
want
broadcasts.
Planet
It never
Ghost
made
of
it to
Yotei
YouTube,
feel
though.
like stepping inside of your favorite classic samurai films. So, from the beginning of the game, we're happy to offer a full Japanese voice track with full lip sync that you can play with subtitles.
Cool.
誰だてめえ
Cool. That was a budget constraint of the first one.
生きてたか
狼の姫一人残らず息の根止めたと思った
また会えたな
刀鍛冶の娘
The lip syncing was crazy distracting to me in the first game, so I kept it on English the whole time.
覚えておけ。圧だ。
To take the feeling of stepping into a classic samurai cinema experience one step further, we are honored to once again partner with acclaimed director Akira Kurosawa's estate for Kurosawa Mode, which emulates his classic black and white films.
Wow. Yeah, they patched that later. They had Japanese lip sync like way later. Maybe in the PS5 version? Wow, that looks so good.
For Ghosts of Yotei, we wanted to celebrate 2 other influential directors who have had an impact on the genre as a whole. First, we've partnered with Takeshi Miike, director of 13 Assassins.
More blood and bud?
Camera closer during combat.
What?
Intense, raw experience along with
Oh my
increased
god, damn! Wow!
Lastly, we've partnered with the director of Samurai Champloo, Shinichiro Watanabe. Turn this mode on to listen to some original lo-fi tracks directed by Watanabe himself.
What the fuck? There's a Champloo mode? They put it. What the? Whoa. Literally Watanabe, yeah, like, no shit. Mr. Cowboy Bebop. The director of Cowboy Bebop, but also Samurai. Wow, dude. Wow, dude, this is crazy. I got goosebumps. Dude, just the variety is gonna be nice. Dude, lo-fi
There's
samurai.
so many ways to make your Ghost of Yotei playthrough your own. But no matter how you play, Here's one way to experience Ghost of Yotei that is sure to be special.
Dramatization. Is this going to be the online thing? What the Lovely. Absolutely lovely. I can't believe how lovely that is. Wow. Look at that. That's much better than the online mode.
Today, you've got a glimpse into Atsu's hunt for the Yotei 6. Forge your own path while discovering the secrets of Ezo.
Yeah, I'm assuming the online mode might just be added later, depending on how popular it was for part
you'll
1.
need to master a variety of weapons, using lethal precision to overcome the odds and take revenge as the Onryo. Ghost of Yotei comes out on October 2nd. Thank you so much for watching.
All right. I was looking forward to this, and after seeing this now, and how much like different weapon changes, the thing I wanted to see the most different was combat. Like, obviously, you know the game's gonna be gorgeous. Obviously, you know you're gonna get awe-inspiring vistas around every single corner. We get that. And to be real, like, the visuals of the game do look a bit better than I remember, but I also remember Ghost of Tsushima looking ridiculously good. So having just the visual aesthetic of the game be the thing that drives you to play another game isn't gonna be as influential, you know? The visuals are incredible, but they're also fairly similar, right? So in that way, what I was looking forward to, in the same way that Iki Island also leaned into that a little bit, Iki Island gave you much better enemy variety. Things weren't just like Simon Says, the enemy engagement type, but giving you the option of multiple weapons, multiple stances, where you actually see which weapons counter which stance, like all that kind of stuff. That's gonna be cool, dude. Like, that we needed more options. To me, it was better to slow down the combat of Ghost of Tsushima 1, because Ghost of Tsushima 1's combat was really bare bones. It was not super technical or very deep, but it looked very good, right? It had such crazy visual polish that it was insane. So I'm going to say that from everything we're seeing so far, looks pretty impressive. I feel like they expanded quite a bit in the ways that they need to. And the biggest one is incentivization to explore, man. Like, in a game like this, outside of like direct engagement with enemies, you need to give us good incentivization to explore. And at the time when I played Ghost, I did not really like open world games at all. I'm still not a big open world game kind of guy, but I love Spider-Man and I loved Ghost 1, you know? So that's what I'm curious, how you can make the world as not, I wouldn't say repetitive, because Ghost 1's world wasn't repetitive, but you kind of got the exact idea by a certain point of the game what you could do, which isn't a bad thing. It's just, how much are you inspired to go hunt down, you know, all of those like assassin dudes? How much are you inspired to do all that? Are you getting a Spider-Man 1 to Spider-Man 2 feeling here as well? If we're talking about the normal criticism that I have with a lot of sequels nowadays, then it's that they're pretty iterative of each other, where like the sequel doesn't feel that much different from the previous game. I mean, I guess like a little bit. It looks very iterative of the first game, but that completely depends, you know? It completely depends when you get in there, if they're able to expand upon it, you know? Because we've already visited Tsushima twice, and that's with Iki Island and the base game. So in what ways does this make it feel fresh? And that's all I'm asking, man. You know, by the time we got to Spider-Man 2, we had already played 2 Spider-Man games, man. So this isn't Tsushima. Well, granted, it being a different environment completely with a different, I think that was the point, you know? Okay, so that's actually a great point. The whole point of it being not Tsushima. This is not the same period, not the same location, has a similar visual style because the game will, but this is an entirely different location, right? You're not going to be going to the exact same spots over and over again. That was the reason why I felt that a little bit in like God of War, maybe to Ragnarok, as well as Spider-Man, especially Spider-Man to Spider-Man 2. It's like, bro, I've been in New York forever. I've been swinging around this goddamn New York for so many years, dude, that by the time we got to like the third game, it was like, ugh, you know, yeah, this is the same place. That's the whole reason, I think, behind their choice of not making it Tsushima based. You know, we need the player to feel something different when you come to this area, and not it just being the island, right? Not just Tsushima Island. So anyway, that's a really good point. That's a really good point of how I think this might be a bit. All these games are going to be iterative of each other. Don't get me wrong. That's just the nature of sequels, right? But does the game do a good job of making it not feel that way? That's like the whole goal of these games. And from this, I absolutely have a lot more confidence than I initially did based on the stuff that they showed before. Because I don't feel like they showed that much before that made me go like, whoa, that's going to be so much different than Ghost 1. Everything looked really Ghost 1-like with just a different pro tag and mostly a different environment that we didn't even see that much of yet. So anyway, I'm looking forward to it, dude. I'm looking forward to it. Well, I'll do a 4K. We'll record this in beautiful 4K in the highest resolution possible when we eventually put these up on YouTube to make it look freaking gorgeous, man. That'll be a high priority. Damn, I'm feeling good about this. How did Simmons and Steve and Kenny feel, guys? Did they feel good? Yeah, this is going to be a big pisser game for sure. The PS5 Pro, chat, I'm telling you right now, I know you guys don't give a fuck about the PS5 Pro, and nor should you. You really shouldn't. This game will run better on a PS5 Pro. What I'm here to tell you is, there's no reason for you to actually give a fuck about a PS5 Pro. There really isn't. But if you care about this game, if you're really looking forward to this game, and then you are really looking forward to another game by the name of Grand Theft Auto 6, if you're also looking forward to GTA 6, my recommendation to you all right now is that you better get your PS5 Pro as quickly as possible. Like, trade it in, get the credit as they're available, because when GTA 6 comes out, the PS5 Pro is about to become the best way to play GTA 6, and every fucking person is going to get one. They're going to be impossible to find, dude. PC version ain't coming out for a long time, so people are going to be like, damn, well, I want to play GTA 6 the best way possible. I don't give a fuck, my dude. I'm just going to play it, whatever. You know, I'm going to see what it's like. All I'm saying is that the demand for a PS5 Pro is about to skyrocket. It has never skyrocketed. They are likely still available and around and just being a thing. But all I'm telling you is that by the time that happens and you're already looking forward to this and maybe another PlayStation exclusive that'll likely have a PS5 Pro version, if there's some validation there, which has not existed before, really, there's no validation to have a PS5 Pro, my dude, unless you are a serious Final Fantasy VII fan, and that only lasted 2 months. GTA 6 is about to knock the socks off the availability of PS5 Pros. I guarantee you, dude. I guarantee you. And it's not like you're gonna have to pay full price for that shit. You can trade in your PS5s and do all that shit, right? You can easily make that a possibility. So if you're waiting for PC, you're waiting for PC. But unlike the majority of people, dude, the majority of people are gonna be getting GTA 6 as quick as they fucking can. As absolutely quick and fast as they can, dude. That people are going to do their best to play that game as early as possible, no matter what. People are not going to wait for a PC version. If you guys are out there and you love GTA that much and you're just going to say, I'm waiting for the PC version, you're a sturdy soul of a human being. The fact you should be held on a pedestal amongst all the others that are enjoying the video game that they want to as early as possible. I'm one of those people. I cave, man. I do whatever it takes to play the video game that I want as early as possible. I do whatever it takes, my dude. If it's a thing and it's available now, I don't care if it's in Japanese. I don't care if I can't read anything in the game. I can't listen to anything in the game. I don't know what the hell they're saying. I don't give a fuck. Like, I did whatever it took back in the day to import games. I didn't care if they were in English. In the same way, a lot of people will feel the same way about GTA. So you're a sturdy soul. You're going to be the ones that are held on a higher pedestal when the rapture happens. All the people that didn't cave in for PS5 Pros and GTA on PS5, you're going to be held amongst a higher regard during the rapture, chat. Don't worry, you're good. But for all of us, that do our best to play everything as early as possible, them PS5 Pros are going to be left with dusty shelves. That shit's going to be impossible to find. So make your choices accordingly. Because the last thing I want you to do is to be regretful that suddenly, shit, I can't, I can't, I wish I could have, that feeling suck where you're like, I wish I could have, like that kind of thing. I'm not trying to sell you on a pisser on a PS5 Pro. I ain't doing it, man, because it largely has not been worth it at all over the past year. It might be worth it in the next 6 months or whenever the hell GTA comes out. And for some games, maybe there's some value here with this game maybe looking a bit better and all these other things running a bit better, I've destroyed 6 PS5 Pros. I've had to go back to Target 6 times just because I was so angry at the system. We made videos about it that were very serious and very real. I've destroyed so many PS5 Pros. I got mad at it. I berated it, and I would destroy it and tell it that it's not worth the money. How could you charge people so much money for a PS5 Pro? And I would get mad at it, and I would beat it to make it feel bad. You have to let it feel bad. And then another game would come out, and I'd be like, shit, I have to go get it, and I have to go buy another PS5 Pro. So I just casually burned through. I do this for you guys. Like, my chat gave me, every time I did, I say, chat, I need another $700 for a PS5 Pro, man. I don't know what to do out here. I got to destroy them. I got to let Sony know. It's my way of personally objecting to the situation. And I'd be like, chat, listen, we killed another PS5 Pro. That's just what we did. We could have given it to somebody else, but no, we have to send a message from the confines of my own room, and I don't record it or make any documentation. Very important. Okay, that's a spiritual message, not like a communication message. That's some bitch-made communication message. That's stupid. We have to send energy into the universe that this PS5 Pro thing ain't good, I hope somebody's taking this seriously. I really do. I hope somebody's taking this seriously. This looks great. I can't wait to play it on my pisser. Who's leaving for a bit? That's weird. Chat, how in the hell, friggin', how the hell do I do this? Is this Retribution live service man's antics? I don't know what that means. So you're going to the devil's butthole, but also known as Florida? No, I'm not going to Florida. Hell no, dude. I'm not going to Florida on a vacation. That's not okay. Discord Q&A. No. You guys need to give me hundreds of thousands of channel points. This ain't no Discord Q&A, dude. I have to. Our channel point economy has a problem, and you guys need to get your channel points removed in some way. Y'all got nothing to spend it on. So, brother, you have millions. Everybody in my channel has millions of channel points. Quite literally trillions and billions of channel points. Like, we have to do something. So let me get some music. Hold on a second. I always think of cool background music and then I forget. Favorite color? That better not be a question. Come on, man. You're going to make the questions good. Give us something to talk about. Am I going to have another discount code for Evo? No, I don't even know if you can you can still buy tickets for Evo. I don't even know if you can enter anymore. That was for literally 4 days, man. The discount code was for 4 days. That's all we were able to get out of them. Was that a question? this works. Okay. Loop. I'm gonna click create and we're just gonna see if this works. QA session 7-10-25. I'm out here. I'm about to like leave for 10 days. I might have a couple more streams, but I thought this would be a unique opportunity to drain the wallets of everybody in Twitch chat of their channel points and answer some questions. Maybe a deep, dark QA session. Maybe not dark, but deep. Answer questions about fighting games, things of the like. Trust me, if you guys get this opportunity to ask me a question about something, I'd like to give you some element of expertise. So I will talk about it. I'll talk about it. So hold on a second. This is gonna cost a lot and it might go down later. I'm gonna give each one a 5-minute timer in between. And before we do any of this, I might go get a cup of coffee. I might go get jacked on caffeine. I might need to go get jacked on caffeine. Who's my favorite horse girl? Was that a question? That's 25,000 points to say, do you know any dad jokes? Bro. Chat, no, those aren't allowed. In fact, I'm going to disable all the other ways that you guys can spend points. I'm gonna do it. I'll do it. I'm gonna disable all that shit. Let me go make a quick cup of coffee. And, yeah. You know? Well, here, let me leave you guys with something. Oh, I gotta leave you with something that doesn't flag on you, bro. Oh. I'm trying to remember. I was literally gonna post something up, and then I realized I don't think I can actually do that. Oh, before we go, can I share with you guys the best shit? This tweet that hit my timeline. This shit had me fucking rolling, dude. This shit had me rolling. 95% of English dubs. I want this so bad for a stream of ours.
Tell this asshole if he wants to learn how to make my product, he's got to do it my way. The right way.
I speak English.
So you understand what asshole means. Now go get me my phenylacetic acid. Asshole!
How long is it gonna take you to get him what he needs?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Several hours at least. I can wait. It gives us time to talk about the state of this lab. Don't you have standards?
Who do you think you are?
I'm the guy your boss brought here to show you how it's done. Now, if you want to keep your job, I suggest you stop whining like a little bitch and do what I say.
This part.
I'm the guy. Lab. Don't you have standards?
I want to make that shit a channel notification, dude. This shit kills me.
Don't you have standards?
Don't you have standards? That fucking delivery, man. That shit kills me, dude. Don't you have standards? Oh my god. You know what it is? It's the way I dubbed fucking Troubleshooter. It's what I did for Troubleshooter in DNF Duel. There's literally the same shit. It's like the whole point of it was to be as like, oh, vegan water. Like the whole point was to go, 1, 2, this shit. Like to be as over the top as possible.
This lab. Don't you have standards?
Oh shit, dude. There's more? Oh no, hold on a second. Let me wait before I scroll on Twitter. Oh no, I'm just gonna fire this and I don't know what I'm getting into. I've never seen this show. This shit's pretty dark. Right? I've never actually seen this show. That turned very dark. seems to be kind of a satire, just a little bit. I wonder what it's satiring. I can't pinpoint it. There's just something on the tip of my tongue. I can't pin. It's weird how that character, I don't know. Without even watching the show, I don't know. Hold on a second, chat. Let me go make some coffee so we can do this friggin' giant ass QA thing. I was gonna fire up. We need a compilation of me saying I'm a god and then dying in Donkey Kong. We might have to get a comp made of that before we do the full playthrough. Where's Steve? Where the fuck is Steve? Found him. Don't you have standards? Okay. Don't you have standards? Hey, okay. Sorry, Chad. Child would not let me go. Okay. Stop. What did Steve have to say? Huh? Was it insightful? All right, let's start this thing. Let's just see how this works before I have to take it down. Here we go. Before I remove it. Okay, the highlight my message thing has been disabled. We're just gonna see how it goes. Steve wouldn't stop talking about Stellar Blade. That makes sense. It is the best game ever made. You only have 39K. I'm sorry. It might lower. It might jump to different amounts, right? As time goes on. Who knows? But 500K. Oof. Hey, man, we gotta deplete this economy. All right. 500,000. You damn straight. You damn straight. Okay. Brunty, is that one pinned from before? Is that one that's actually pinned? Is that the one that popped up? Let me know. Yes? Okay. So, little QA session in this economy. It's new. Okay. So, from Snake to Sergio, when you make updates for higher quality for the stream, is it applied to Twitch app TV? I'm not watching from a Samsung TV 4K and feel I'm not getting the best quality. No. So, yeah, for anybody that's wondering, Twitch is going through a lot of changes right now, and those changes in terms of stream quality are specific to specific platforms. And as I understand, the Twitch app doesn't get that much usage just in general. So from what I understand, it's not a highest priority, right? So if there is still some things that are missing outside of like a Samsung TV Twitch app, which has some pretty close compatibility, that might not show up. But yeah, I'm actually not using the 1440p 2K Twitch streaming stuff as of right now. The reason being is it makes the 1080p stream quality notably worse. It provides lower bitrate to the 1080p stream. And to me, having a really, really, really good looking 1080p stream sometimes is better than having a really good 4K stream, but not a really good stream after that, you know? So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Yeah, the bitrate gets effed. It does. Thank you, Snake. We'll give the next one a couple of minutes. See how it goes. Twitch app on your LG runs like shit. It runs like shit. May, thanks for the 25. Do you think you'll ever get to FF14 another honest chance? The game has changed a lot. If not, do you want us to stop asking? I don't know to be annoying, but I'd love to see you give it a genuine try. Sorry, I have no points. McGriddles, thanks for the 5 gift subs. I think I played of that game what I wanted to play out of it. You know? That's pretty much it. If we're talking about the FF14 stuff, I gave it a good honest try in 2, 3-ish, 4-ish years ago. And I got through Heavensward and I felt like I was good. So it's not that I'm like worried about addiction or anything. It's more that I don't know if I'm really looking for an MMO to play. I don't know if I really need an MMO to play. I don't know if I'm really an MMO streamer in general, you know? And it's going to be very hard to get me to play a game offline, you know what I mean? PSO? Dude, PSO is so low commitment in comparison. PSO is like 4 players, man. There'll always be room for PSO. The commitment level for that is insanely low. You know what I mean? Not the same thing, dude. That is not the same thing. Thing is, Final Fantasy XIV is so low commitment. I genuinely disagree. After playing through Heavensward, I genuinely disagree. After it took me an entire month to get through half of Heavensward, playing it with whatever time I had, I don't think we understand what low commitment actually means. I do not. There is so much stuff that I have to get through and do, man. So I do not agree. PSO is very low commitment, like 45 minutes low commitment. So that's a lot different, man. PSO2 is fantastic. PSO2 is okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll wait for the next one to be unlocked. Hold up. You know what I'm gonna do? Power ups and channel points. And power ups and channel points. Edit. The next one has gone down to 400,000. And should be up soon. The next one has gone down to 400,000. It dropped already. Dropped already. That's crazy. That first guy's probably pissed. I'm sorry. For the fake money. That isn't really good for anything. It dropped to 400,000. Just make it manual. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. All right, here we go. Okay, this is the next one from Crescendo. Who, let me see if I can find this. Yes. Redeemed for 400,000 points. Can we get a rate the Bruce Lees? Liu Kang, Fei Long, he says etc. So you mean Liu Kang, Fei Long, Jan Li, martial law? I'll do it for you right now, man. Number one is definitely martial law. Just gonna throw it out. I think martial law is number one. Number Jackie Bryant, no, he doesn't look like him. That's the problem. He doesn't look like him. Number two is Liu Kang. Number three is Fei Long has barely been in anything, man. He's barely been in anything, dude. He has not been in that many Street Fighter games. I think Fei Long's actually like third, and then I think Jan Li is probably fourth. If I'm gonna look at those four in order, it's probably gonna be those. Rock Lee? Who the hell is... I don't watch Dragon Ball chat. What about Alex Lee? That is not in a fighting game, okay? This was... Some of these questions are not... They're good. The first one was a technical question. That's good. But that's a choice, Crescendo, okay? Thank you for the channel points. Thank you. Let me see where I can go to refresh this. I'm going to edit it again. Okay. I'm going to put it on 3 minutes. Put it on 3 minutes. Here we go. It's at 350K. Hi, Dan. How's it going? Hello. Again, chat, this is like, you know, when Adam Savage is asked questions from all of the... Ubieta, thanks for the 5 gift subs, dude. From all the years of experience and myth-busting and celebrities that he's run into and all of his insurmountable knowledge on, like, Tested. This is pretty much that, except, you know, I don't do any of that. So that's what we're talking about. If you're looking for somebody that has, like, no experience and nothing, and doesn't have any of that stuff, then this is your opportunity, dude. This is it. This is your chance to get a direct line of communication with a completely average streamer, with a completely average viewer base, with a completely average quality of content. Then you can get, I'm gonna give it to you. This is it. This is your time to shine. Is it working? All right. Brad, thank you. So, since indie fighting games are back at EVO this year with booths, would there be time to maybe have a few of us come to the stream and showcase our games? Not asking for myself, by the way. That is a really good question. So, there was space early on for that to happen. But, and I can't say, without saying too much, I can't say too much, but there has already been sort of a precedent set from the previous year of existing publishers coming to me and asking me for stream time for their games. And early on, I was looking for opportunities there. I was looking for like, oh, let me get like, you know, an indie section or something like that. The issue is like security and setup and everything that actually takes a lot of stream time. So what I'm going to boil it down is that I would like that to be an opportunity in the future, maybe. But in the first 2 days, with the limited time that I am streaming in those first 2 days, because the finals day is a very specific thing, my dude, like right now, it's already challenging to time publishers and developers of big games that want stream time to show off their cool games and stuff in the limited period of time we have. So unfortunately for this year, I do not have plans for it, but I like the idea. And I think there will definitely be space for that in the future. But just assume that right now, Evo this year, there's a lot, man. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be going down. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not spending too much time doing any of this other shit, and I will actually have time to rebroadcast the tournament and watch the tournament. It's something I'm legit concerned about in the first 2 days, that we get enough time in between all of these activations and things that are happening on stream where I can actually just sit and watch the tournament itself. So trust, I'm deeply considering it. Travis put in 10, thank you. Unrelated. Thoughts on your next on the next FF remake? Have you heard the rumors of 9 remake catching you before vacay? 9 remake rumors have been around for years. What degree of a remake that'll be? It might be like FF8. We'll see. You know, it might be closer to what Tactics is going through in like a remaster. I don't think Square has any interest in doing anything remake the same size as FF7. Anything close to it, man. I do not think that is going to happen. So I would keep your expectations in check, especially in terms of like if Final Fantasy IX is the game you're looking forward to. We'll see, you know? We shall see. Yeah, they quote unquote remade like FF8 technically, and people got mad. They technically also remade FF10, but it was mostly remastered. Anyway, hold on a second. Next up, Bill and Ted Dude, do you think Arxis will do any crossover characters with their Marvel game? Good question. I've talked about this a few times before. That one's actually related to fighting games. Thank you. I do not. Here's the reason. I believe some of the way they were talking about the game during that presentation was very specific. Some of the things they were like choosing to discuss, talking specifically about versus games and expectations of what Marvel characters in a fighting game are. Well, we'll share some crossover with obvious Marvel versus Capcom things, but to be real, they're definitely trying to have their own identity. So if you're to ask me, do you think like Soul Bad Guy could show up in Tokon? Do you think if Mega Man or something like that, like a Capcom character could show up in Tokon? I think it's almost a zero chance. I think Tokon wants to be its own thing. It wants to be Weeb Marvel, right? It wants to holistically embrace the fact that it is Weeb Marvel fighting game that takes a little bit of all the Arxis fighters that kind of came before it. And it's going to run with that, you know? And that's the way they talked about it. I don't think they want to be Marvel versus Capcom. I don't think they want to be Dragon Ball FighterZ specifically. I don't think they want to also be Guilty Gear Strive. I think the game's going to be fairly unique the longer that we get to sit on this. And the last thing I think that's going to happen is it's going to be a crossover game with other franchises and stuff. I don't think you're getting Goku or Batman or anything like that. I think it's going to remain in the same space, the same way that other Marvel games have that are not crossovers. Like, you know, look at any other Marvel game that's come out over the past like 5-6 years that stays in its own space of Marvel games, like MUA 3 or what the heck was the XCOM game. Can't remember the card game, XCOM game. There was that too. Anything that has big Marvel rosters in it tend not to deviate. Midnight Suns, thank you. Tend not to deviate from being specifically Marvel characters. And this game is a Marvel game, right? It is a Marvel Game Studios game with Sony. And I guess the next question would be like, so what Sony characters could show up in it? And I just don't think that's happening, man. I don't think they're going to do it. Good question. Thank you, Bill and Ted. Yeah, Marvel Rivals, another roster game. Same shit, dude. Yo, Dioku, thank you. All right, next one. From Zanny J4. I've been trying to turn my PS5 into a mini arcade and maximize the amount of fighting games it has for when you go to locals. Although I don't play most of them. Is it good for an extra setup? Do I go all out on an SSD or hard drive to have as many current future fighting games as I can on my system? I think that depends on the demand, right? Zany, if you're at an event where your system is getting that much playtime, you definitely want less moving parts if it's getting that much playtime. And for the most part, if you get like an extra NVMe in there, something that does not have moving parts like a traditional hard drive or SSD or something like that, then yes, you will want to install those things on your NVMe, your not moving part, so that it will work better. Has less chance of failure in the future. But it all depends on the demand, right? It all depends on how much people are actually playing this thing. If you are taking your own PS5 as a mini arcade to locals and you're allowing a ton of people to play it, then brother, you're already, doing a huge service for all those people. You're already giving them like a pretty huge benefit by doing that yourself, When's the DK stream? Already happened. Was that a question? It was yesterday. Okay, next. Do mods have the ability to refresh that shit? You guys have the ability to refresh that? Damn. Predator statue isn't a statue at all. It's a costume. We made a movie with it. It's on YouTube. Nobody's watching it. Nobody watched it. A few people watched it. Where am I going? I want to visit California. I've never been. Seems nice. I might go to LA. All right, next. Can we force one to the front? Are these getting too expensive? Are these way too expensive? LA is pretty nice, yeah. I've been there a few times. It's gorgeous, man. It's a lively city. So much culture. I might visit the valley. Still on cooldown, okay. You lost your points gambling. Good. That's good. Yeah, I'm from Tsushima Island. Yeah. I'm gonna cross the ocean. Sean, thank you. Sent you a donation. Creating and uploading classic for you in the community. Was hoping you had the chance to see the donation or channel I made for you in the community. What? You have to assume I get contacted by 1,000 people a day. What are we talking about? Sent you a donation about me making a YouTube video for me creating and uploading a classic for you in the community. You would have to. Why wouldn't you put that in this donation? What the hell? Why would you not put that in that donation? Silent T, thanks for the 47 months. Dude, hit me up on Twitter. Send it to me on Twitter. Yeah, Silent T, thanks for the 47 months, man. Did we get any? Is there any more? Is this thing still on cooldown? No way. It's been 3 minutes. It's nobody redeeming? Oh, no. We got one? Is that really, Isra, is that really redeemed, you piece of shit? I talk to this guy all the time. Big Mac or McChicken Classic? Man, you guys, this QA session, I'm gonna start playing Tekken. Shit, I'm gonna start playing Tekken. McDonald's is trash, in case we haven't realized. Yeah, McDonald's is absolute trash. That's my answer to that. I eat that shit and I feel like death every single time now. I eat it once a year and I regret it. Jeez. Here's the thing. In-N-Out's cheaper. Oh, not everybody has it, though. In-N-Out's cheaper, and it's way better. You haven't had McDonald's in 5 years. You're not missing on anything. The only thing you're missing at McDonald's is that everything is half the size as it used to be. Yeah, I'm going to set the cooldown to a minute. I'm going to do that because these are some interesting... The chat, I never give you the time to engage with me directly. It's very infrequently. And now is the day. And you're making this very easy. I'm not even gonna have to use my brain. McDonald's is trash. Okay, I'm putting it down to 1 minute. There we go. Yo, play DHD Gaming. Thanks, man. All right. Here we go. RetroZade said, as you said in the past, you played quite a bit of Dance Dance Revolution back in the day. I want to ask is, when did you step away from regularly playing? When was the last time you remember playing? Good question. I played it literally in DDR1 era, right? So that's like the first version of Dance Dance Revolution, played on the Santa Monica Pier when it was like a big deal. So this is like, no shit, the year 2000. And I kind of played for a few years after that. Probably like a few years off and on. We go to arcades. I played all the way until 5th Mix. There you go. I played in arcades up until 5th Mix. So, that is where I stopped. But around 2015, 16, I have a DDR cab, right? And I didn't play it that much. And I was getting kind of hefty. And I was just eating too many snacks and drinking too many sodas and stuff like that right around 2015. And I was like, oh no, I have to stop drinking all these snacks, my body. So I started playing DDR regularly. I started doing like 45 to 60-minute sessions on the machine. And I dropped a lot of weight, like a whole bunch of weight, like really fast. So I went from approximately 220 pounds down to 185 with the assistance of food poisoning. Got food poisoning, so that also helped. But yeah, it I don't play Dance Dance Revolution with the bar. The bar is completely removed from my DDR Extreme machine. So I'm an old school DDR player. Most of us looked at the DDR as cheating if you're using the bar, where the bar is there for you to begin, but then you have to find a way to manipulate your body to hold all that step count while staying up. And some of the stuff that was the best with my own machine was no bar. Here's what's great about having no bar on both sides. If you have two pads, which most DDR machines have, you can start double padding. So you can jump from pad to pad and get a lot more done like that. I did a lot of that. So it was very fun, man. What difficulty did I play? My step counts would be somewhere like 2 below. This is a weird hacked version of DDR, so it depends. They had some like crazy different versions of it. So probably like 5, 6, 7 were the average step counts, you know? Something that made you move your body and not just your legs, you know? That was like the whole reason for it. Good question. Here's another one. In terms of fighting game content, what would you suggest to stand out besides competitive highlights? Focus on YouTube Shorts. Funny challenges. How does a FGC compete in algorithm nowadays? That's something I've been fighting and trying to do, even with a channel that has nearly 2 million subscribers for a very long time. Also, a reminder, subscribers don't matter. So you just have to make something that like catches and is interesting and is high quality. That was what I started with like Assist Me, dude. You make something that's relatively high quality and different. A mix of like fighting game tutorials and angry video game nerd. That's kind of what it was back in the day. So, and what is the new unique idea? Like, what is the new thing that's out there that somebody else hasn't done? Well, everybody would be doing it, you know, if that was the case. Justin's been doing a really good job with his content and live activation stuff that has made it pretty interesting. So there is space, you know. Back in the day, the biggest competitor to me, competitors slash like, you know, folks that were doing the same thing of me, was Excellent Adventures with, you know, Gutex and Mike. And yeah, we were doing stuff like similar but different in a variety of ways. And that's the tough part, is that you have to find a way to make it unique and interesting. My advice at the end of it is to, if you're trying, don't do the same thing everybody else is doing, because why is anybody going to follow one person's opinion that you have not been following at all? You can't just do the same things other people are doing, because what other people are doing has taken them 10 to 15 years to get there, and people have grown to trust those people. That's why those videos are being watched, why people are watching them. So you have to find something that's interesting. You have to find something that, like video essays or things like that. There's a ton of creators that didn't have big followings that make some pretty great video essays and other stuff like that. Anyway, great question. Trinity, first off, thank you for taking the time to take a pic with me during the 7 concert. My question is, because of Ever Crisis, what are your thoughts on Sephiroth becoming a good guy in Part 3 in Genova? Maybe Hojo becoming the ultimate final boss of the game? Hojo's always been the actual piece of shit. Yeah, the Ever Crisis stuff is an interesting development. I don't think Sephiroth is becoming a good guy. I don't think we're going to be sympathetic to Sephiroth, right? I don't think that shit's happening, man. Instead, I think that they're going to Thanos Sephiroth. Sephiroth is going to get to a point in the next game where he literally is going to present the player with like a resolution that seems sound. I think they'll do that, where he's going to become like a Thanos, where it's like, yeah, what he's saying makes sense, but that's fucked up, man. I think that's what they want to do with Sephiroth. They want his conclusions to be like almost sympathetic and valid in a way, but everything about him is effed up. He's anti-life, dude. I think the proposition for the next game is that he wants to change the way life works, that there should not be death. And yeah, that sounds great, because I can have 2 girlfriends, you know? Oh yes, I can have 2 girlfriends. That sounds good. But he's the antithesis of life. He's trying to take away what is what the whole point of life is to live with the time you have, you know? So I can see them going there, you know? I can see them doing that kind of shit. Brunty. Oh, this is from React Black. This was in the Aether. Would you consider taking the stream on a trip to Japan? Would love to see it through the lens, especially as a first-time visitor. Great question. In some situations, maybe. If I went to something in Japan that seemed relevant to the channel in some way, I might. That might be something worth investigating. But would I take the chat with me anywhere outside of this room? In very limited quantity. And I've done that only a couple of times ever, dude. It's been for Evo. We did it once for Galloping Ghost Arcade. Like a Harada's Bar, maybe, you know? That would be cool, but I wouldn't need to take you guys with me. That would just be made there, you know? I definitely don't want to be, that's not a vacation for me. That would just be a lot of extra. I would be constantly worried that the stream is okay, that I'm engaging, that I would have to be on vacation and be on, you know? And I think people don't understand how taxing it is to be on all the time. I definitely would not want to be on all the time on a trip. That would be a nightmare, dude. It would be an absolute nightmare. Instead, I'll just be on at certain times, like an Evo show, you know? So if that was, I'm not a vlogger. No, I do not want to be a vlogger. I want to produce whatever we do from here. You know what I mean? Let's increase these to 2 minutes. I'll do that. Hold on a second so I can get some time. 2 minutes. Then we're actually getting some questions. Reberus, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember you saying you'd change your streaming schedule and doing it during the day instead. I think the reason had something to do with Ripley, but you never ended up doing it. Yeah, so what ended up happening was most of my stream during the day, there's a reason my stream kind of got pushed from an 8 to 9 p.m. Pacific, and that's because I usually eat dinner with my family. Like, no kidding. It's usually because of that. So my stream schedule wanted to be earlier, and if I started at 6, I'm not eating dinner with my family. So yeah, that kind of shifted that entire thing. Just understand, I wish I streamed earlier in the day. To be real, like the way ad density works in YouTube and Twitch, everything is like almost twice as lucrative in the daytime, man. People just do not, ad density does not have great priority past like an 8 p.m. at night. But it's just my space, you know? I start at what I feel is the premium time slot, which is like the 8 p.m. So I would love to start earlier, and I do every once in a while, but sometimes like my usual stream starting time is like an 8 to 9 p.m., 5 to 6 days a week now. Not you're on vacation. Not yet. I'm leaving soon, in a couple days. Yo, I read that, Fence. Thanks, man. 8 p.m. is perfect. For some, it is. For East Coasters, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. That is not East Coasters. I understand. I've been on the East Coast, and I sort of engage with my content from that perspective. I'm like, woof, this is crazy. When do I wake up normally? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Usually around noon. Usually around noon. Fence, thank you. Since COVID, you've been a huge inspiration to help better myself and feel like you don't do it. Your inspiration to many of us to better ourselves and be out there for families and better every day. Yo, thanks, Fence. I appreciate it, man. Questions, though. That's very nice of you. Questions, though. You're more productive on West Coast time? Is it really? And you're East Coast, right, Blitz? I think you're East Coast. Yeah, I pretty much go to bed, chat, around like 4 to 5 in the morning, and I wake up at noon. So I get like 6 to 8 hours of sleep on average, you know? That's not bad. I still get plenty of sleep. Yo, Sin City, thanks for the 10. Me and the boys ever do a top 10 soundtracks of game theme songs. Why or why not? Me and Steve did it for... that probably extended to what me and Steve did. Me, Steve, and Kenny. We did that for Tekken Music, and we also did it for... what's it called? For character select themes. When do I exercise, though? Between like 5 and 6. Yeah, me and Kenny go to the gym between like 5 and 6 for an hour. Then the Lost in the Ether. Thank you, Brunty, for trapping these down. Dioku, thanks for the questions. You've done nights of obscure fighting games before. Do you think you'll do another night that shows obscure fighting games from old gen Xbox? Yes, I really need to do that. He mentions Tao Feng and Kokto Chojin. Great question. I have been legit wanting to fire up more obscure fighting games on Saturn. We did this thing that was like the PlayStation Legacy before the PlayStation came out, and we played a whole bunch of PS1 fighting games. Some funky ass, you know, arena fighters, some crazy anime games. We played, I swear to God, one of them was not a pocket monster. What the hell was it called, dude? We played some weird stuff, is all I'm saying. Battle Arena Toshinden, that wasn't that. There was some stuff, but anyway, yeah, I kind of missed that. And I'm like, why do we need a new PlayStation come out to do that? I think there's a bunch of stuff on Saturn, on potentially SNES, on potentially Xbox Original, and some really funky things on PS3 and Digimon Rumble Arena. That was it. That was it. So yes, Warpath Jurassic Park. Yes, absolutely. That kind of stuff, man. I would actually really like to do that. Revisit those every once in a while. We'll pull a lyric, right? Make that like a Sub Sunday or something like that, where you just play a bunch of weird random shit. BP Levy. If Tokon does well for Sony, what do you think the chances are they consider bringing back Bloody Roar with Konami? That's a big mental jump. I wish I could tell you that it wasn't, but the connection of a Marvel fighting game working for Sony in any way bridging the gap to having Bloody Roar return, pretty big jump. I wish it wasn't the case, but and Bloody Roar definitely has obviously a big fan base, and the games are cool. I actually would be fun to go back and play Bloody Roar 2, another great game that we can just fire up and do. It would be that's like almost like a butterfly effect situation. Yeah. The reason they're not related is because ultimately the Marvel Tokon game has Marvel characters, man. And in the same way that Marvel Rivals has found a lot of success, people are going to look at a game like Marvel Tokon, also that cast of characters providing a lot of success for another fighting game outside of Marvel vs. Capcom. And Bloody Roar and its cast appeal to a very specific audience, you know? So, you don't look for a new Bloody Roar coming back. The next thing you want, if in anything from that franchise returning in some way, is Bloody Roar to exist at all. You want like a collection, man. You want like those games to return in some way. So hope for that first before you get anything that connects the dots between Sony working on this kind of stuff, you know? Have you gotten the chance So this is from Unasi. Have you gotten the chance to mess with the FX3 outside of it being your main stream camera? Do you have any plans of filming any more short films like the old Assist Me's in the past? Yeah. So all I have to say is that this camera is amazing. The lens we have on it is amazing. The filmmaking capabilities that it has is god tier. It has like a 2 million ISO on it. Low light shots aren't even a problem, dude. And trust, I'm not out there trying to make new Assist Me's. If anything, the same thing that has been happening to Assist Me for the past 10 years is still happening, where if we get a really good idea, then I want to do something, man. If there has already been like several pitches over the years where it's like I'm pitching something to the guys about this idea, and whether or not it comes to fruition depends on a lot of things, because these are huge productions that can take like months at a time. But still, obviously, you know, there's some big Marvel stuff in the future that is happening, and you just gotta wait for me to have a good idea. Gotta wait for us to have a good script before we start filming shit. But you know, Tokon's a while. We don't know when Tokon's coming out, so I'm not gonna say that's not a likelihood, but it's another. The last thing we did was like another superhero thing. It was Ultimate Marvel 3 and like Injustice 2, you know. So all I gotta say is there is some connective tissue there. Cannot wait for Tokon time. Me too. Iron, thanks for the 777s. You've considered doing a top 10 for movies like action, horror, comedy? Would use points to ask, but I gambled them all away. Maybe. You know? Maybe. Not right now, though. That'd take too much thought. Is this Cobra? Cobra, hi. Let me get this out of here. Nearly 3 days until I hit my 11-year sub streak, and it's been a pleasure. I was curious about what you wanted to do as a career before YouTube and Twitch and all this stuff came about. Was there anything you were super passionate about in your younger years besides your early days of getting better at games like KI and Third Strike, and later moving on to doing content creation and streaming? Help me get Steve to re-download Peak so we can give him a big hug. Good question. Yes. Until I started working in the industry around 2007, 2008, the first game I worked on, my sole purpose was art for my entire life. So we're talking like 25 years. Everything was like drawing focused, right? Or animation. This was hand-drawn animation at the time, just getting into CG. And yeah, that's where my career path was. My career was in animation. That's what my actual major was, and didn't even get to finish that. So until that point, before I started doing content, I was working at like call centers and, you know, all of this shit. Got some drawings. I put them on Twitter. I put my drawings on Twitter. I have several videos going over my drawings too. You just have to Google Max Dude Drawings. That was a huge focus of my life for a long time. Never thought I was going to be like a personality of any kind in any way. So yeah, there was a big shift, and I just had ideas, man. I just wanted to do stuff. I just wanted to like make things, you know? And eventually that turned into some stuff that got a lot of eyes and attention because of YouTube, you know? Draw anything recently? No. Sadly, no. I draw as much as I play video games off stream, dude. I'm waiting for the cooldown. Chat, you're all asking questions, but you gotta realize I'm answering the questions that people are putting in channel points for. Here we go. Here's another one. It's all luck. Thank you. Is there a way you can show me how to find your PSO2 VODs? Not just PSO2 New Genesis, but base PSO2. Or maybe a VOD channel I'm not aware of. Thanks and have a great trip. You deserve more than 10 days. Yes. You want to see some crazy shit? Check this out. Max Dude PSO2. Oh my God. Is this not... There it is. So, first up, Max Dude PSO2. You can go back 13 years. You can go back real far to the PSO2 beta.
Aim for the deepest area.
Yeah, this is the first time PSO2 was playable before it was even out. So there's that. If you go to my channel on Twitch, this is how you can look up anything. on Twitch. This and that. Oh my god. Please, 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 please. There we go. If you go to Twitch and you go to Bink, my channel, and then you go down to Shut Up You, click my name, click videos, you click past broadcasts, and you search Phantasy Star Online 2. This is just New Genesis. Hold on a second. Let's get that rid of that. There's got to be a way. Unless Sega made this impossible. Phantasy Star Online. Maybe you found an issue. Yeah. So the problem with this is that Twitch or Sega chose the PSO2 category that had existed before to not exist anymore. Uh-oh. I think Sega did that. I played them back in like 2009, whenever the first betas happened. So here's your next best bet is the scroll. What's Benny doing over here? That's interesting. Is the scroll. You got to keep scrolling down and you got to go all the way back to when that beta happened. I'm not even kidding you. This will eventually not work on Chrome. Chrome will just crash. But if you keep scrolling, you're about to find so many VODs, my dude. And if you scroll for like approximately like 10 minutes, you might get down to like the next like 50 games or something like that. So, yeah. Yeah, that is the way to do it. You gotta scroll like 6 years down. And unfortunately the years aren't in the dates. The dates are just the days. Anyway. That's how you find those. Where did I meet Jessica and the dudes? I met JJ working at Electronics Boutique. She was like a passerby customer there. Second Doors, thank you for the 10 gift subs, dude. I met JJ when I worked in retail. I was like still in high school when I met her. And I met Simmons from the same store. He was a mall rat. He was like homeschooled, so he just hung out at the mall all the time. And he was always like in the game store. He weighed approximately 48 pounds. He was deathly skinny. So yeah, he was just around the store all the time. So I always would go down to the food court with him and we'd just get food and hang out and talk about stuff. He was definitely very industry. He was definitely very connected to the game industry and stuff like that. I've known him since I was like 18, right? 17, 18 years old. Kenny, I met Steve first. I met Steve through our friend Bojack, who also I met from the store, from friends at the store. A lot of my friends and associations all come from working at Electronics Boutique in the mall. And yeah, I met Steve because he was a fighting game guy and he was good at like Tekken and Street Fighter and stuff. So I naturally just hit it off with him and we would always like play each other. And then I met Kenny via Steve because one day Steve came over to play Third Strike. And Kenny brought over his like little baby. Like Kenny came over to my place. I was like, oh, there's another guy here. And he has like a very tiny child. I think I was like 22, 23 or something like that. And yeah, Kenny was like hanging out and playing Marvel 2 with us with, I think, extremely tiny Kayla. I think that's what that was. I don't think it was Kira. But it was like a 2-year-old kid, or even younger than that. It was crazy, man. How old is Kenny? He's like 16 years old. So yeah, that's the first time I ever met Kenny. But I didn't really see him again for many years, you know? Was it his kid? Nah, a different kid. He just like had it. I was like, whoa, where'd this kid come from? Whoa. If there's anything else, I'll look for it at the top. Hold on a second. Sean, thanks for the 777s. I'll check that out, man. Thank you. Let me pull this up on another window so I can grab it. He's like Akuma. Just grabbed a random baby. How'd I make Mike? Through Simmons. Yeah, Simmons knew him from Con days. And pretty much had a Wesker costume, so I was like, let's do it. That's very cute. Get on my lap. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Brunty, oh no, this is from Fluffy Vato. Great name. Do you have a favorite era of the fighting game community? Era. I think my personal favorite era was the Ultimate Marvel 3 and KI run back days. Yeah. You know those, you know that Super Arcade everyone would watch in the same day. There'd be like Wednesday night fights for like Street Fighter and stuff like that, but then they had the run back, which was Thursday night. And those Thursday night streams were specifically for like Killer Instinct and for Ultimate Marvel 3. I loved that, man. I loved the event. I loved going there. I loved watching it. It was just the best, dude. I think the other thing that I really loved of an era in the FGC is that early Marvel 3 days of the Proud Bird, where Valle got like an entire building right next to LAX, and it was like mini majors. Like there was like 50 to 100 people playing Marvel 3 and signing up for it. It was so cool because it was such a big venue, you know? It was also my first like really big breakout into the FGC. Of just being like a member, just a part of it for like 10 years of my life, and then other people, you know, actually knew who I was. Like that was like crazy. So, but to be real, FFA arcade days, man. I miss the arcade. I miss like going to a place where you don't have nearly as many responsibilities, you know, as you do normally. You just go to a place and there's a whole bunch of people playing games, and Saturday night's crazy, man. Yeah, I think I miss the late 90s, early 2000s of the FGC. To me, that's the fundamental blood of what video games is, of just getting anybody into this thing, everybody into the same spot. The cheers aspect of it, yeah. Yeah, that's probably my personal favorite. Yo, Shane, thank you. Does JJ ever plan on coming back and streaming JJ Cooking Stream? She wants to. Yeah, the tough part is obviously responsibilities, you know. Thank you, dude. Where are you guys looking? Where are you guys looking? Where am I looking on? Oh, is it a DM? Okay. This link will give me a pop out of the questions. Ah, that's great. That's great. Thank you. I'm gonna mark all these as complete. Damn it, that one was not complete. I went the wrong way. This is from WM Crucial. Why and when and why did Final Fantasy VII steal your heart? So I have a very good reason behind this. Why do I think Final Fantasy VII did it for myself as well as it's done it for so many people? Why the hell were there so many people that just love Final Fantasy VII so much when Final Fantasy 8 and 9 and 10 and everything else exists, right? Why? Why is that the case? So, I think a big part of it is being a teenager. And Final Fantasy VII has a really, really, really good ability to captivate teenagers. Reason being, its main character, Cloud, is the most sympathetic main character to a teenager ever. Especially a teenage boy, which is why, like, dudes really, like, that's why Cloud is the everyman, the most relatable everyman in, like, a video game ever. And it's because Cloud has no idea who he is. He's trying desperately hard to be somebody else. He's trying to put on a face of being cool. He wants nothing more than to be cool. He is literally every teenage boy, dude. Every single teenage boy. He's an introvert naturally, but he also like wants friends. He wants to find like his identity and like who he is. So teenagers really want to feel like validated, and teenagers don't know who the hell they are. They have no clue who they are, and having like a character go through that where they don't really know who they are and they're eventually discovering that through the process of a game resonated so deeply with people that were like on average 13 to 16 to 17. So deeply, dude. Where not many games had characters like that, man. So it's the same thing for like every other character. Every other character was built not upon how powerful they were or that they had a gun. They were built on their weaknesses. Like FF7's roster is built in the exact same way that the Avengers were built when that was the peak shit. They were like, oh no, we'll make all of the Avengers have serious personality flaws, where all of them have big problems, and that's how they come together to like solve those problems, you know? So Tifa had a weakness. Absolutely. Tifa talks about it she talks about it in more detail in the modern games, where she is she desperately wants to be likable. She cannot like disappoint people. She like can't. She's a deep people pleaser, and she hates it about herself, which is something we got an idea of from the original game. So she's deeply flawed, and she also is like, you know, has been suffered from tragedy. Every character goes through some bad stuff. So anyway, that makes the characters crazy relatable, which is like the first game, especially in that time frame, that gave characters that much like weakness, where they're powerful, they're physically powerful, but they are super weak. And Nomura even talks about it later on in Subtext's amazing video, how like, yeah, dude, Cloud's an insanely weak character. He's insanely weak-minded. He has a weakness to him, which is what makes him relatable. And that's just, I think that's why FF7 has resonated so much with people, dude. Where it's like those characters and the way they are, their complexity and what makes them human is much more relatable than everyone just being like a hero of light or something in general, you know? It's cool. What about Vincent? Vincent is nothing but regret, dude. Vincent is living a sin that he didn't stop shit. He's constantly he lives in the wallow that he was unable to prevent a tragedy from happening. And he watched it happen in front of him, and he was too much of a bitch to do anything about it. Like he did not feel like he was worth doing anything about it. So he lives with that literally on his back, like in a comedic kind of way, you know? He regrets not doing something when he could have. Every character in FF7 is like this. They all have a deep flaw. Anyway, great question. I think that's why FF7 resonates with a lot of people. Akuma Kid, do you have a moment during streaming that made you say this was going to be your future? I think so. I think there was a moment, and who was here for this? The Shadow Jago boss rage. Just having the general idea for boss rage was like a live experience thing of me just taking on like the hardest fighting game bosses. Who the hell would do that? Why the hell would you turn the difficulty of a fighting game boss to 1 billion and then fight it? Why would you do that, man? That doesn't seem like fun at all. But there was so much crazy stuff that happened with the computer pulling everything out of its ass to win and doing the biggest crazy cheese, all that kind of shit. Shadow Jago was the first one because there was like a story that was being built, and then that happened that directly correlated moving forward into games like Mortal Kombat 9, you know, all of that kind of stuff, like the BioFreaks one. These stories were happening live on stream. There was a narrative that I just turned into video. That only happened because we were there like with people experiencing it with us. So to me, that was a big deal. That was a moment when I realized this streaming shit is peak, dude. This shit is amazing. Another big streaming moment for me was playing old Resident Evils, like Resident Evil Remake and Resident Evil 0 for like the first time, and having so many people actually give a shit. I didn't know if I could play or stream anything else but fighting games, and then a lot of people showed up, and like it was like 2014 and early 2014, and I had like 2,000 viewers watching me play some old dank Resident Evil game, you know, and Kenny was showing up and scaring me and stuff like that. Like it was a long time ago, dude. But the fact that people were there, the fact that like so many people showed up was like, whoa, maybe I can actually not only just do the one thing and I can play other stuff. It was pretty wonderful, man. There's so many other stream moments I can talk about, but like those are the early ones. Let me embiggen this and embiggen me. This would make sense, right? This would make sense. Which fighting game do you want to see a revival for? And how long do you think it'll take to come back from Brutan? Marvel vs. Capcom. Marvel vs. Capcom. How long do you think it'll take for Marvel vs. Capcom to come back? Tokon's got to be a thing for a while. You know? Marvel vs. Capcom, Tokon got to be a thing for a bit. It has to. It would almost Tokon has to exist for quite some time, you know. And if it comes out like early next year, then it'll have to be out for at least a year to just sit and meander for people to even accept like another Marvel fighting game of some kind. Of course, it's MVC, dude. To be real, I would also say KI, but KI kind of came back, you know, like a couple years ago. KI just came back out of nowhere. So that was like pretty crazy that Killer Instinct of all games could get repatched and return with new content. That was pretty nuts, dude. But right now it's like in my head, the two things that I deeply wish can come back, three things that I deeply wish can come back personally. Obviously Marvel vs. Capcom, because that's my favorite fighting game series ever. Killer Instinct. I want a Killer Instinct to be done right. And then Soul Calibur. Right now, Soul Calibur, KI, Marvel, Soul Calibur, is the least likely. Just because it's seemingly so dead. I think KI and MVC have a bigger chance. So, I was just counting down, chat. I was like, KI, Marvel, Soul Calibur. I think SC has a very low likelihood, but I would love to see it come back, dude. I would deeply wish that all three of those games could make a big return. Next. Snake Eating Mouse. Do you have any personal console sellers? Something like Bloodborne for other consoles that come to mind? Killer Instinct was definitely a big one on Xbox One. That was a console seller for me. Man. Console sellers. If we're talking about, like, nowadays for me, because I have them, it's kind of tough. Bloodborne wasn't a console seller for me at the start. That game grew on me, you know? Man. Big console sellers. I'll just be real, man. If Marvel vs. Capcom came back and it was Switch 2 exclusive, I would lick that system. I would just lick it from head to toe, from gooch to geech. I wouldn't care, man. It would be amazing. FF7 Rebirth I played for the PS4 Pro, you know? I bought a PS4 Pro, PS5 Pro, specifically for FF7 Rebirth in a higher resolution. So, like, I don't know, dude. I have always been willing to just fully commit on something and save the money if needed. If I want a game that bad, I've always been willing to do that. So if we're talking in the past, like I got into PC gaming because of Final Fantasy XI. I pretty much bought a Japanese GameCube for Soul Calibur 2. I got Xbox One exclusively for KI, you know, several of those kind of things, you know. Anyway, good question. Thank you, Snake. We actually talked about this a little bit before. Tyronin, if you weren't a content creator or influencer, what job or career would you be in? Art. I'd probably still be drawing. I'd probably still be drawing or getting into filmmaking and stuff like that. And I remember talking from a perspective of me, what I was doing in my early 20s and stuff like that. One thing I definitely wanted to do was to like make movies in some way, whether or not they were animated or otherwise. I wanted to have a movie making studio where we could like produce cool stuff that we wanted to make with like, you know, writers and everything like that. Funny enough, that actually ended up happening. Weirdly enough, like that was the beginning of our career, was like the little production crew that we did to make Assist Me a thing. That was always like a goal of mine, like straight up. It was always a big goal to achieve that, to achieve some sort of like independence, to be able to do that. Deeply happy with that. Did you see yourself as a game developer? Yeah, the early on, not like maybe a director, but definitely in like an artistic role of game development. I took some game developing classes in the early 2000s, like 2005, 2006, all that kind of shit. So yeah, I definitely wanted to be in the industry, right? I definitely wanted to be closely associated with the video game industry, which is which is why you hear from me all the time talking about the industry and talking about individuals in the industry, just because I know what they've done, what they do, what they could do, and why that is fun, why that's cool, because games aren't made by committees, they're made by people, and knowing that people are involved, that these people are involved, gets me excited, man. That's like what I'm into. Ninito? Ninetto1, ever see yourself retiring from streaming or content creating in general? That's a good question. I've talked about it a bit before, but not like in an official capacity. Retiring, no. It's weird that I see other streamers and or broadcasters just in general, and they talk about like when I get to my mid 30s, my late 30s, that they're done with streaming, they're going to be retiring, right? Where a lot of their business ventures happen in other places, and that's where they make their money, and their business ventures go to other places. I have never done that, man. Everything about what I do revolves around like being in front of a camera and enjoying things with each other. To me, my answer to that is no. Like, I really don't. I see myself doing it less as time goes on, of not streaming nearly as much. But for me personally, I like this. Like, I enjoy doing this stuff, man. So I'm not going to put like a hard date on anything, but just know I'm one of those people where if I'm like not doing anything, I lose my mind, man. I lose my mind. Every single time I'm like away from this, I'm reminded how much I actually love it when I feel like I have to get away from it, which is probably going to happen in the near future with this trip I'm taking for just 10 days. Anyway, like the older you get, the less you do. Yeah, exactly. Like as I do this more, will I be live 5 to 6 days a week from 6 to 8 hours a day? You know, will that be the overall average of how much I stream? It's crazy that I still stream more than full time, dude. It's kind of insane that my streaming hours, even after 10, 12, 13 years of actual live streaming, still eclipse what anybody's average work week is by a shit ton. So it's going to be like, I think I stream on average like anywhere between like 50 to 60 hours a week. So it's a lot, dude. It's a lot. So I just think that'll probably be less in the future and maybe not nearly as much. It depends. It depends on how interesting everything is. If games keep coming out, man, I'll be down. Skirst, thank you. When you used to exclusively edit your stuff, how did you know what to cut and what to keep making it interesting? Experience. Yeah, experience, dude. Just, you need to get in there. You need to start making shit. And by the time you make like 3 videos, you've learned a bit. By the time you make 300 videos, you've learned a lot. And by the time you make 3,000, you pretty much know what to do. You know what works. So you just have to be confident in cutting and knowing that like, hey, is this fun to watch? That is what I still think whenever I'm behind the editing, even in a situation where I got to put something together nowadays. Like, for example, I cut together a bit of that Monster Hunter video, and always during that video, the one with like Akuma dancing and shit, I was thinking, is this fun to watch? Is this fun to watch, you know? So to me, yeah, that's always been my priority in my head. Will people actually want to watch this? Is this something that any random passerby can find engagement with, you know? You have to consider the viewer. You always have to, in this regard, you always have to consider the viewer. It's like the biggest priority ever. Serious, thank you. I hear you call a lot of third-person action-adventure games Souls-likes for the past few years now. Wondering what makes a game a Souls-like and not a brutal offshoot of a 3D Zelda? What makes something a Souls-like? You literally have a currency you gather from killing general enemies. The general enemies are not the big engagements of the game. They're sort of like in the way of you getting to a boss, right? And then you get to a boss. The boss usually has like music, and then the boss is like a big moment that puts you into the next path of the game, right? There's also the fact that you drop your resources, right? When you die, all the stuff that you're collecting in that moment, unless you cash it out, hits the ground. To me, it has somewhat of an intrinsic like level design with shortcuts and shit like that, like all over the place. There is a checkpointing bonfire-like thing. It's a fucking Souls-like, dude. It's relatively challenging. To me, those are absolutely Souls-likes. It just is. And the biggest thing to me that like gets me like straight up, I'm killing dudes, and when I die, my shit drops on the ground where I died. I have to go back and get it. That was the first thing when I first played Dark Souls 2 that engaged me the most. That was the biggest hook of the game. I'm like, wait a minute, I died and I left my experience on the floor? What the hell? That's so weird. And then you have to run back, and it's this push and pull of like, I got to get back to the bullshit that I left there, that I died with, to keep moving forward, because I got to level up, bro. We got to level up and get stronger, you know what I mean? That was quite literally the very first Souls-like thing that I ever noticed. So most of that kind of stuff definitely gets me, man. Like the tenseness and difficulty of getting back and getting your experience, you know? And then you die on the way back. Yeah, F that game. Absolutely. Yeah, we can take the cooldown down. What's that now? Is it at 1 minute? Put it at 1 minute. Now that we have this wonderful thing that Nico gave me. Holy hell. This is God tier. Now that the Souls-like formula has been deviated and turned into so many different things over time that there's no way to really like justify it. Like things are just kind of Souls-like or not by feel. You have a question? Oh, my wife is over here asking about Souls. Like, I'm like, what are you getting at? I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? What do you want? Yeah, we need a date for Silksong. We need a date for Silksong. I'm gonna take all the other things that I promised my chat that I would eventually play and throw them into a corner because I have to play Hollow Knight. I would have to play Hollow Knight. It would be an absolute necessity. And I know a lot of people would be looking forward to that. So trust. So, hey, chat, is Hollow Knight a Souls-like? I think it is. I think Hollow Knight is a Souls-like. It's a Metroidvania-ish Souls-like. Yes, it is. Totally is. Yeah. Yeah, I would have to play that. It's a Souls-like Metroid. Yeah, but Souls games are already very Metroid-like, you know? They're already like Metroidvania-ish. Anyway. What's your favorite or top 3, if that's easier, animated movies from Dr. Doomlove? Shit. That's tough. So my brain immediately goes to Akira, right? My brain immediately goes to Akira, Princess Mononoke, and probably Transformers 85. That's where my brain... No. No. You be quiet. Those 3. Animated movie, Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop, as I understand, is a series. There's like multiple episodes. The Cowboy Bebop movie is good, but I don't think it's like as good as the series is. Yeah, I would give it those 3 specifically. That's a good question. Ghost in the Shell? High consideration for Ghost in the Shell. That's very good, dude. That's very good. Not Advent Children, no. I like parts of Advent Children, but I don't love parts of it. All right. Kylo Runa, are you interested of System Shock 2 release? Got 4-player co-op and crossplay. Pretty sure it's a video game session. What do you think? All I know of System Shock is the PC cover from back in the day. That's all I know, dude. I know nothing about it. Literally nothing. So my apologies if you spent a bunch of channel points on that. I know dick about System Shock. I have no clue. And inspired BioShock? Maybe. I haven't heard the name of that game in forever, so I won't say that it's not a possibility, but it's definitely nothing that I've even thought of, you know? You ever consider playing a Tales of game? The RPG's a fighting game like gameplay. I played Tales of Destiny, dude, on the PlayStation 1. I played Tales of Destiny on the PlayStation 1. I liked it. It was all right. I didn't beat it. There's a part of the game where in Tales of Destiny. Thank you, by the way, Lynn FGC, for the donation on YouTube. There's a part of Tales of Destiny where you like beat the bad guy, and then they're like, "Hey, everything's cool. You did it." And I'm like, "Whoa, sick." And then they're like, "Actually, everything's bad now. We got to get everybody back together." I'm like, "Now?" Like, immediately? And I was like, no. I was deeply uninterested after that. For some reason, that hook of the game, that like, we did it, we did it. And then everyone goes their own separate ways, and then we got to get them all back and do it again. I'm like, fuck that. I was like, nah, I'm good. So I remember just taking the game back to the store, and I was just like, I'm good, man. So if that's a reoccurring thing that happens in other Tales of games, it's naturally a little like, kind of gets me. It's like a quirk, you know? Anyway. Black Sakura, thank you for getting me an FF7. Ever since watching your reaction to the 2018 trailer, watching you play the OG remake before helped me fall deeply in love with it as well. Is there another piece of media outside of FF7 that greatly affected you or helped you shape who you are? Several. Like several. Aliens, Predator 1, Predator 2. For sure. A lot of fighting games. If you want to reference something that is great to get an idea of for this, if you go to the main channel, it's in Chrome. Go to the main channel, you go to like, actually I think it's home, then you scroll down. It's down here, the fighting games that made me. Yeah, this is an entire big video series we made, specifically talking about that these games like shaped my life, especially growing up. So yeah, this was inspired from Dino, I believe. Dino had this idea, and I'm like, that's a really cool idea for a video series. And yeah, there's a whole bunch in here, man. They all have their unique cover arts and everything, dude. So I would highly recommend checking this out, because outside of like a few things, you know, it was a pretty big deal. Early on for me, it was like Mega Man and Transformers, but the stuff that I really loved deeply when I was young, I don't love as much now, you know? I don't absolutely love as much now. So, like, for example, like, that would be, like, Mega Man and Transformers. I don't think I absolutely, like, love them as much as I used to, you know? Hold on a second. Do you remember or listed down all the games you plan to cover in fighting history? Oh, all the games I wanted to cover. So fighting history was eventually going to go into other stuff. I can tell you before we clearly couldn't film the show anyway because Benny's health. What I wanted to do really bad was to actually start to get into other fighting game stuff like movies. So one of the things I really wanted to do was to compare Mortal Kombat to Mortal Kombat Annihilation, and have that be a video dedicated for fighting history, because it wasn't be about Mortal Kombat 1, the movie. It would have been about Mortal Kombat Annihilation being super bad. Because again, fighting history is specifically about like bad fighting games. It was all about like, oh, these fighting games actually suck. Let's make an entire video dedicated to like this crap, you know? Or these things that weren't really well known. So Annihilation felt like it was perfect for that. Like, it would have been wonderful to make that into a big episode. Outside of that, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I left this series kind of open-ended, where we could eventually have played like Tattooed Assassins and weird stuff like that. Yeah, there would have been a lot of those sort of potential games, but the ones that I really wanted to get to, the whole premise of the entire show was that I got ripped off when I bought Rise of the Robots on Super Nintendo. I got ripped off, man. And I felt like that was the first time I was under the impression that this is amazing, but it actually is not. It actually is not. Hold on a second. So, Subway, Slammer, Solos. Are there any genres of games that you would never play, but like watching others play? A good amount of people watch you play fighting games, but don't actually play fighting games themselves. No. Damn, that's a good question. So yeah, so a lot of people like watching other people play games that are like okay at them or really good at them, just to like get that experience. No, dude, like no kidding. I only engage with other people's content when it is what I am doing. So, for example, even if I'm playing Final Fantasy VII and really into it, I'll watch other people playing that, and I'm curious like what they're playing and what they're going through. You know, even if it's about fighting games and stuff. This happened just the other day. We fired up Street Fighter 6. And I played Terry in Street Fighter 6 for the first time in like a year or something like that. And I was like, man, Terry was really fun. And I started just watching a whole bunch of videos on Terry. I started watching like other people stream the game that were playing Terry. This happens to me with Tekken as well, where I'll just be watching, I'll have Tekken on the brain and I'll watch other people play Tekken. It pretty much depends on whatever fighting game is currently in my headspace. I want to watch other people playing the thing that is currently in my headspace so I can see what they're doing and sort of just absorb information, because again, absorbing that information is going to help you get better a little bit quicker, you know? That's where I'm at. Night Rain, great example. Like Night Rain was the game that just came out. We were trying to get better at it, all this kind of bullshit. And I was watching a whole bunch of people stream Night Rain, dude, because every run can be different. And if you want to get faster, you got to know where to go. I want to inundate myself with whatever my current mental focus is. And that's where I watch. I really don't have any like content that I consistently tune into that I will absolutely like watch this video without a doubt. You know, I really don't have a lot of that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I don't watch Dota or League of Legends. It's not how I work. Thank you for the question. That was a good one. How much Horse Girl have I watched? Dude, I'm telling you, as soon as everyone is talking about this Horse Girl bullshit, this Horse Girl gotcha bullshit, and then I tuned into somebody streaming it, and they were just like chicks running, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? They're not centaur women? Why don't they have like 4 horse legs and a big bushy horse tail? What is this shit, dude? I was disappointed. Next question. Beastus, what are your top 5 favorite games of all time? If there's one favorite childhood game you enjoyed playing, what would it be? A top favorite childhood game I enjoy playing a ton that actually is from my childhood is Mega Man 2. Legit. But if you go to YouTube and, oh, I just got the wrong video. If you go to YouTube and you type in Max top games of all time, yeah, I've done this video a few times, it looks like. Max's greatest games of all time. Hold on a second, let's just go here. Let's go there. Yeah, this is actually like a big fat ass, very low resolution, a big fat ass list of like my favorite games of all time, like a big chunk.
Oh.
If we get back a little bit, I think I actually break it down into a top 5 in some way. Top 10 greatest fighting games, top 10 fighting games. Yeah, there we go. Thanksgiving special from many years ago. And it went Phantasy Star Online, Metal Gear Solid 5, PSO 4, Metal Gear 3, Resident Evil 4, 2, Bloodborne, number 1, FF7. Good list. That's a good list. That's a powerful list. So yeah, I think that still lines up nowadays. Stop using this. Can you work? There we go. Okay. Thank you, Beastus. All right. How long have I been doing this? For a while. JD Madness, what advice would current Max tell past up-and-comer Max? Don't do anything different. Literally do nothing different. I have been at several points of my life where I have not been in as good of a position that I am right now. But in like 5-10 years later, 12 years ago, I was still extremely gracious, and I was still like, I felt myself very lucky. Like, I'm super lucky. So if the idea is, if I can go back in time and tell myself would I do things differently in some, what would I tell myself? I wouldn't, because everything worked, everything so far, I'm chill, dude. I'm super happy. I don't need things to necessarily get better. So yeah, that's what I would tell myself. I would just observe. I would not change. So yeah, that is how that would work. Nico, oh god, I'm asking this for the content. What advice would you give to streamers and content creators who are struggling to grow an audience? So first and foremost, YouTube right now is the best place for you to quote unquote grow an audience. It's the best place for it. How do I know this? I'll watch something on YouTube and I'll get a recommendation for a video, right? That recommendation for a video, guess how many views it has, chat? That somebody just put up. Guess how many views that video might have on that recommendation? How many of you guys see this? 3. Yes, literally 3 or 4 or 16 views or 100 views. And I realize I'm watching some person just yap about something that has like zero expertise in this situation, and they're just saying shit. Why am I watching this? And then I look at it, and YouTube recommended me a video of somebody that it literally just has a channel with like less than 1,000 people, and they're talking like they run Square Enix or some shit. I'm like, whoa, what the? YouTube works its ass off to put people that almost have like no following on your front page. Like, no kidding. To be honest, you block those recommendations. Some people do, you know, to be honest, like some people will have good things to say there, but a lot of people will not have that, will not have good things to say because you're like, who am I listening to? Why are we getting this, you know? But still, that is YouTube working their butt off because they will recommend your like weird, crazy video, sometimes whack ass video that will just be put into the system to a bunch of other people into the algorithm. Here's the thing. How do you get that to catch? Well, it's got to be good, you know? You either got to be compelling or captivating or provide information. If you're doing something that literally every single other person is doing, then it will probably not work out for you. The easiest thing now is rage bait. The easiest thing is rage bait, where you can just be really mad about something, and the more mad you get, the easier of an audience you'll have. Yeah, that works nowadays, man. And it's so easy for YouTube to recommend people that are just pissed off about stuff and will go after, you know, your video because you're pissed off and yeah, I relate with this. I'm also pissed off. Like, that is just a very easy way to grow an audience in some way. And yes, that will work. But it won't last. I guarantee you. All rage bait does not lead to a point where it's like people actually are coming there for your thoughts and concerns. People are just there for you to be mad about something. They want you to be mad about something. You know what I mean? So that's like a big thing that exists, you know? Are you providing criticism, or are you just providing something that will just get other people mad? You just trying to get people mad or not? I think you have to find a way to like provide value or reinforcement or something to move things forward in some way. Means you can actually grow an audience of people that want to hear what you have to say in the future. And especially if you grow and you actually listen to what people are saying and you grow that audience with them, you know, there's a growth to happen. You're growing with people around you. So anyway, that's if you're just going to create content that is just yapping, right? If you're a yapper, I do a lot of yapping nowadays because yapping is relatively easy, and ultimately, like, a lot of my yap bullshit, I hope, comes from a point of experience and introspection and also industry knowledge and all this kind of shit. But still, if you're just going to jump in and expect to have that along everybody else, then, you know, you better actually have something, you know? It better not just come from a point of, like, you're just making shit up. So still, I think for the sake of like making content, you got to create the things that you want to see, you know? Are you just going to jump in and do the exact same things that everybody else is doing? Or are you going to provide something that is unique? If you're providing gameplay, Why would people want to watch your gameplay? You might be like, but I'm so godlike at this game. Guess what, dude? Everybody's godlike at games now. Everybody. Like, that's not a thing that's unique anymore. People are just going to get tens of thousands of views all over the place because everybody's godlike at games now. So not even that is a unique thing anymore, my dude. Being godlike at a game is not a thing that is just going to get inherent viewership unless it's like a legacy thing that you've been doing that for a very long time, you know? So anyway, I think the intention should not be that why do you want to grow an audience? Is this for you? I think the bigger question is, why do you want to grow an audience? When I was making videos, my intention was not just to get viewership. It was just to make things. I just wanted to make things. I had an idea. I just want to put this idea into a form, into a piece of media in some way. So I wanted to create something, right? I think if you're going at any of this content stuff with the direct intention of only building income and you're just jumping into it right now, income to grow an audience, to grow a fan base and stuff like that, most people that are creating art or something aren't just trying to create a fan base, dude. You like it when people are paying attention, but you just want to make the thing that's in your head. You want to turn a thought into a reality, right? So to me, that should be the goal first and foremost. Your idea has to become a reality. What are you going to do to make that a reality? Is that reality the exact same thing that everybody is doing? Then it's not going to be, how are people going to find you, man? How are people going to find you? Anyway, good question. Nico B. Good question. Will any of the Benny emotes ever come to Twitch? Yes! Good question. I could maybe do that tonight. Yes! Actually, yeah. I wanted to replace the MVC emotes, which are the current tenure for the past, like, almost a year. Yeah, all the Benny exclusive emotes that are over there on YouTube. These guys. Hold on a second. Maximilian. Dud. Check this shit out. Chat. Hold on a second. Do I have like an emote listing? I think I gotta, oh Jesus, this is like almost crashing this shit. Oh my God, stop. Yes, I wanna bring the Benny emotes over to Twitch. So there might be like a complete adoption where our current emote base, outside of some popular ones, gets adopted into Benny's. So yeah, we have Benny emotes on YouTube. We do, use them. I pay artists to make those, please. Please, those are all made by Arcuni, who does most of our emotes. She does amazing work. Good question, not you know. Revenant says, has playing video games for a living taken the fun out of playing any? Talked about this in regards to burnout early on. Thanks for the 7 gift subs, man. I talked early on about burnout, of how it absolutely will. If it is, the conversation was mostly around fighting game community stuff. So for example, a lot of newer games don't do it for people, especially people that have voices and are on the internet, right? And a lot of it is because the quality of the games has gone up. Like the reviews of the games have gone up. The acceptance of the games has relatively gone up for the most part. What makes a better fighting game is better now. But so much of it is that when this wasn't a career for you or anybody that is in this space making content, you had to discover that game on your own, put your own time into it, and it didn't result in any net worth return, you know? It was just, you just did it because you loved it, man. You just played the shit out of those games because you fucking loved them. So we're seeing a lot of things now where people are having to play things like professionally, either competitively professionally or create a insurmountable amount of content around a thing. So it's becoming a job, right? The game has now become a job. And will that take the fun out of like anything? 100%, dude. 1000%. Like the casual nature of games has mostly gone away, where gaming is now, where not just making video games is a career choice, playing video games is also a career choice. And when some people get stuck into the, I only have to play Fortnite, I only have to play Street Fighter 5, I only have to play Tekken 8, I only have to play this, I only have to do that, right? And they didn't start from a point of passion. They didn't start from just like, I just love this shit, you know? And I'm just super into it. If that was the case, then they would just go back and play the old thing and find a way to make the old thing still playable, you know? Like that would be their goal, to go and relive that. The problem is that this is a career now. They have to find a way to provide, so you have to move forward. I did this myself with Marvel 3. Marvel 3 pissed me off deeply in like 2012, where I hated the game because the only way I can play it and make content was through online, you know? So I deeply hated the game. I didn't end up loving it again for years later when we got better versions of it online. So that's now one of my quote unquote favorite like games now, because I found a way to make it enjoyable with a big break. And the way that I have found to make playing games fun, even the games that I deeply love the most, I could play the shit out of them to death. I could play it to death, man, but I don't. I give myself a ton of time. I let it breathe. Like Bloodborne, for example, I play it like once a year on average, and it's one of my favorite games ever. The same thing with original Final Fantasy VII. I give myself big breaks so that I can remind myself of what I love about it and not the things I detest. Because the more you play it, you're just going to find things you dislike. And the dislike is going to take a higher precedence because you're going to be focused on the things you dislike more than the things you actually enjoyed about it. What about Final Fantasy XI? Bro, every time I think about going back to FF11, I'm like, let's do it, man. I can't wait. Let me get back into FF11. That seems like such a good idea. I had such a good time with it. Yeah, let's do it. And then you actually think about going back and doing it, and you're like, oh shit. Actually, this isn't nearly as fun as I thought it would be, because the things that were fun about it were not necessarily the quality of the gameplay itself, you know? It was doing things with people, it was meeting people, it was the fact that it was new at the time. There's like so many different odds, ifs, and buts about it. So that's just like, I'm not looking for that anymore. Like that's not, that it was a, what's it called? It was a special time, special place to be there when it happened. But now it's like, I get that experience literally every day on anything. You know what I mean? So it's a you had to be there kind of scenario. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, the way I try to inject fun into games now is to play things that are different or new, to play a lot of different fighting games, to get a lot of perspective on a lot of different fighting games. That's a big goal of mine, you know? Problem is, it just means I kind of suck at everything. Problem is that I just kind of like bad at most things until I eventually just sit and try to get better as quickly as possible. Not here to stream. Any regrets during your Twitch YouTube career? Let's exclude anything related to sponsorships or monetary. Whew. The fact that I'm really having to think about it is tough. What the shit is that, bro? Anonymous put in $500 and he just said, have a nice vacation? Jesus Christ, I'm answering questions! Thank you, dude. Holy crap. Thank you so much. That's super nice of you, man. I will. I'm just gonna be off. I'm just going to be off. Thanks, Anonymous. That's super nice of you, man. Excluding things related to sponsorships or monetary. Yeah, so I talked about the big old Fortnite sponsor that I really should have taken, just because it would have been a good idea. It was actually kind of cool too. Like fighting games are being added to Fortnite. Max would be into this. Like I should have been, but and I probably would have loved Fortnite. But I'm holding out now. I'm holding out. Man, any regret? I don't think so. Like, I've definitely thought if I stemmed off and did other things, I would have made more money. Over the years, but I wouldn't have been as happy, you know? And I think where I'm at right now, I have like no regrets, man. Like no shit. Oh, let's repeat this. I'm at a point right now where it's like I think we're in a pretty good spot where things are in a much better situation. I'm so happy I didn't get into crypto shit. Well, dude, I barely run my own merch, man. Like, I don't really like constantly think of ways to always make more money. It's not like it's never been a mega, it was a priority for a while, but it was never been like a top level priority, you know, like an absolute massive one. If it was, then we would be doing subathons like all the time. I'm sort of like, I felt like I'm doing well off enough for the past like 5 years, you know? I feel like I'm doing well off enough where if I want to do something, it's just going to be a thing that I want to do. And if it makes money, then sure, then that's great. That's great that it would make money. I don't feel like I always have to be like constantly hustling. I don't need to do that. So I'm going to say no, not really. There's nothing that ever happened that was like, oh God, like this shit is, oh no, that turned out super bad. Really wish I didn't do that shit. That never happened, dude. Even like Machinima was a huge piece of shit for a lot of people, but they were always really nice to me. And I think that's because I was there with them from a foundation. It doesn't excuse the fact that they were real shit to a lot of people, but yeah, and in these situations of like looking back, do you regret anything happening or this? To me, like, I think all things happen for kind of like a reason, and it's like a move forward situation. So anything that might have seemed like bad or something like that happened in the past, it has resulted in me being right here, right now, and I can't imagine me being surrounded by 16 Lambos or some shit makes me happier than where I'm currently at, you know? So it's not, I'm not in a moment where I have to just only absorb. I'm just happy where I'm at, you know, and I do a lot of shit for free for a lot of different people because I just want the things to be cool. I just want things to be cool and good because where I'm at right now is that I just want there to be more fighting games. It benefits me monetarily that we get more things to share with more people. The quality of things go up. The online experiences and everything that happen in those games becomes more acceptable, that needs to be a thing so that everybody can get into it and more new people can get into it. More people get introduced to fighting games from my channel, which is ultimately a big goal of mine, that I just want there to be more people into this stuff. I don't like just making a medium level player a high level player. It's not really my goal. I want to just introduce people. I want people to fall in love with this shit the same way that I fell in love with it, you know? That's my goal. And if we get more fighting games as a result of that and developers make cool decisions and have cool things happen, I want to propagate that. I want to be the medium ground between audiences and the reasons for this stuff to exist, you know? That's kind of where I'm at right now. Does that lead to me making immediate money? No, but it's like a 5 to 10 year sort of like game plan that things will progressively get better and more new cool things will happen as a result of this stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's where my goal is for like the future and things moving forward. So I wouldn't change anything, long story short. AJ Gaming, would you be streaming a game with both JJ and Ripley in the near future, and which game would it be? I think JJ and Ripley will always be on stream every once in a while. I like to stream games with JJ, especially ones that she's really into. We played Ori and stuff like that back when she was like pregnant, you know, Ori 2. That was a wonderful playthrough. But Ripley, not so much. I think she'll be a part of the stream every once in a while, especially as she gets older. But there is one thing I really want to do with them, right? There's a game that I really want to play with JJ and Ripley, but I have to say it's probably not going to be streamed. I would like it to not be streamed. I think Ripley's getting to be the age where I would want to play Kingdom Hearts 1 with her and have her play a little bit of it and sort of just like enjoy that vibe and that experience. Just have her like look at characters and see things and just engage with it. I feel like that's not a thing I want to turn into streaming or content, but it's something that I just want her to experience like the music. She's really into music right now, dude. She loves music. She loves early 2000s like DDR music and she loves she likes Venga Boys. She plays Who Let the Dogs Out. Like she plays this music a lot, dude. She plays Smile DK. She loves all these old songs. She likes like dance music and vibey music. She listens to like Pikmin lo-fi. Like she really loves that stuff. And I'm like, dude, I think she'll really resonate with Kingdom Hearts because like the music is so much of that game, dude. So yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to that. I think there's going to be, and probably in the very near future, we're going to be playing like Kingdom Hearts together. And that'll be fun. That'll be really fun. This list is getting big. Oh my God. Would I ever make a game? The closest I ever got to making a game was the game I made last year, dude. Was MVCIB. I got to make, quote unquote, make a Marvel versus Capcom game without Capcom or Marvel breathing down my neck and just make the game that I wanted the game to be. To turn a game that I already like a lot into something that I always wished it could have been. And within obvious constraints. What is that a question I just answered? It was a question I just answered from the chat. You got a freebie. Yes, already did. And then not including KI. Shut up! Come on! Making my own game studio, too much responsibility, man. I already what I'm doing right now is a lot. Already what I've got running. I honestly don't want to spread myself too thin. If I run a game studio, that's just less time for my family in the day. You know what I mean? Fulgrim, thank you. If you could choose the characters for the next season pass for a hypothetical season 3 of Smash Ultimate for Nintendo Switch 2, which ones would I choose? Please don't choose 5 FF7 characters. Man. 5 hypothetical new Smash characters. So Tifa. I get 1, okay? Tifa. Because Sakurai would. Sakurai would, alright? Dante? Yeah. Okay, don't have to appeal towards anybody? Alright. So, Tifa, Dante, Fulgor, Strider Hiryu. Man. I gotta think of one more. Yeah, and that's where my brain went. I would do Nightmare from Soul Calibur. Yeah. And it would be around and Nightmare from Soul Calibur is happening because there's a new Soul Calibur game. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Nightmare from Soul Calibur. Damn, it sounds good. That shit sounds good. A Bloodborne Hunter! Yeah, alright. Take off Nightmare. Right? Take off Nightmare. A Bloodborne Hunter somehow. Somehow. Good question. Thank you, Fulgrim. Shenji71. What would be your favorite art piece from a game or an old anime? If just one is hard to choose, then you can pick 3. I got, what is in my opinion the best art piece made for a game ever. Yeah, I actually, it's not even hard. It's not even hard, man. I honestly think this is one of the most iconic images in fighting games or in video gaming, like, period. Look. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, you got me. You got me. It's this. Yeah. I think this is one of the most, like, iconic images in video gaming, period. Is the MVC1 art. It's brilliant, dude. It's literally perfect. The next one would probably be Alpha 2. Yeah, next one is probably this. To be real, pardon the low resolution. Probably that. Man. I'm thinking about something that isn't a fighting game. Think about something that is not a fighting game. Let's see what that is, Nico. Oh, yeah, that's a good call, dude. Stupid shit. I was at the mall. I was at the mall. Come on. Yeah, you know what? That's a great call. Arguably one of the greatest goddamn covers of all time. God tier, bro. Just absolutely god tier. So good. Yeah, that's probably up there. Good question. That was a very good question. So from RCDC, if you can make your own fighting game, what would the mechanics be and what type of roster would you have? Please wait to see you and everyone at EVO. RTDC is like, just make a game. Just make a game. All I'll say is I would make if I had the choice of any fighting game, it would mechanically be scrambly by nature, right? It would be scrambly by nature, where most situations there's mechanics in the game that result in the one-to-one engagement of two players not always being the same thing, where the goal of the game's mechanics are to not have the exact same situation play out the exact same way over and over and over again. Without getting into it, how do you do that? It's hard as shit, right? It would take a ton of experience, ton of time, ton of that kind of stuff. But it's ultimately one of the things that I love about Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, is that the game is extremely scrappy in nature, where what happens in a match is not the same thing. You see the same combos, but the way things happen and how a match eventually breaks down is not the same, dude. It's kind of an issue with games like Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6. Really fun games, really enjoyable. The problem is that because of the mechanics, things sort of play out in a very similar way many times over and over again. You kind of know how someone's going to get cooked when things start working out that way, you know? So, yeah, I think having that randomization to certain games is very missed, and it's not really around in much games nowadays. So no meta? No, meta is absolutely a thing that happens in older fighting games, dude, but older fighting games don't play out the same. They do not. Like, there's too much room for interpretation. They're much less designed than modern fighting games are. So there's more room for interpretation of the player. I love that. I love it, dude. Ain't no way in KI so for Virtua Fighter does a very good job at this with Virtua Fighter 5. Ain't no way in Killer Instinct, dude, are you gonna know exactly how a match goes. Because every time you land a combo, like, combo breakers will be a thing. What setup you do will be a thing. And nothing is guaranteed, is absolutely guaranteed. KI does that through the randomness of combo breakers, right? Which is sort of like genius, you know? There's still a meta. There's still a meta in Third Strike. But funny enough, the meta in even a game like Third Strike, the meta is the characters that turn the game into a one-player game. You know? The characters will always... The most powerful shit in fighting games are going to be the characters that will always focus it down to a very simple game plan, like Chun and Yoon, and there is little room for interpretation because they just run their shit, and it's very hard to stop, dude. You have to play their game instead of playing the game, you know what I mean? But it doesn't change the fact that, like, you know, 90% the rest of the game is scrappy and random as shit. There's a reason why that Hugo Ken match from last year is legendary. It's the description of, you know, what Third Strike, why Third Strike is great. You could not have guessed that was going to happen. Now to think about it, I haven't played a scrappy fighter since Third Strike. KI is pretty scrappy, dude. Be real. Killer Instinct is pretty goddamn scrappy, especially the later seasons. Yeah, I miss him. And you know what's really scrappy? Our new mode in MVCI. I love it, man. our Cross Fever mode that you can play online in MVCIB is so scrappy. It is so like you're absolutely pulling at strings just to make anything happen because it's so uncontrollable. It actually is crazy fun. Hashtag ad for my own game. Good question. What goes into the mindset when fighting game characters that defines you? I don't know if it's going to be the case, right? I don't know if like a fighting game character is going to, like, if I'm going to fall in love with this character. It completely depends, man. It is a combination of visuals and controls and gameplay. It's got to be a little bit of everything. So when that happens, you kind of know. And is it like a lasting situation? Yeah, to be real, I'm not kidding you. They could add Tifa to Tekken 8. They legit could. Will it be a character that'll become an all-timer for me? Maybe not. She might be boring. They might just make her Victor-like. And I'm just like, this character's so cool. Victor was my main character in Tekken 8 for like the first week. It was boring as shit, dude. I felt like there was room for improvement, but like I was maxing out what this character could kind of do. They've given him so much shit over time. There's a reason why I like Lars is because Lars's offensive game plan is so up to interpretation. Like you have so many stances and shit you can do. I like watching any other person play Lars because they all play him differently. They play him conservatively. They don't play him conservatively. They play him off stances. They don't play him off stances where they stick this move in there. Like everybody plays him differently, dude. He's very much a scrambly character. Even if Tifa was that, would she be an all-timer for me? No, she could actually be boring and I'd be like, damn it, man, that sucks. That sucks. That I like Clive? I sort of liked Clive. I didn't like the way some of his combos felt. And I think some of his visual design in Tekken 8 isn't that cool. Is that weird? I think Noctis is cleaner, right? I actually like Noctis more technically because I feel like he's also a simple character, but Noctis is like kind of cool. Clive is cool. He does a lot of like cool stuff, but Noctis is like cleaner in terms of like the way his visual design is in a fighting game, you know? Noctis feels like he could belong in a Tekken. Clive is just straight up out of like a big Final Fantasy, right? Noctis at least looks like a modern day Final Fantasy shithead. And Clive's design and the way he looks is so like old school RPG, man. It's like, whoa, dude, you got dropped in here. This is, what the fuck is a hot dog? Like this character wouldn't even have an idea. You got to ask yourself, would this character know what a hot dog is? Every other guest character, Akuma knows what a hot dog is. Geese knows what a hot dog is. Negan knows what a hot dog is. Yeah, they all do. Noctis knows what a hot dog is. Clive does not know what a hot dog is, dude. This is a weird ass world. He's in New York City now. What in the hell? Also, Jerry of the River doesn't know what a hot dog is. Granted, he's not in a hot dog land. It's a good question. I'll shut up now. That doesn't make any sense. Where am I going with this? I'm late. Shut up. I'm talking here. All I'm saying is that I think, weirdly enough, I think Final Fantasy 16 might be a step in the out there a little too far of what Tekken is as a game. And again, Clive feels like he belongs in Soul Calibur. The only reason we were saying Noctis feels like he belonged in Soul Calibur is because he had a sword. He looks like a Tekken character, bro. He looks just like a Tekken character. All of his costumes and shit. The guy is literally a walking Tekken character. So maybe there's a little bit of disconnect. Tifa definitely knows what a hot dog is, bro. Like Tifa sells like eggs and chips and shit in her shop. She makes fucking hot dogs, man. Anyway, shut up, chat. She sure does. Shut the hell up. What was the question about? What goes in the mindset of making a character that defines you? How did we get to there from there? Thank you, Wraith Knight. Let's speed these up, all right? Let's speed these up. We got, which Tekken character knows what a hot dog is? The answer is Clive does not. Dark Zero, could you go over your Streamlabs OBS settings? You always have the highest quality in streaming IMO. I'm curious how you do it. So it's not entirely a settings and OBS thing. It's a meticulous testing. I can tell you what I stream at. I stream at a baseline in my video base canvas at 4K, and I scale it down, which gives you a nicer, you need some good hardware for this. It gives you a nicer base to work with. I scale it down to 1920 by 1080p using area rescaling. And then I stream at a bitrate about 8200 with a medium CPU preset. That's about it. That's literally about it. On YouTube, that's a bit higher because they have 1440p. But the big thing is actually hardware. You'll notice that most people play games that are 60 FPS and they don't look it. They like hold on frames all the time and stuff like that. There's a lot of weird compatibility issues that I've run into over the years with splitters and hardware and yada yada yada. To get things looking as consistent as possible to squeeze out that final little 1% of how good a stream can look. So that's kind of the thing that I worked on, like, and I've had recommendations from other streamers that are just as obsessed with stream quality as I am. And yeah, eventually landed on an old Elgato for stream capture for PC capture, which is really hard. An old Elgato 4K Mark II that is running on an ancient firmware that doesn't have modern bloat, because a lot of like capture cards are put with a bunch of bloat and extra bullshit it does. And yeah, it runs, every single frame is unique, dude. Every single one. So it's great. I've learned a whole bunch to get the best stream quality possible. Thank you, Dark Zero. Next, Rygar, what do you think the next big step in evolution in fighting games should be? Matchmaking. Yeah. If we're to talk about, like, so Virtua Fighter's on the horizon, and Virtua Fighter is a game that obviously is going to evolve like the 3D space a bit, but I don't think that's actually going to be the thing that does it. I think getting players together, and crossplay is obviously a thing. That's not revolutionary. That's just, crossplay is just expected now. And when a thing doesn't have it, crossplay is at the same point now, this is a good question, that rollback was like 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago, right? So now crossplay is kind of expected, and crossplay also benefits matchmaking. Rollback netcode also benefits matchmaking. What's the goal, dude? Why do we have crossplay? Why do we have rollback netcode? Well, the whole point is that we can play a wider pool of characters. I'm sorry, we can play a wider pool of players. So, follow me here. The train of thought for all of this stuff to have better lobbies, like all of these kind of features that fighting games have now, is just to get you to match up with more people so that you don't just fight the same two shitheads all the time. You need to have a variety of opponents. You also need to have opponents that are of a similar skill set to you, which is going to be always a challenging thing, but a thing that all developers kind of have to do. They need to go out of their way to get people to fight others that will not blast them into the ground or have them only blast others into the ground. Getting good games is the ultimate goal for fighting game developers, and I'd argue players. People just want to not feel like they're getting their asshole blown out, you know? They just want to have good, challenging matches that were really close. Shucks, I made it. And whoa, I pulled that one out of my ass, you know? Like that's a great feeling. So I think matchmaking is all of that. I think finding those solutions on the back end of like all of the network configurations, I think that's a space where Virtua Fighter can actually jump in and hopefully provide some solutions. Because so much ass talk. Shut up, chat. Virtua Fighter is a series that I think they want to become global, and I hope so, dude. I really do. I hope VF is a game that is able to find a way to get you to fight other people. And they're trying to do it right now with Virtua Fighter 5. They're putting a lot of effort into that game to help players fight other players and more players than even in the small player pool that they are. So, anyway, I really think that's the next big revolution for fighting games, is actually matchmaking. is the biggest complaint of so many people of just jumping into a game and getting destroyed. I think there needs to be, you need to try your ass off again to make sure that that doesn't happen so that they can be adopted into the game and have like a nice learning experience, you know? Anyway. Good question. Darkvat, is streaming or if streaming or YouTube never worked out, what would I be doing? I talked about this before. I was working in like animation, drawing, art. I did that for like 25 years of my life, pretty much. So, yeah, that was probably where I would have gone. Would have eventually worked at Disney or some shit and got laid off at some point. Thank you, Darkvat. How do you have the endurance and energy to talk and play on stream for hours? Decent question. Mayo's log, thank you. So I have a funny anecdote. It's already hitting me right now because I usually spend about 2 to 3 hours of actual long yap. We're getting into the 3.5, 4 hours where I've been yapping for 4 hours now. So I can already feel my vocal cords getting a bit sore. This becomes a big problem during Evo where I'm on for 8 to 12 hours, 2 days in a row, and then like even more for the finals day where we're actually talking into microphones for the entire time. It's a lot, dude. You don't get used to it. You're exhausted. You're just completely exhausted. I'll have moments where I don't stream for like 3 days, you know? I'll leave for 3 days and I'll come back and my neck will be sore where after like I'll go to bed and I'm like, dude, everything that's connecting all of this tissue from here to here to here to down to here, not my lungs, but all of this stuff is moving around so much, so consistently for so long as I swallow, it will hurt. And it will be like, damn, bro, I was definitely talking for a really long time, especially after like a 6, 7, 8 hour stream. You know what I mean? Even if you work in a call center, dude, you're not call after call after call after call. And even when you're in a call center, people don't have like an on voice, you know? People aren't like talking into a microphone in a call center. You're talking in like on a phone. You're doing this. Hello? Yeah. No, I can look that up for you. Yeah, sure. That's it. Yeah. They don't talk like this. Hello. No, I can look that up for you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. I can do that for you right now. Like, to make it, everything just sounds more interesting, you know? So when you're on, it takes way more effort and energy. You're putting 4 times the amount of energy into every spoken word when you're streaming, you know? So I know not everybody does that. I do it. And it is, it's something I'm just used to. But I don't talk like this outside of streaming. I don't. Sort of like a normal person outside of streaming, you know? But that's a good question. The answer is I am tired. I am just tired. What is this shit? Sax says your top 5 MW2 guns. Bruh. The Scar was always my go-to gun. I don't know why. The Spaz 12. ACR is always good. Goated gun. Dual Glocks with extended mags. Pretty top tier, dude. Can't even aim that shit. And then, oh yeah, the UMP 45 is the best gun in the game. The UMP was the best gun. Undoubtedly. You guys can say any other gun is god tier, but to be real, the UMP 45 was 100% the absolute best gun in that game. It was insane. It had no damage drop off, and it was an SMG. It was nuts. You didn't even, it had such a good iron sight, the UMP was actually the best gun in the game. Silenced UMP, crazy. Like, how the hell was the UMP that good? Good question. What is your most cherished piece of gaming memorabilia in my collection? I think the number one thing, no shit, I have a lot of stuff that means a lot to me, but I think one of them that like sort of sparked all this stuff is my Killer Instinct jacket. My classic KI jacket. I had looked for years, you know? I would literally look for years all over YouTube and not YouTube, but eBay for that jacket. And I wanted that old leather KI jacket that was only for the devs, you know, and at E3 1995 or some shit like that. I loved that jacket. I eventually got it. I ended up buying one, but I also, the first one I got, I bought a second one, funny enough. The first one I got was from Robin Beanland, who made the music of Killer Instinct 1 with Graham Norgate, right? Robin literally sent me his KI jacket. And that was nuts to me. He sent it in like a care package when KI 2013 was announced. And he made the music that like made me, dude. Killer Instinct music like made me. And we had like a meeting at E3 and he just saw other KI fans and he was like, I would love to send you a gift. And he literally packed it up from the UK, a jacket. He's working at, I think he still works at Rare. He did the music for Sea of Thieves as well. So anyway, that was pretty crazy, man. To be given one of the most desirable pieces of gaming memorabilia that had ever existed. It was given to me from quite literally his developer jacket that he got back in 1995 when he worked on KI. That's nuts. I deeply appreciate it. Deeply. I cherish that shit, dude. Hoochie, thanks for the prime. Thank you, Gelscore. That was a great question, dude. Next up. 9 questions in here. Versher, remember that one Space Knight game you wanted to have made be a fighting game? You think that either Mecha Break or Metal Revolution will scratch that itch, that maybe another game would come in and take the spot of a Galaxy Fighter that you wanted to have? I think what you're talking about is the idea of robot-looking knight dudes like King Arthur and the Knights of Justice. If we were to make, I think this stems from an idea I had of like, if you didn't have anything to work with for a fighting game, right? And you just had to make a fighting game with a completely unique idea. Not exactly unique, but take like King Arthur and the Knights of Justice, you know, or just the Knights of the Round, whatever. Turn them into sort of like moderately futuristic designs. A game's already did this called Godfall, right? When the PS5 launched. Not necessarily a great game. That's kind of what Godfall did. I think you can take those sort of designs and make characters in the same vein of like Virtual On mixed with Escaflowne, where you can have a really cool looking cast of characters to design a fighting game around. Because that's a big problem, man. Like a fighting game needs to have there needs to be cool ass characters that you want to play as. There really does. So Destiny designs, if they added guns, I mean, maybe it would have to be curated quite a bit. You got to make some cool looking fucking characters, dude. So anyway, yeah, I would do something like that. I would make something sort of like mixture of East meets West, like Japanese style with old medieval style. And that already exists in many other different pieces of fiction. You just add your own personal spin to it. If we were to make a fighting game and it would be like, hey, what would I do? That would be kind of where my brain would go, because people could connect with characters. They could connect with the big heavy axe character that looks cool. They could connect with this. They could connect with that. They literally did it in Mecha Break with mechs, you know? Like, no kidding. The Virgil robot, the big axe robot, you know, like all that kind of stuff. It all depends on how cool they look. Give them cool voices, you know? Anyway, good question, Versher. Yeah, I would love a game to fill that, you know? Distam, besides game OSTs, any favorite type of music, bands and such? I like a lot of old DDR music. I like old Metallica. Not as much old Metallica anymore. It's kind of younger. Offspring, I listen to a lot of 80s music, a lot of 90s music. Not a ton. I'm not a huge, like, music weeb. Not a huge amount. I like some songs, you know? I love Doja Cat. Whatever Doja Cat is, I love it. I love it, and I love her. Thank you, Distam. Bryzon, as someone who's barely capable of DPing on a whim and trying to wrap my head around Tekken classic controls, I picked up KI 2013. I just want to learn everything and figure out anything, but finding the time for everything is such a crux for the life of me. What gets you into just learning if you can't understand core mechanics at a basic level? I get you don't want fighting games to be dumbed down, but is there any tips you'd recommend beyond just dedicating time? So, a good question. And I have to relate to myself, right? It depends on what level of investment you're at. So you could be playing any one of these games for the purpose of just raw enjoyment. And I just want to enjoy this thing, right? I just want to play a fighting game like as a video game, as just like a normal video game, and engage with it like it's a normal video game and just play it. You could do that. But until you want to like go online and actually fight some other people, that's pretty different, you know? You want to find other people that you want to play with that are as good or as bad as you. If the goal is to like get good at something competently, there needs to be like an understanding. In what capacity for anything that you become moderately good at, or even understand how to get good at what point are you just there? You know? And I think a lot of fighting games do a really good job at just providing the player with cool things that happen and the cool things that you can do, where you can bridge the gap. Oh, that was a really cool thing that happened. Why did that happen? You know, start asking questions. How do I do that again? I think that's a path that you can start to go down, where even in the process of mashing buttons and doing random things, you can start discovering all of this stuff that makes the inner workings of a fighting game work. So again, Killer Instinct 2013, dude, that game seems complicated, but it is the easiest fighting game to play in the world. You can literally mash your face against buttons and you just get big combos. So it's almost impossible. Like, we're going to remove the joystick eventually, man. Things are going to turn into dive kick, and dive kick is literally a joke. Like, it's a game that got turned into a real game, but the whole premise of dive kick is that it's a joke. We removed the entire joystick, man. Like, you can play the game without any of that stuff. I think fighting games need to have an interesting high level, right? I think they do. Because as long as the game is interesting and appealing and fun to play at an early level when you don't know what you're doing, then you're good, man. Then you're good. If there's a hook to the game of you just like trying this thing out, and it grabs you and you're like, dang, this is so cool, this is so fun. That's engaging you with the way a video game normally does. You know what I mean? So to me, I don't really necessarily feel that if your understanding of like the core mechanics is what's getting you, how do I get better at the core mechanics of a fighting game? You just got to look into it. Like, there are plenty of resources out there to get you to understand that a little bit more. It'll take a little bit of effort. You have to start asking the question, in what way do you expect for yourself to get into anything, and then expect immediately, right? Within like, I just don't want to be able to spend a lot of time, and I just want to be like comparable at this. I don't know if there's an answer for that, because I don't know if that applies to anything. I don't think then being decent at anything wouldn't be special, you know? So there's, to me, there's tons of resources. There's ways that you can look things up. There's ways that you can do things. If the question is that, like, I want to be good at this, but I just might not have the time for it, then that just might be a reality, man. And I don't think that developers should have to design around that. You know, I don't think games need to be needlessly complicated with like a bunch of design things and like mechanics overlapping each other and stuff. Like, I don't think there needs to be that's not good, that's not great, but things need to be genuinely interesting at a high level where we're not saying the exact same shit happen all over again. I made this conversation a couple days ago in Tekken, when I was just getting matched up with people that are pretty low rank, and they're doing big ass combos to me, dude, and I'm like, damn, man. And these people like aren't necessarily the best. They like don't even know how to block or do anything, but guess what they got? Combos. Guess what everybody has in every fighting game now, dude? Combos. Everybody can do combos. Are combos really impressive in most fighting games anymore? They're not. They used to be the most impressive thing ever, but now combos are just like relatively easy to do. Everything is about doing combos because combos are fun, so everyone goes and does that. And that's what I do as well as what everybody does. All the impressive stuff is all this little micro nuance that goes in between these matchup knowledge and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, that ends up being the thing that's really cool. To me, the coolest stuff has always been like movement. movement in fighting games is always the thing that is the most fascinating. If a game allows for expression of movement without being like stupid, without being like way too much, you know what I mean? So anyway, in the same way, like think of it this way. Even if you were playing a single player game, let's say God of War 2018, and you're like, man, I just put 6 hours into God of War 2018, and I only have a couple more hours to give to this. I want to be able to beat a Valkyrie. Well, you wouldn't do that, right? You would have to learn all the other things about the game as you progress through the game to fighting Valkyries, which is like the end game, the absolute end game. So why would you want to make that jump of I just want to go from here to fighting a Valkyrie? Like, no, man, like these are still normal video games. I get it. We see a bunch of other people be good at this stuff and it's hard to, I think the answer is not just, I just want to like, how do I get better at this without dedicating time? You just need to play people that, and I hate to be to be like blunt, to be very blunt. Sorry, you just need to play people that are as bad as you or as good as you. You know, you need to play people that are learning in the same capacity you are, and that will be exceedingly difficult the older a fighting game gets. And if as long as you can find other people that provide you as much of a challenge as they can provide to you, bro, it's amazing. Like finding somebody at your skill level feels godlike. Finding somebody 2 or 3 steps above your skill level, you get reamed and you have no idea what you can do any better. You know, that's a problem, and that's a thing that fighting games still suffer nowadays, especially ones that are a little bit older. So again, all these people that learn how to play Smash Brothers all the years, there's a billion people that are godlike at Smash Ultimate. They all started off not knowing anything, man, and that's a game not even designed to be competitive. And everyone's just super godlike at it because they just loved it and they played a bunch of other people that were bad and they learned with them and they all got better because they just kept coming back and playing, you know? Anyway, I think it's a harsh reality, and it's a thing that like fighting games are already doing a ton to make themselves as approachable as possible. And they're doing things even at the highest level where in games like Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6, ultimately speaking, when you figure out the game, guess what the result is? Either a 50-50 guess or a 1/3 guess in most interactions. And why is the game designed that way? Because everybody can be good at it, you know? A much wider degree of people can be good at it because it's just about making those correct decisions. Slateboard, thank you. How many hard drives and SSD do you own for archiving my videos? Do I plan to buy more? I usually have a large amount of my archives on Twitch. My old VODs are still there, and I asked them for that a very, 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 very long time ago. I literally have like an entire closet. Like I have like 10 that are just dedicated to about, jeez, man, probably 10 to 15 hard drives dedicated to all that stuff. I really need to back all that stuff up on a cloud, but all that cloud storage will be very expensive. It'll be very expensive. Thank you, Slateboard. Back in 40, back in 2020, where you said Rebirth knocked RE4 off of my number 3 favorite game. Do you still feel that way, or has Rebirth dropped a bit with some flaws showing for themselves? I think yeah, I think a little bit. Yeah, I love Rebirth. I want to play it right now. I've been thinking about playing it. I have an issue with, the game has an issue with 5090s. But yeah, there is some spots of that game in its first discovery process. Upon the second discovery process, it is not nearly as engaging because of all the checklisting, you know? So yeah, there is some spots where Rebirth was like Square Enix's actual first real attempt at a large environment Final Fantasy game. And it shows there's some seams there that need to be glued in, you know? The story wise as well, I realize it with my perspective, I know where this story kind of goes and we can expect where it goes. But FF7 Rebirth is also a game of just meandering, right? There's not a lot of plot points that really drive the player from the one place to the other because you're just sort of like traveling. It's a globe-trotting game. And is that Rebirth's fault? It's not, dude. That's the original FF7. Then FF7, you're just like globe-trotting, doing stuff here and there. And then eventually, after Aerith's, quote unquote event, then a big things start happening. Like a lot of plot starts kicking in. To be real, the most interesting part of FF7 is right after Aerith goes through the things she goes through, yada yada yada. So yeah, like that was also an issue, you know? That was also a big thing. The other criticisms I have of Rebirth is that open world discovery thing, where yeah, too much of it was checklisting. I did everything, but I definitely felt a little exhausted at a certain point, you know? Definitely felt like, man, yeah, I've been here a bit too long. Everyone feels that when they get to Gongaga. Everyone's like, there's just so much to do here. I'm just gonna move forward, you know? I definitely felt a little bit of the big environment fatigue with so many things to check, you know? I was definitely even feeling that there too. I still think it's better than Remake, but it's such a different game. If that's one thing I give Rebirth credit for, Jesus, dude, is that game not Final Fantasy VII Remake? Like, deeply isn't. Like, FF7 Remake is this super linear corridor adventure in the vein of almost like an old Yakuza game, right? And Rebirth is not that, dude. It is really not that in terms of how that game engages with you and what it offers to you, you know? So anyway, they're two very different games. My question is, what the hell's the third game gonna be? Because I'll tell you what, man, I don't know if I want to revisit all the same areas all over again in part 3 and have to unlock all the big towers and just have Chadley tell me where all these things are, you know? And that's how we unlock the map. I'm gonna be real, man. I don't know if I exactly want that, if I have to go back to the grasslands and do that shit again. And that would be a very iterative sequel. Where if FF7 Part 3 was just a sequel to FF7 Rebirth, it could be, to be real, it honestly could be because that game and that world is going to be sharing so much of a structure for the next game. So to me, those zones have to stay. The zones are not going anywhere, man. But how do I engage with the zones? That needs to change. We cannot have Chadley just do a tower thing and then we go over here and we do that and we just get it and unlock this thing and go to Chadley. I unlock this thing. Oh, we gotta get that, get the material. It was fun. I liked it, but I do not want to go into Ubisoft mode. I hope part 3 is just like, dude, Chadley's dead. I think that'll actually happen. It's a prediction that the next game, no kidding, like Chadley's gonna go away. So you're literally not going to have a guide anymore when you get back to these zones. He's fucking dead. And they already set up for that. They literally set up for that in part 2. That Chadley there's like an evil fucking Chadley or some shit that is trying to do something through him. Like, he's already malfunctioning towards the end of the game. So anyway. Yeah, that's my hope. I don't think I think Rebirth's first playthrough is so magical. So magical. But yeah, I definitely see some issues at the seams in the exact same way that there's issues with FF7 Remake. I just think that Rebirth is a much more fun game. Much more fun game with a lot more variety, you know? Good question, 40. I need to get something to drink soon, chat. Yo, TT Vig, thank you. Any chance of Anime Saturday returning a more bizarro deep dives like your 7th Cross Evo stream? I love discovering games else through the streams. Yeah, like that one was special because I played that way back in the day. I'm sort of down for that stuff. It's just, it has to be natural, you know? It's not that I would say no to it. We just sort of proposed the idea of visiting a bunch of old fighting games and stuff like that. And ones that I haven't played, like Xbox fighting games, Tao Feng, you know, Kakuto Chojin. And I think that stuff is fun. I need to be in content brain to do that, where I'm not just sitting, jumping on stream, playing the latest new game. I'm actually like actively thinking, in what way can I fill up that sub feed on YouTube with interesting shit? Got to start doing Raid the Supers, got to start doing that. Because if anything, most of my stream in the past has been, in the past, maybe not this year, the past year, the whole goal was to stream the interesting shit that'll eventually make its way to YouTube to get more people to jump in. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you know, Rate the Supers bang every time. Oh, I know. I just need to be in that brain. It's exactly why I'm taking a break right now. It's literally why I'm taking a break, so I can just go, so I can be refreshed, so I can have the desire to do that instead of it feeling like an obligation. You know what I mean? Because after last year spending almost the entirety of the year working on a game and streaming and doing all that stuff, and then coming back to this year where there's been so many releases up until this point that it's like I'm just still trying to, I just want to beat Kazan, man. Can I just beat Kazan? I just want to beat Kazan. Thank you, TTVig. Maximum Venom. Hey Max, who are the top artists that inspired you to draw? Jim Lee. A lot of classic Dark Horse artists. Jeez, man. There's a few. I'd say, yeah, Bangus, obviously old Capcom gods. Those are a couple of the big ones. Yeah, Daigo Ikeno. A lot of the old, pretty much the list of old Capcom gods. EDN, Kinu Nishimura, Daigo Ikeno, Bangus, Jim Lee. Yeah, many of those, you know? Many of those. Katsuhiro Otomo. Man, that guy's fucking art is crazy, dude. The Akira guy, right? Akiman, yeah, Akiman as well. Thank you, Venom. Oh, God. Mad, what was his name, dude? The Mad artist, chat. The guy that did all the comic books. Ah, God, he did all the covers for PSM. Joe Madureira. Yeah, Joe Madureira has also got a sick-ass style. I loved those PSM covers, dude, that Joe Mad did. Oh my God, dude. Those old PSM covers of, like, Final Fantasy 8 and 7 and all that shit, dude. So sick. I absolutely loved that shit, man. Such a cool art style, man. Todd McFarlane's also pretty huge. Yeah. Yeah, Todd McFarlane was deeply inspirational. His art style was deeply inspirational to me as a kid. I love details. And Todd McFarlane was like the god of details, dude. Like the absolute god of making detailed looking characters. Mira, thank you. How long is the list of special conditions that need to go right before you would film another Assist Me? It has to be good. Yeah. It can't be forced. It's not that long. It's just that it would need to feel right, you know? It would have to be a good idea with the right people to execute it, and enough jokes and gags that almost like write themselves. Because if that's one thing that Assist Me's always had, is that it's a show that like writes itself. Anyway, you know, I'm always thinking about that. Trust me, I'm always thinking about that. We had Assist Me's planned for Dragon Ball FighterZ. It didn't work out because the idea sucked. It was just not interesting. It was just about finding some Dragon Balls, you know, and Benny gets turned into a thing. It seems cool, but it just was not like we were forcing gags into it. And it was like, yeah, these gags don't feel good. Like none of it feels natural. So the last thing I would want to do is to make a show that feels forced, you know, that does not really feel like it belongs. Hi. Hi. How are you? Want to say night? I love you. Okay. Want to show the chat your rainbow friend? Is that your rainbow friend? Can I show him?
Doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to? Ow, is he biting? You get a little nervous on camera, don't you? Yeah. Ow. 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 You watching over there? Yeah. 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 Here, but I got 13 questions I gotta answer. I'm gonna have to take a break on this pretty soon, chat. 41 in the morning. Doing this for 4 hours. No, I have to answer all these questions. Okay. Oh, is he hugging me?
No. Sorry.
He's trying to eat. He's not hugging me. He's trying to eat my finger. Hey, I gotta answer these, okay? All right. You gonna go to bed?
No.
over there? What you writing on there, JJ? Writing something else? In this Q&A? No, you're not. No, you're not. What do you mean? Say one thing. What? Nothing stands out. All right, let's start getting some of these done. Gal Banana, if you have time, is there any sport you'd like to get into? Tennis. Yeah, tennis is fun. I really enjoy it. Burst energy. I had a great time playing it. You know, no kidding. I really like tennis. Do you have a favorite in-person E3 moment? Found your channel in the last one, 2019. Love the FF7 impressions. Came back. Thanks. That's probably it, dude. Yeah, that FF7 moment at E3 2019, the last E3, dude. That was literally the last E3. That moment with Kitase-san and the FF7 like remake dev team seeing the game for like the very first time, all of that shit, deeply influential. Like, that was insane. Of just having any kind of connection to Final Fantasy VII, like in an official capacity in some way, to knowing that they're like paying attention and watching videos and trying to meet those expectations. You know what I mean? Yeah, that was insane. It meant a lot to me. You know, it meant an absolute shit ton to me. Great questions, Alipsky. Soten, do you have any good memories with demo discs from game magazines, and have any of them drove you to buy a game or even enjoy it as a lifetime fan? Best demo ever. Man, probably Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, the Metal Gear demo was way too good. FF7 demo was also pretty good, dude. Like, some of those old ones were very good. I had a few of the Saturn demos, and I played those a shit ton, man. Just like World Series Baseball and a bunch of old stuff that was on them. Yeah, not as much. I don't think I had a huge affinity for demo discs, like the PS2 demo discs. I played a lot of the PS1 demo discs, you know? A lot of stuff on Saturn, you know? That kind of stuff. Oh, the FF8 demo. Oh my god, dude. FF8 demo was god tier. Abby, is there something you always wanted to do or collect gaming related but never had the chance to? There's things I would try to get every once in a while. There was a Panzer Dragoon original Xbox. Panzer Dragoon Orta. There's a white original Xbox. I never ended up getting one. There's a Killer Instinct bundle on SNES. There's a few things that are like that. Board games? No, not board games. There's a few things here, but most of the things I really wanted, I ended up getting. The thing that I still hunt down every once in a while is standees. I still have a weird affiliation with standees. So I just like gaming standees in general, you know? Which is why all those things you see back up there. But I got most of the ones I was looking for, but there's a few that escape my clutches every once in a while. Somebody, they go way too expensive. I'm like, bro, I ain't out here about to spend $2,000 on a standee. But yeah, I still try to find some things. I like old stuff, you know? I like a lot of old gaming toys. The things I still collect are old gaming toys from the late 90s and the early 2000s. Some of that shit is really cool. I went to a store, dude, and I saw Omega Boost toys. I was like, what the hell am I looking at? Omega Boost toys? What are we even talking about here, dude? Dr. Low 98, thanks again for the years of enjoyment. Wearing a flaming tinfoil hat, even though the chances are still slim. We don't know the future of both Smash and Marvel. And both Capcom collections being at Nintendo Directs made me curious. How do you feel about Capcom's next game being with Nintendo? I don't care, man. I'm down. I'm hella down. If you're to tell me that Nintendo stepped in and yeah, like tinfoil hat, latest Capcom announcements for collections have been at Nintendo Directs, Nintendo steps in and it's like, we're funding this next Capcom fighting game. I'm hella down, dude. They're the ones that put up the money for Marvel vs. Capcom 4. Don't give a shit. I'm super in. I'm super in. This isn't, and it's a better time than ever because it's not like we're severely limited from the Switch, if not the Wii, with Tatsunoko versus Capcom. There was an issue with TVC, and is that it was very dated when it came out already because it was on a Wii, with also a compromised control scheme. You know what I mean? So, if Nintendo and Capcom work together to make MVC a new thing, to make a new Capcom fighting game in association, I don't know, with anybody else, with Nintendo, I don't care, man. Like, that would be badass. I don't think I would inherently want Capcom versus Nintendo because there would be a lot of expectations for it to be Smash-like. And for Capcom to make a Smash-like, which they have not done, there's no, outside of Onimusha Blade Warriors, there's no Smash-likes that Capcom has made. And if you say Power Stone, you're not even using your brain. Power Stone isn't Smash-like at all, dude. Power Stone's like an arena fighter. It just has items, you know what I mean? So, if we're talking about the proposition of Capcom teaming up to make something happen with Nintendo, I'm down. Capcom and Sega teaming up, I'm down, dude. I'm super down. I think Sega versus Capcom is arguably one of the next best things that could exist in some way. But to be real, no, I'd just be down. I would just be down. Thanks, Yulo. Hulkstand H, is there anything you personally want to see in Final Fantasy 17? Gameplay, story, or setting-wise? That I personally want to see? You know what? I want to see what I don't know what I want. That's the thing, is that I can tell you what I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be a new MMO. I don't think they need to do that. I think they have their forever MMO, you know? I don't think I necessarily want it to be turn-based or exclusively an action game. All that kind of stuff. I want to be surprised. Like, to be real, dude. I kind of want the game to be, like, interesting, engaging in ways that we're not thinking. And that's kind of what Final Fantasy games can be pretty good at doing, even though their execution at times cannot be necessarily the best. It's been a while since one has been necessarily like the best. So to me, it's like, yeah, I would like a unique setting, and I think I just want unique settings, you know? Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if the next Final Fantasy game goes really out there and goes like Cyberpunk or some shit. I'm not saying Cyberpunk 2077. I'm saying, what if they did like mega future? Like not even, and that's kind of what I wanted even, what's it called? Jesus, Chaos. Like that game. I would be down for like completely different setting, some new, completely new thing. In space, like whatever, man. Like, yeah, sure. Doesn't need to be, it could be completely separated from stuff like that. Like FF13? Ah, fuck. Not like FF13. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Thank you, Hulkstand H. It's me, thank you. I hope all is well. I want to take the opportunity to say thank you for all what you do. Help me through sometimes. Can express how thankful I am. Wish I was able to support more directly. No problems, man. Wishing you and the family some love and face shine on. When you started your content journey centered around fighting games, did you ever think you'd become a somewhat playthrough creator? No. The only reason we started, video games back in 2012 with me and Simmons, which is how it started, was because I really wasn't playing many other games. I was at that point in my life where it was either like, it was pretty much fighting games and Call of Duty. It was like exclusively multiplayer games for a big chunk. I was not really playing anything else. So for me, it was, oh yeah, happy birthday, Simmons. It is Simmons' birthday. It just hit. Happy birthday, Simmons. I'm gonna get him some, is he streaming? I'm gonna have to go give him some gift subs. I'm gonna have to go give him a very specific amount of gift subs. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Is he streaming? He is. Let me do this. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up.
Hey, thank you, Nico. What the absolute fuck is this? Holy shit snacks. $41 gift subs. Holy fuck, why so many?
I wonder.
Gummies? You just somehow missed, you dodged Max's big old ass birthday sub. Venom Wolverine, King Enigma 620, Goomba
I wonder.
Slayer, Silver Slave,
I wonder.
The Trash 3, Princess Seal, Pene Berto, Captain Crisis 29, Dark Pearl
It's a
314,
completely
X
random
Todd,
number.
DH, Havoc 562, Jolly Jumper 56, Dobble Nibble, Ivory Mask, Aussie Manny.
What a
Hey,
what a
Aussie Manny,
strangely
no more ads for you.
specific number.
Solar Sun, Renrare, Great Koopa, NL Jufro. I don't even know what that one is.
We're gonna let him
Yeah,
read those off for a bit. All right, thank you for reminding me. Anyway, it's me. Thank you. When you started your content creation or on fighting games, you ever think you'd be a playthrough creator? We only started doing playthrough subs with Simmons. Funny enough, because I just was not playing single player games, and doing that gave me an opportunity to play more single player games. Like the new DMC was coming out, which was like kind of exciting. So it allowed us to go back and play older Devil May Cries, like all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it wasn't like intentional, but I also wanted to diversify a little bit because I was also interested in other games that weren't just fighting games. You know, I wasn't so, you know, knee deep in the FGC that I didn't give a crap about anything else. There were a few games that were coming out that I was genuinely excited for, like Revengeance, that kind of stuff was happening right around that time. So anyway, yeah, I wanted to play some other stuff. And to be real, right around that time frame, 2012, a brutal year for fighting games, man. Brutal. Like Soul Calibur 5, people were pissed off. And in close approximation, Tekken Tag Tournament 2 also happened, and people were pissed off. Like, there were some things that were happening that I was kind of like excited for that really didn't hit. So it was kind of and Street Fighter Cross Tekken, people were pissed off. It was a rough time, and I wanted to diversify away from fighting games a little bit because I had been playing so much of them in that time frame, and for the years that came before. But I'm like, I've been missing out on shit, dude. Let's play some other stuff. So yeah, that's how that sort of naturally happened. Thanks, dude. Michael, thank you. Do you have any funny stories from going to football or basketball games as a kid? When I was a teenager, when I was a young kid, we used to go to Raiders games at the LA Coliseum. And I would spend the night at my dad's work. He worked in like an office, right? Like a data office, something like that. Like their data was collected on tapes, dude. Those big rolls of tape. That's how they collected their data. So yeah, I would spend the night at, because he would work like the graveyard shift. And we would get up early in the morning to go to the Coliseum because it wasn't that far away. I think I was like 10 or 11 years old, maybe 9. And yeah, I would go to his office and just have like full access to Xerox machines and artwork stuff. And oh, I loved it, dude. I loved it. So I would literally like to preserve all the comics I had of my Alien and Predator comics, I would Xerox them in full color using the stuff that he had in like this big old office, right? Like we're talking like this, like a multi-tiered building where they had an entire floor that he had to himself. And I would literally sleep on the couch in some other office that was like to his boss or something like that. There would be like a couch somewhere, and we would just spend the night. So we would get up in the morning and then we would go to the Raiders game at like 9 a.m. in the morning or something like that. And yeah. And then my dad parked in a bad parking spot and got the car towed. We would have to walk through downtown LA the toe place, that kind of stuff. My dad just did things. Sometimes he just did stuff. I remember in the same vein, I definitely had a dad that just did things because why not? We would just be in the mountains and we would end up being in a 4-wheel car and he would just drive off the road, just into the woods. And me and my sister would like, just like, he just did things. He's a very 80s dad, 80s, 90s dad. Also, yeah, things like that would happen. So that was very representative of kind of haphazard, anything can be going down. Just drive right off. Anyway, thank you. It's Chi. Thank you. Is it Chi? First started making content, did you have to force yourself to fall in love with the editing videos? Any advice for people who are trying to love the process more? No. No, for me, no. Because the editing was not a thing I had to learn to make videos. The editing was just there in between the video existing, right? My idea existing. So to me, it wasn't about, oh, I have to learn editing to do this stuff. No, it was more like, I want to turn this idea into a thing instead of not being a thing. And I want to turn it into an actual thing. And I just learned everything in between. So whenever I would run into a brick wall of I don't know what to do, I just learned how to do it. And then I just learned how to do this and learn how to do that. Started really challenging myself with like visual effects editing when I was doing Assist Me and all those old movies and stuff like that. I'm going to really challenge myself. The tough part is that it takes a lot of time. Editing takes a long time, man. Even basic editing takes a very long time. But I kind of I love storytelling. And I think that's what I realized. I love storytelling. Whether or not it's in a video or a compilation or a boss rage or an Assist Me or anything like that. I love any of that kind of stuff, man. I love when things like wrap up and tell a nice story and the credits roll. Like having that feel that way makes me feel so good. So to me, the editing was just not a thing that was getting in the way of making that happen. It was just a process of getting that thing to be what I wanted it to make, you know? So yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. When I actually enjoyed learning when I found the solution. You know what editing is? Why a lot of people may or may not like it? Not everybody's a problem solver where they enjoy the problem, right? Not everybody needs problems in their life, but some people do. And some people need to provide solutions to problems. Editing is like programming. You're just solving problems. Non-stop in production when we're filming things, I get all the footage for an Assist Me and everything's fucked up, dude. Everything is like, nothing flows, nothing works. Now I just have all this shit. It's like a puzzle. I just have to solve all of these problems. And that's all you're doing from the beginning of the video to the end. It's tedious. Some people can see it as being tedious and arduous, and it can be when it's really rough, but I enjoy when there was those problems. I like solving problems. I like when there's like a thing that needs to be figured out. Oh man, give me that shit. I can do it right now, dude. I want to be the one to do that, to put that together. So that's what editing does. It pretty much gives you a shit ton of problems, and now you got to solve them all. And well, you're gonna burn out. It's gonna be rough, but do you enjoy the problem-solving aspect of editing? You know, that's literally what it is. Yeah, animation's the exact same way. Most things that are artistic, dude, are the exact same way. You just run into problems. You're just gonna be like, damn. Chat, why do you think my stupid brain for almost the entirety of 2024 was quite literally stuck in Unreal Engine with a development team of 30 people doing nothing but solving problems when we were putting together MVCIB? Just nonstop. If I can't do this, it's getting somebody else that can solve the problem. If I'm asking too many people to solve problems, now I don't want to do that. Let me just do it myself. And I started doing it myself, which took even more time. So, but that's the thing, is that there were so many problems every single day that I was just so caught up in it. I would have a 16 to 17 hour workday on MVCI, and I would have to apologize to my family because I'm like, I don't realize how long I've been back here doing this. Like any day that I took off in 2024, I spent it working on MVCIB. And I would just spend the entirety of the day. I would wake up, I'd come in here and just start solving problems. And I would solve problems from midnight to 6 a.m. And then I'd be like, shit, well, that went fast. How the hell did that go by? That's disgusting how fast that went by, because it was just solving problems the whole goddamn day. I can understand how game dev can be very... At that point, I understood crunch and how we don't want people to do that. And I would never ask anybody else to do that. But I am naturally compelled to get the idea or the thing that I'm trying to produce into an actual physical form, that I need to get it, you know? I can't not just have this sitting here in my head and just go do something else. I need to get it. So I need to, and I will crunch. That's just the way it is. I can't help it, dude. I'm just gonna work my ass off until it's done. So, yeah. Sometimes problems just take 16 hours to solve, and I don't want to spend 2 days doing it. I just want to spend 1 day doing it. Yeah, I wouldn't ask anybody else to do it, but I just need to do it, man. I gotta figure this shit out. Anyway, learning more about myself as we're talking. Razorin, thank you. Wondering what got you into drawing in the first place. Like, what made you start? Did you have a favorite kind of art style that you enjoy the most? Which is an example of possible. There are 2 artists I follow. Not sure if you know them. Shimhack. Yeah, I know Shimhack. He almost did Bloodborne art for me. And Keisuwabe, you can check them on Twitter. Kind of the art is definitely one of my favorites. You know, gratification. Thank you, Razorin. I'd been drawing since I was like 3 years old. So, yeah, I actually still have my artwork when I was even before Ripley's age of me drawing like Transformers and stuff like that. And I would ask my mom, because she was a pretty good artist. She would design clothing and sweaters and stuff. So she knew how to like draw pretty well, and she would draw a bunch of Transformers for me. And yeah, I just did that until I was like 25. And then right around when I was a teenager, I started getting jobs. I did a storyboard gig for a independent movie in the late 90s. I was like 15, 16. And that earned me enough money to buy my first car. Oh, it was $1,000. And it was like, whoa, this is crazy. And there were everything was about like using my thing that I enjoyed doing, which was drawing, to try to make a career out of it in any way, or to try to earn money to go do anything, you know? So everything was about getting from point A to point B, using whatever skills I had learned, or impressing anybody with it. Also is the reason I like met my wife, you know? And right around that time frame, I had several students that were younger, that not that much younger, but like a year or two, that wanted to get into drawing too. And I was teaching them how to draw for like $5 an hour. If they were generous, it was like $10 an hour. And I would show them and get them the process of what it was that got me into drawing by copying first, and what's it called? By looking at something and reproducing it, you know, which is the first part of drawing. Look at a drawing, I want to see this cool piece of artwork, and I want to draw it myself, you know? So I would teach them how to start doing that and how to make that as easy as possible before they start making their own style. So anyway, yeah, I did that for a lot of people, and I had fun. And JJ, you know, wanted to be one of my students, but she just wanted to hang out with me. I hope she's listening. Anyway, thank you, Razorin. Can you talk about your experience with FF11? It's always cool hearing my stories about the game. I've talked about it a lot, and sometimes it's negative, but also incredibly positive. Like, I love FF11. Like, no kidding. If they released a version of FF11 that was like remastered in some way, I'd probably jump in and play it. But would I be able to dedicate nearly as much time into it as I possibly could? No. It would mostly be for nostalgic reasons. Which is why going back to like FF11 nowadays, like, yeah, just go back to a private server that has the game and you can play it just like you did back in the day. And I'm like, I don't know if I exactly want to do that right now, dude. I don't know if I want to just relive that shit all over. I did that already, you know? In a similar way, I think a fresh coat of paint would be very fun, and that would be really cool. But yeah, FF11 was the reason I got my first job in the industry. It was like one of them. was the fact that I ran a H&M, a high-level Notorious Monster Link Shell, where we fought some of the hardest bosses in the game. We were the first English-speaking H&M on the server we were on. So we were competing against, like, the Japanese, for the most part. Like, a lot of Japanese players. Because they were just way ahead of everybody. So, yeah, something happened one day where some Link Shell just died, which was just like a guild. And I was like, dude, I'll do it. Let's just start this one. And then I just took that responsibility. I had a ton of time because my job was only having me work from like 8 in the morning. I'm sorry, like 7 in the morning till noon. So I only had I was working part-time at a call center. I was home at 12. I would just play from 12 to 12 at times. So anyway, yeah, I had a lot of time to dedicate to it and not a lot of other things happening in my life, but there was definitely a wake-up period where I'm like, damn, I'm spending a lot of my life playing FF11. And I distinctly remember, like, after doing this for like a year and a half, looking in the mirror going like, man, my life's eventually going to start, but not today. You know, time to log in again. Yeesh. So anyway, yeah, I just don't think I'm looking for that because life is much more interesting now than only logging in and meeting virtual people. You know what I mean? Thank you, Jajinkin. What's your dual PC streaming solution? Shut up, Jorge. What is it? What do you mean what? Like how? What do I... Stream PC... The gaming rig, bro. Like, you want me to write you I could draw you a picture, Jorge. I can take a picture. Gaming rig. It's hooked up to 3 monitors, actually. No, it's 2. Main monitor and a chat monitor, right? Like a YouTube and Twitch backend and all that kind of shit, and all this stuff. Anyway, that's the gaming rig. All that does is really game. It just has games on it. You know, you guys are looking at it right now. However, on the other computer that's providing the signal for it is another computer that takes the HDMI out from the graphics card into a capture card, into a Elgato Pro Mark II. The console and all the consoles that are over here all go into a 4K capture card that is an AverMedia 4K capture card that works pretty good. I have an internal capture card as well that is a 1080p one that hosts all of these cameras. Does all of these cameras. And these don't really need to be above 1080p. So, actually, no. It's just this camera and that camera. It's 4K. Never mind. Let me check this signal. Is this a 4K signal? I think I upgraded this. It used to be 1080p. Yeah, bitch, because look. I have my quad Magewell 1080p capture card. I used to use this for all the cameras. This is 4 1080p 60 FPS ports on this, chat. Just in, no out, just in. So that's what this used to do. But now I have a dual 4K. I have a dual Magewell 4K, and it just takes my cameras. This is only running at 1080p, I think, because this camera, I don't want it to overheat. But that camera, the one that goes for Yo video games, is actually 4K. That's actually a 4K camera because I need the extra resolution for the wide shot. It's necessary. So, yeah. And the streaming rig, the only things that run on here are Streamlabs. I have an extra 3 monitors for it. Holy crap. I have the chat window for the room. I have the monitor for you guys right here and the computer's right over there. Is the room hot? No. Because, dude, everything runs low. Like, to produce a stream, I am right now using 14% CPU and 10% GPU. When action is happening, no CPU is actually being used, and the GPU it just turns up a little bit, but never to the point where it actually needs to kick in the fans or anything like that. It's using all of the chips that are in modern GPUs to run streaming. And to be real, I don't really tax the 5090 very much, you know? You have an AC on? Yeah, there's AC up there. There's an AC. Yeah, I have a dual setup. I absolutely have a dual setup. How is it that you have all stuff in arm reach? I mean, I can show you, bro. It's a little dirty. phone's about to die. Okay. Be like, put your phone. It's about to die. What the fuck? So, that's what it looks like. You know, there's a computer down there to the left, computer down there to the right. That's a couple of lights in the front. You know, all this stuff on the right is what's running the stream. The stuff on the left is the gaming computer. 5 monitors, actually only 4 right here. Only 4. Yeah. That's what's in front of me the whole time. It's not particularly like, there's so many things that are hooked into it. There's so many consoles and stuff like that that the cable management is impossible. It's literally impossible because there's just, I literally have 18 fucking consoles like hooked up to this thing, going through a myriad of other connections. So anyway, thanks Jorge. Thank you. You can never focus. You know. I asked because I saw you using Moonlight the other day, and I'm curious to try to set up my shit without decent quality. I stopped using Moonlight. Yeah. You can use Moonlight. It works great, dude. But there was some frame drops every once in a while. And I don't know if those frame drops were from Moonlight or my capture card, but I found a capture solution without using Moonlight. And Moonlight's still great. It's still just fine. But the only way to get... There's an issue with OBS. And it's that when you use Moonlight on the desktop of the computer that you're streaming from, you have to do a window capture or like a monitor capture? What do they call them? Window capture or display capture, right? Even game capture has issues. I'll be real. Window monitor, and this is not for any normal person. Any of those things that OBS does, display capture, window capture, monitor capture, will not give you like smooth 60 FPS the whole time. There will be duped frames here and there. It'll be kind of rough, right? It'll become almost up to interpretation how good it can be at sometimes. It will not be great. It'll work, but if you're looking for pristine bullshit like I am, I want 60 actual FPS, dude, that are unique FPS with good timing. No, it's not good for that. I literally found a way to jerry-rig an extra monitor into accepting Moonlight on another monitor so it could go through a capture device. It was a convoluted thing that doesn't make much sense. You literally stick an HDMI directly into your capture device to treat it like another monitor, and then you put Moonlight on that. It was goofy, dude. Trust me, I've tried so many different things. Moonlight is still really good, but unless you're like me and you're obsessed with stream quality and you absolutely want to get 60 natural FPS and have them be well frame timed, I wouldn't recommend it. I'm a psycho, okay? And I enjoy solving problems, so that's all I was doing was solving problems. Like use another Elgato for it. Yes, literally. Go from your GPU into the capture card. Treats it like another monitor. It's weird. And then you put OBS, and then you launch Moonlight and put that on that monitor, and it captures, it's literally game capturing Moonlight on a completely different monitor. It's weird. Leo Griff, thank you. What would be some of your most memorable favorite fan interactions over the years? There's a lot. I would say the best one was probably Evo last year. I'll be real. I think all of our, what's it called? All of our panels that we've been doing for 10 years at Evo, or had been doing for 10 years at Evo, were all incredible. Meeting directly with people, going to places, doing stuff, like all that stuff is awesome. But Evo 2024 and like that crowd, that room, just being able to share that space with everybody and be excited about all the things that are happening, having the chat meet the chat. Yeah, dude, that was awesome. That was like, I didn't really think all of that ahead that much, but it came together in the way that I exactly wanted. And it's mostly like a weird idea still. To be like, we want to stream live from Evo at Evo. Like, why would you do that? You can just do it from home, you know? Anyway, it all worked out very well, and it turned into something that is pretty unique that I don't think I've ever seen before, dude. I don't know if there maybe is some stuff like that. you know, but I've never seen anything like that before, to have like one side of the community meet the other side of the community and to just sort of share this experience with everybody. And now we have ways to make it even better, to sound even better, you know, than it did before. So anyway, we're just taking a vacation, Tolga. Yeah. I'll be gone in a few days. Thank you, Leo. Very hot lesbian woman. Damn. Have you ever had an idea for a stream or a video that you've thought about doing for a long time, let's say 2+ years, but haven't found the right time or opportunity for it? You know, after you make like 8,000 videos or some shit, I think new things come to mind and I would want to make them a reality. The big one that took 2+ years was this, where I had this idea in my head since like 2014, and it did not become a reality until 2016, and it was called Fighting History. I wish we could have done more with it, because this was a completely unique like series, you know? And this was in my head literally since like 2013, I would say. So it was like 2+ years. But yeah, the whole premise behind this was like a co-host show showing people crappy fighting games, right? And to highlight all the funny, weird crap that happens in those crappy fighting games, you know what I mean? That seemed like just a guaranteed winner, you know? And funny enough, like, it didn't do great in the moment, but as time went on, these ended up doing very well. Like, as time had gone on, this was a very well done, well performing show outside of its very short runtime, you know? So, yeah, this show was pretty special to me, man, because I got to make it a reality. It pretty much came out exactly the way I wanted it to. No kidding, for me, the way this show worked, pretty much with Assist Me gags, was exactly the way I wanted. I look at a lot of my older content, and a lot of it I go like, ugh, this is hard to watch, man. But for this stuff, I kind of love it, dude. For this stuff, it's like, many of the gags in this, I still really enjoy. And I still really like it.
Star Wars is back. Shout out to...
Oh my god.
You can't avoid this one, Max. It's your destiny.
My destiny? Duh. Masters of Terras Kasi? This is that horrible Tekken clone. Why are we gonna play this?
It's up to us. We must remind everyone that Star Wars video game oversaturation must never return. We must bring balance to the Force.
The Force. Benny, I've played a lot of fighting games, from one end of the spectrum all the way to the other, and there is some extremely broken stuff. But an all-mystical power controlling my destiny? I don't think so.
You just don't
Max
understand.
looks at it like it's frame data. That's so stupid. Max listens to what Betty is saying and thinks of it like it's frame data. Nah, there's nothing that broken in fighting games, bro. It's so stupid.
Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Today begins your training. We will use the Force to rid the galaxy of the Terras Kasi.
Oh, son of a bitch! Oh. Benny, we're gonna kill all of our consoles if we keep doing this. Wait, where the hell's the Dreamcast?
I did find a bus ticket to Canada last week.
Canada? Where the hell would it go?
Whoa, what's this? A Dreamcast, huh? I have something you're going to love.
Yeah, everything of this show just... And what was also great about it was that it was low production, you know? It allowed me to highlight all the goofy bullshit in the game, and still, it was all shot by me, JJ, and Benny. That was it. JJ was behind the camera the whole time, and she was also, whenever she was piloting, whenever she was letting Benny act, she was helping him act, and I was holding the camera. So it was like literally a little family production crew that made the show happen. So everything that happened creatively in editing or in post-production or anything like that was just all very centralized, and we can do it very quickly because it just didn't require that many people to make it happen, you know? It was the voice of Benny. I don't know. It's a mystery. It's an absolute mystery.
I'm pretty surprised how accurate most of the CG looks to the actors. And is that the weird hologram chess game? That's a nice touch.
You choose from classic fighters such as Luke, Han Solo, Leia, Chewie, Boba Fett, Thok, and Hor.
Hor? Hor? Hor! I have several questions.
Well, he's a Tusken Raider.
Benny! For shame! You could be hurting her feelings.
You unlock several other characters after beating the game, including Princess Leia!
What's with the shouting?
That's how it is in the game. Princess Leia!
Considering the outfit,
Princess Leia! Stupid ass game, dude.
Really wants to make a statement. Holy God, look at her leg.
A painful reminder of the era this game came from. All right, let's get started then.
Is this my AVGN era? No, dude, that's Assist Me. That comes way before that, way before that. If anything, having myself and Benny as a cohort to guide the entire show is for me to get it away from AVGN, to not be a thing that was just like dude on couch, you know? That was the whole goal, to make it not feel AVGN-like.
Your quest to defeat Vader begins
But
now.
having gags, absolutely. The whole point of the show also was that it was like focused Assist Me, so that every time we do a talk about a gameplay thing, you get a break for a gag. Talk about a gameplay thing, break for a gag. Talk about gameplay thing, break for a gag. You know, that kind of thing.
Max? Max?
Vader's gonna torture me and then kill my mom and dad. Vader's gonna torture me and then kill my mom and dad. He's gonna torture me and then kill mom and dad.
Repressed childhood fears. This might be more challenging than I thought. To become a Jedi, you must perform every Jedi Master combo. These are very similar to Tekken 10-string combos that did make an appearance in Tekken 3.
Benny, I'd love to, but the controls in this game are straight ass. Every button I press takes an eternity to come out. It's insanity. Every time I try to perform a combo, you need to press the button so damn fast, they literally come out seconds later.
Your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them. Here, put this on.
That's impossible. It was so hard before. I just got lucky.
In my experience, there's no such thing as luck.
Where did I even get that mask? I don't remember.
All right, these combos are no problem now, but some are horrifically busted. If you manage to land the first few hits, the combo almost always does a ring out on the opponent.
Becoming a master of Terraskasi isn't only about combos. You must master all the special moves.
These moves don't look too special. And holy God, I've never had a fighting game make quarter circle and shoryuken motions so ridiculously hard to execute. You have to painfully move your thumb from motion to motion slowly. I just want a fireball. Come on, give me the fireball!
Try this one. It's Boba Fett's Psycho Crusher?
Psycho Crusher? No way. Oh my God! It's an unapologetic copy of Bison's most popular move. Not to mention Han Solo does straight shoryukens. They're taking a lot of physical liberties with what the characters can do. But Luke is a totally different story. He doesn't do anything. He gets the most basic punch and kick moveset I've ever seen.
That's because you're not taking advantage of the most exciting mechanic, weapon mode. Press R2.
Yeah, now we're talking. It looks like all of Luke's special moves are attached to his lightsaber stance. I'm kind of curious.
Why the hell would you ever fight without a lightsaber?
This might be all about steel fist combat, but screw it, have some fun.
Damn straight. Time to shoot people in the dick with Han Solo. These blaster attacks are pretty underwhelming. Most of them are fairly similar, and they only get good when you start using that meter down there.
Yep, that's your power bar.
Power bar. Like, seriously?
That's correct. They couldn't come up with anything cooler than power bar. Some specials act like EX moves from Street Fighter games, only costing 1 bar, but making certain attacks completely unblockable.
Hey, conservatively clothed Leia, eat this! Wow, that is cheap. Eat this. Cheap as hell. And most of the higher level attacks that take a full gold power bar are tracking multi-hit unblockable projectiles. The whole game at this point ends up being a rush to the gold power bar, where one player furiously tries to get the attack out for 50% damage. I've played a lot of cheap stuff before, but holy moly, this is built into the base mechanics of the game.
Still, you have to be careful. There's something 10 times more dangerous than losing 50% health.
Why in God's name does this game have ring outs when a ton of moves send characters careening 50 feet across?
Exactly. So begins our next lesson.
You win. I'm ready.
Focus. Good.
No problem. Really, I think this is kind of easy. Could probably move on to the next lesson.
So certain are you? Then try this.
Whoa, Benny. Lifting controllers and boxes is one thing, that is totally different.
No different. You must unlearn what you have learned.
Unlearn. Benny, you gotta be realistic. That thing is an original Xbox. It weighs like 300 pounds.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Okay.
Elevator counterweight. That's the Xbox that blew up, yeah.
Doing it. It's working!
Now, add the controller.
Oh, God! Oh, God!
Ay. This might take a while.
These older fighting games always had goofy secrets and characters.
This one's no different. You can unlock several extra playable characters, like Mara Jade and Jodo Cast.
Jade Cast and Mama Jodo? Wait, what?
Mara Jade. She's Luke Skywalker's wife, or significant other.
Well, I can tell, considering she's a friggin' clone of Luke. And is that Regina from Dino Crisis? Nah. The Stormtrooper is an exact Han Solo moveset.
There's also pre-match codes, similar to stuff you would see in NFL Blitz, including Big Head Mode, Deformed Mode, and Tiny Mode.
Big Head Mode is godlike. Somehow the dumbest things can make you happy. Holy shit, it's Lord Helmet!
Keep firing, assholes!
Sadly, if you want to know more about the story, you're not really gonna get it. The endings don't make any sense at all.
What the hell? They're like random moments in each character's life. This makes Thrill Kill look like Virtua Fighter 2, my god! I think I'm starting to understand this game. The developers are like, Tekken and Virtua Fighter are kinda stiff and realistic. Let's just stick 30 brooms up everyone's ass. Tekken has 10 hit strings. Let's give everyone big combos just like that. Well, most 3D fighters have ring outs. Let's do that too! There's nothing about this game that's unique or fun other than the Star Wars characters. It's just a mishmash of, oh hey, they did this, so should we.
But the weapons, the blasters, lightsabers, Max, lightsabers!
I'm sorry, Benny. There's nothing here except Star Wars characters.
No, Max. There's only one thing left.
I can't watch this scene now. Sorry, chat. You can watch it yourself. I'll leave it in there. It's hard for me to watch this scene now, but you all can. You all can. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, very hot lesbian woman. Yeah, it was pretty much fighting history. Jack Brace, thank you. There's a lot of stuff in your gaming streaming room. Most posters, figurines, from hardware to peripherals. How do you keep all that clean and organized? I don't. It gets disrupted constantly because of having people in the room. And the dudes come over and everything. It's very hard. In fact, I need to go through another spring cleaning before it's summer cleaning. Yeah, I just got to get rid of stuff, man. There's a whole bunch of stuff. It's not the coffee, not the spilling, but yeah, it gets hard to dust and shit like that. It gets tough, man. It's a lot. The one thing that I'm very glad I did, behind the TV where there's a billion consoles and things that we have to stream, right? I gave myself approximately 3 feet of walking space. So instead of the TV being shoved against the wall, like completely, I have a little walking space back there where I can have quick access to all of the bullshit that's behind the TV to freely allow myself to move around and see what's connected to what, why things are connected, why it's not working, what stopped working, like all that kind of stuff. Because every time we fire up any of these machines, things just don't work sometimes. And I'm like, dude, what the hell's going on? Why aren't things not working, you know? So I need to have access back there. That was one of the things I was very, very happy I made that choice back in the day. Will we ever get another Bloodborne dress-up stream again? Maybe. Maybe if they make a fucking Bloodborne game. Maybe. Thank you, Legend. Will you ever get back to drawing at some point in your life a little more consistently, if at all? I mean, it's something I always want to do. I've always wanted to do, but it just depends, man. I think having Ripley around will definitely make that be a thing. I've definitely drawn more because of Ripley being around. Thanks, Nen. Who fell in love first with you or JJ? The chat. Definitely the chat. It was absolutely. We both fell in love with Benny the moment we saw him. Actually, that's not true. I thought he was a rat. And I was like, why did you get the ugliest dog? And she's like, no, he's not ugly. He's cute. And he looked like a rat. He had pink skin. I was like, whoa, dude. What's going on here? And then he grew up and he was mega cute. GX IFAS, thank you. 6-button or 8-button stick? When it feels ideal for beginners. An 8-button stick is kind of the default. So if you are curious about that, like an 8-button stick is like the way that we will be playing the majority of fighting games. Are you going to utilize all 8 buttons? I hope not. I hope it's not necessary to utilize all 8 buttons in a fighting game, but I still think that having them there is good for shortcuts and mixed buttons and stuff like that. I think that's good. It's just, I personally check out on a lot of fighting games requiring more than 6 buttons, you know? I personally check out on that shit. So I need developers to find ways to make their control scheme work within 6 buttons. And sometimes when it gets to 7, okay, maybe. It gets to 8, a little too much, dude. It starts to become a lot, which is, you know, concerns that I've had with even games like a little bit like 2XKO and Invincible Versus and stuff like that, of like, try to like challenge them to like, can we treat every fighting game like it could be in an arcade, you know? And as soon as we get way too many buttons, I think it just becomes too much. I think that's overcomplicating the game. Arcade for Aliens, thank you, and Lockhart, appreciate it, guys. Kyrem, thank you. I want to say thanks for the years. Enjoy your vacation. Yo, thank you, Kai. That's very nice of you. That's very nice of you. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thank you. I think that might be it. You sent questions via donations because redeeming question was broken. Oh God. Oh God, hold on a second. Let me go down. Your Senpai, thanks for the 5. Cloud is an Astrobot. Cool gimmick. If you'd like, check it out. Yeah, I did. It was pretty cool. Anonymous, thanks again for the freaking big ass $500 donation, man. Holy shit. Leon Takashi, thanks for the 777s. Appreciate being a clip for the 67 years. And Losing Sleep, do you currently have any more ideas from them besides edited shorts and best of moments and be able to contribute for you in the long run? Not necessarily. I think that there's only so much I want to do with that. Right? I don't think we need to push each other even more. Having more shorts from certain stream moments is good, and I think we're the editing crew is getting there too. So, you know, I think right now I'm pretty much in the demand is definitely being met. Thank you, dude. Lynn FGC, thank you. The Tails game, I did answer that. Flet, thanks for the 7. I've been watching from Vancouver, Canada since Assist Me. So we're playing on the PS Vita. I want to ask, what would you suggest for someone that wants to start streaming without a PC to start? Dude, like, don't PlayStations like literally have the ability for you to stream from them? That's where most people started on PS4s. Streaming's not that hard, you know. A lot of stuff will just have onboarded technology to do it for you. Vicarious. All right, let's do this last one. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can turn off this QA session. QA session disabled. This may be a good way to use channel points. Not bad. Is there an unreleased, like, got announced but then canceled fighting game or game in general you wish you could get your hands on? That I publicly know about? Nothing I can talk about, unfortunately. I think the one that I wish could have become a thing was Cloud in Soul Calibur 2. I wish that could be a thing, man. I think Cloud in Soul Calibur 2 would have been really dope. Capcom All-Stars? Yeah, Capcom All-Stars definitely. That's definitely one that would have been like, oh yeah, bro. Like, please let us just play Capcom All-Stars, you know? Yeah, Darkstalkers, whatever that was, if it was anything, Darkstalkers would have been great to see what the Street Fighter 4 team making Darkstalkers could have been like. But I don't know if that was anything much outside of, like, just a CG video. It's hard to say, you know? It's kind of hard to say. Yeah, there's been a few things over the past, like, 10 years that didn't eventually make its way to being a reality. That I really wish would have, but that'll be a story for a long time from now. We'll talk about it way down the line. But still, you know, that happens a lot, man. There's a lot of games that begin development and do not end development, dude. It just is the nature of the industry. Yeah, this was great, Nico. This was great. This reward request queue, this was really good. I liked it. So chat, yeah, heads up. Hopefully we can turn some of that Q&A into a couple of videos. Hopefully I can make it into a couple while I'm gone. That might be nice to have. There's probably some stuff in there that'll be good to work into a few things. Maybe not everything. Maybe not absolutely everything needs to be turned into a thingamajig. Kept track of all the questions on the sheet. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. That was a fun QA stream. Thanks, guys. Yeah, that was the first time ever trying that, and that's not a decent way, not a terrible way of spending channel points. So maybe, just maybe. 77 questions? Holy shit! I answered 77 questions. Fuck, dude. How do I hang posters? Tacks. You know, like the little clear see-through tacks. I use those. Good number. Sleepless Art Punk, thank you. Antoine the Woodpecker and Lockhart, thanks again, guys. I really wanted to play some Tekken tonight, but I'm kind of exhausted after that. I feel like my eyes are like hanging and shit like that. I kind of want to see if I can get to Tekken King before I leave, but I also want to fire up Marvel vs. Capcom and some more Street Fighter 6 on the Switch too. Max, hey man, I can't help it. Who's streaming right now? Is Steve streaming? Steve didn't want to play Tekken with me yesterday. Not nice. Not being nice. Simmons still playing Donkey Kong. I got a little taste of Tekken Ranked. Man, I miss it, dude. I fucking miss it. You know what? Tekken 8 Blue Ranks is not fun right now. I don't know. I don't know if I hate it. And that might be another thing that I do want to talk about is sort of like a hype check. We had this little series back in the day called Hype Check, where it gave me an opportunity to sort of give my thoughts and feelings on where a game currently is at and how I'm feeling about it. And I think there's a pretty decent opportunity for me to talk about Tekken 8 right now, because we made the video of like, what's it going to take for people to get back on Tekken's side? And it's like, is there a thing? Trying to gather the opinions of folks that are around, general audience and otherwise, because every time I jump back into Tekken, so many people ask this question. They're like, hey, is this game fixed now? Hey, is this game fun now? Is this game still shit? Like the swathing, I would say, green-colored waft of negativity is still there around Tekken 8 just in general. So you still get that. Like, people still feel like, the game is rough, it's in a bad state, like all that kind of stuff. So, you know, anyway, the only time I've ever truly felt that way was the launch of Season 2. And it didn't last for very long. It lasted like less than a month, where they made significant strides to make that, you know, not nearly as bad. Start of Season 2 was really rough. I think Tekken 8 actually had a really good year one, to be honest. I think its first year was pretty powerful, but the proposition was just like, so what's it going to take? Like, what's it going to take for this game to eventually turn around? Is it going to be a gradual over time sort of thing? Or is it like, as soon as I get arcade endings, as soon as I get a Tekken Force mode, as soon as I get Tifa, as soon as I get the Waffle House, is that going to be the thing that does it, right? I don't think that Tekken 8 is in a situation like Street Fighter 5 because it had a great launch. Like, a lot of things weren't exactly like Tekken 7, and they were ironing out, some of the problems. I think it's going to take at least until Season 3 for things to sort of like quell over a bit, where people will start to sort of accept the game and find enjoyment from it. But I think I wanted to talk about my personal feelings because this is a hype check of Tekken 8. And while the vibes of the game aren't exactly the highest right now, some people are excited for Fakumram, some people are excited for Anna, but it's not like doing it for everyone, Armor King's definitely a nice, tried and true staple character that some people are really excited for. Tekken 8 isn't in a Street Fighter 5 situation where like everything is dour and really bad. It's not in a Tekken Tag situation. It's pretty close to what Tekken 7 was, but Tekken 7 was thrust into popularity pretty quickly with some choice guest characters, and obviously a pandemic helped that game out a lot too, helped out everything in that time frame. So, but where do I stand, right? Let's just put myself right out there. Tekken 8 is my favorite Tekken since Tekken 5, period. That is not going to be a popular opinion, and I think I need to remind people of that. The only reason there hasn't been as consistent of Tekken content as it would be is because Tekken content, unfortunately, doesn't do very well. If you play Tekken 8 just in general, or if you're putting up YouTube videos, it doesn't do particularly good. But that doesn't change the way that I feel about it. I legit have a great time with this game, man. It's got some frustrating things for sure, and I definitely think that it could be put in a better direction. I definitely hope that they open up backdashing and stuff like that. They make sidestepping better. I hope that tracking on some moves can be toned down. I feel like I would like to move in and out of the screen on around characters more, but it's kind of crazy when some move that doesn't look like it should track just beats the hell out of me in some crazy situation, Those are all there for a reason. The game needs an overhaul for that to kind of be changed, which is, I think, a Season 3 could potentially do. But for me personally, I think this game is so much more fun than Tekken 7, man. And I really enjoyed the moments I had with Tekken 7, but its netcode really kept me down. And I would like to say I could tell you what about Tekken 7's netcode did not do it for me that Tekken 8 did. Well, in Tekken 7, when I played ranked, dude, I only played like the same 2 to 3 people. And it was just those people over and over and over again. And you pretty much went into deathmatch sets to finish out and rank up. Not bad, but it didn't leave a very fun situation where I'm playing a lot of different characters. It was just kind of like, oof, man, because the netcode is not particularly great in Tekken 7, it got better over time, but it was still not great. It could just not match you with people from a very long distance. It just couldn't. So, long story short, I enjoyed that game and I really had a good time with it, but I can never like sit and learn it. I can never really like put a whole bunch of time into it to really understand what it was asking of me. I would just do combos, So that changed with Tekken 8. Street Fighter 6 is amazing. I think that game is genuinely fun and has some really fun characters. And there wasn't a lot preventing me from playing more of it. And in fact, I've played more Street Fighter 6 in a shorter period of time than almost any fighting game in the past like 5-7 years. I'm not kidding you, dude. I put like 500 plus hours into Street Fighter 6 in a very short period of time, like 3 to 4 months. I haven't even done that much with Tekken 8, but I have to give Tekken 8 credit. Tekken 8 providing finally an online Tekken experience where I can actually learn and engage with people in an online setting that wasn't met with absolute frustration because of input delay or online bullshit or looking at menus when I should be fighting people was so refreshing. It was nuts. I felt like I was playing Tekken for the first time since Tekken 5, where I'm just playing people, dude. And I'm just going and I'm executing a game plan and I'm figuring things out and I'm figuring out movement and it's all just coming naturally and I'm getting better. Oh man, this feels good, dude. This feels really fun. I had not experienced that since no shit Tekken 5. It had been so long. So this game did it for me in a way that 6 and Tag 2 and 7 did not. Those were all online games primarily, for the most part, that I never got to enjoy like offline. And I feel, no kidding, when I play people in an offline environment in Tekken 8, that nearly matches my experience playing people online. The exact same skill set applies in an offline environment. That's crazy to me, dude, that a Tekken game, a 3D game, finally can provide something that is that close. So when I hear people complain that like, oh, the lag is really bad and all this stuff, it's just like, to me, it has never been that bad. Like, it has always been 1 match out of 10 is actually like rough. The rest of them are great, are legit great. And that usually is because it's an obvious like person on Wi-Fi, their connection's not great, all that kind of stuff. So for me personally, I finally got to jump into a Tekken game and really enjoy Tekken. Really like not accept the fact that all these other games have great netcode and I just can't force myself to play Tekken 7 because it sucks, man, because I know it can be better and it's just not better. Now it was good. So I played the entirety of that first season and I loved it. And I got relatively high rank comparably in that space. And I had a great time. Do I still have issues? Do I still want to feel like I just rail over the opponent with offense? No, I feel like a balance can be struck there in the future. And obviously season 1 was going in a progressively good direction and it just kicked the bucket in season 2. And we're back to progressing in a relatively correct direction that makes the game, you know, great, like really good. And I feel like I've always felt that way. Like Tekken 8 took me away from Street Fighter 6, straight up. Why did it do that? Because I've played a bunch of Street Fighter games online to varying degrees of quality. I got a pretty decent, okay-ish online game with Street Fighter 5, and it got a lot better towards the end. And Street Fighter 6 was finally like a really engaging, super fun. I've put the most time into it of any other fighting game. But if there's one game I have consistently wanted to play, wanted to come back to, I can just turn it on and fire it up and relearn everything, it's Tekken 8, dude. And it's because Tekken has sunk it's like hooks into me. I feel it, man. I want to duck that high and punish with a wall rising 1. I want to sidestep and whiff punish the shit out of people. Like all those things feel so good. I think it also helps that Lars is so much better. And I can't even tell you why I picked Lars necessarily. I kind of tried him in Tekken 6 for like a few days and that was it. I tried him a little bit in Tekken 7 just to see what his combos are like because he was wall carry the character. Something about the way Lars works in this game is so much fun to me, dude. And it's the fact that he looks cool, that his game plan is like crazy and he doesn't necessarily like, you know, follow to a T. There was also the issue that my ass was always playing Mishimas that came with an inherent really big, difficulty of having to get used to Wavu and all that kind of stuff. Jin's way better than he ever has been, but for some reason, I'm not kidding you, dude. I just think Lars and his combo structure and his offensive choices are so much more interesting, and how he can conduct his offense is genuinely super cool. I also think he's a very good character. He's gotten better over time, but I never thought he was actually bad, even though he's considered very bad in season 1. To me, it didn't matter because he was fun. Like I had a lot of fun playing as this dude in this game. So anyway, fun playing some other characters. Clive was also pretty fun when he came out. I had fun playing Jin to a certain degree, but getting away from the Mishimas was helpful. That was helpful because there would be so much extra execution in my head when I was having to think about stuff that I was not necessarily good at and also learning, that I didn't, that never like gelled with me. I feel like I always wanted to be good at Mishimas, but I never have been. So moving away from that actually allowed me to find a Tekken character that plays sort of like normally. You know, even Mishima is a normal thing. I found a way to play a Tekken character that I just sort of have fun using. The same way that people found with like King, you know, like all that kind of stuff, all those kind of crazy characters and shit. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Tekken 8. I still like this game. I will be very critical of it because what I want is for most people to like it. I really do. I want like the audience not to look at Tekken 8 as being like a detrimental game. I'm curious what will do it for people to get people back into it, because every time I jump on, I still find matches. I still get different opponents. I still have an enjoyable experience playing ranked. You know, I lose a lot, but I win a lot too. It feels good. And I'm getting towards like, even in one session, I almost went through the entirety of Blues in Season 2. And I have not played ranked Tekken 8 nearly at all in Season 2 at all. I played it like for a day when it came out. So, but my experience of just like jumping on and playing friends and stuff like that, like I like it, man. It feels so great countering people's options in Tekken. And I just haven't had the opportunity to like feel that out in years, in such a goddamn long period of time. And it also really helped getting somebody that like could guide me to the fun as quick as possible, which was like Fee. Working with Fee in late 2024 was such a great idea. And we approach that from a completely different perspective of like teaching people foundational tools of the fighting game. And it's like, bro, I already got that. I already know how people work, man. Show me the fun shit. How do we like shut shit down? If we're going to do this arcade mentality, what do we do to get wins, you know? And what are we going to do to frame trap people? I actually learned about like how effectively frame trapping is in Tekken 8. And that was because FeeDX acted as my coach for a few streams. It wasn't even that many streams, dude. It was like 3 or 4. So even in that short period of time, we managed to get to relatively like higher rank and stuff like that. I don't think Tekken 8 is perfect, dude. I don't. But I still, of all the fighting games that are out there right now, have a character I really enjoy, I really like, and I find him super fun. And the online is good enough where I can still consistently play and find new players every single time I jump in, and there's a whole bunch of people playing. I don't feel it is the ideal game, and I will be critical of it. But this game took me away from Street Fighter 6. It straight up did. I haven't put as much time into Tekken 8 as I did Street Fighter 6, but I still put a lot. I have like 300-ish hours into Tekken at least, including all the offline sessions with the guys. So that's quite a bit. And for me personally, every time I jump back into Street Fighter 6, I also feel pretty good about that. We'll talk about that later. But that's my overall thoughts on Tekken 8 right now. I think there is, from this point forward, especially after what happened at the beginning of Season 2, I think there's nothing but a positive direction for this game to eventually move into. Are we going to feel the effects of that quote-unquote positivity in Season 2 all the way through? No, because everything in Season 2 was planned around the beginning of Season 2 happening, right? And shit went south. So them providing solutions for what the Season 2 problems is kind of going to be what the entirety of this year is for Tekken, man. Like, that shit ain't going to get fixed anytime soon to its fullest degree. You're pretty much going to have to wait until Season 3, and it's going to feel like a different game. It's going to feel exactly like Tekken 7 to Tekken 7 Bloodline Rebellion, you know, like all of that kind of stuff, where it feels like a natural evolution of the game as they upgrade and change the game and move things back and move things forward, like all that kind of stuff. The Season 3 comeback copium, yeah, I'm sure that's what a lot of the community is going through. But you have to understand, like, after the kind of disaster that was the beginning of Season 2, it's almost impossible for the executive tenure that's paying attention now to let that happen again. Harada's not going to let that happen again, dude. And it was clear that they wanted to pass the torch, but it just didn't work. So anyway, Bandai Namco's learning a lot, man. This is the first Tekken that has ever been made that does not have an arcade release, and the way that they are treating it has not exactly lined up with the ways that they want it to go. So, you know, speaking from an outsider's perspective, the game is still fun, but the beginning of Season 2 was egregious. It was like, ooh, I don't want to play this right now. I'm just going to wait. And I'm glad I did, because every time I jumped back in when a new character came out, it was pretty fun, you know? Kind of having a good time playing it. So anyway, I like Tekken 8. That's my final criticism, That's my final take on like a hype check on the end of all things. I know it doesn't do it for a lot of people, but I kind of have fun with it. I think it can be refined. I think we can use more lateral movement. I think we can use more backward movement. I wouldn't mind being able to buffer some more backdashes, and they don't all have to be Korean based. I think we can still have faster backdashing, you know, and that would be pretty cool. I think it would be neat if characters have a lot of like moving forward, this kind of stuff, you know. Let's let people that do KBDs go faster and let people even buffer in some quicker backdashes, dude. I think that'd be fine, man. I want to whiff punish people more. I think that's my big request. I look at what people do in Tekken 7 and they backdash out of people just pressing buttons and then they punish them. Yeah, man. Guess what? I kind of want that kind of stuff too. So I am not against that. I think more movement is actually welcome. At least to somebody that's a completely mid-ass level Tekken player that I am. I personally want more of that. I think that will be a much more interesting game. Oh, and Tifa. Yeah. Did I say Tifa? Forgot to mention Tifa. Yeah, I talked about the tracking at the start. Random moves that just track the fuck out of you. It's like, what the hell, man? What's going on? Yeah, I want opponents to whiff. I want to whiff punish, man. It's hard to whiff punish in this game, dude. It's fucking tough. I didn't play Noctis that much in Tekken 7, all things considered. But dude, if there was one thing I did was just backdash a little bit and then whiff punish down forward 2. The holy dick out of people, man. That is whiff punish down forward 2. Every single time. I took any kind of rank up I had in that game, I did just by doing that. I got to like red rank by doing that. It's like, fuck, man. Yeah, it feels like you're glued to your opponent. I agree. Or sometimes it feels like your opponent is glued to you. You want to whiff punish, but it feels like your opponent is glued to you. Can you see our chat messages? Yeah, of course I can. Anyway, you can't escape. I'm moving. Chat, tomorrow, I got word that there was a new extraction mode in Naraka. We might start off the stream tomorrow with that. Do I have anything else I have to start Friday with? Is there anything happening on Friday, chat? The Naraka crew hit me up and they're like, we have a new extraction mode. I'm like, what the hell? So I kind of want to try that out. And what else did I want to do? I might end up playing a bit more things. We might fire up the Switch, might fire up some Marvel. There's another stream tomorrow. There is. Yeah, I'm still going to be here tomorrow. And I'm likely going to be on Saturday. I found out I'm not leaving until like Sunday night, technically. So maybe on Saturday we can actually have a Simmons stream. We can actually have a Simmons birthday stream on Saturday. I thought we were actually leaving Saturday night into like a red eye into Sunday morning. It's actually Sunday night into Monday morning. So that means that, yeah, I think we can do Simmons video games on Saturday, potentially, you know. But tomorrow we got some stuff to do. We'll play Naraka, play some Marvel stuff, you know, play some Marvel on Switch stuff. If you guys want to meet me online for that, we can do that. And yeah, you know, labbing Street Fighter 6 on Switch 2 while on vacation. No, I don't think I'll be doing that. I don't think I'll be doing, maybe a little bit, but I would need a stick. I can't lab on controller, man. Can't do that. Missed the start of the stream. I'm going to Florida. I'm going to LA. Yeah, I'm going to go hang out in downtown LA. I've been waiting my whole life to go to downtown LA. It's a beautiful place. So I've been really looking forward to it. Anyway, Slugs, thank you very much for the 65 months, man. Sleepless Art Punk, Antoine the Woodpecker, Lockhart, thanks again, guys. I'll be back. I'll let you guys know. And we have a couple more days until I'm out of here, you know. I'll see Superman tomorrow. We may do a review with the group. So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, have a good one, dudes. Shine on. I'll see you next time. Peace.
Jim.